What you about to do when they come for you? When you got no place to go, we got a hold on you. When you play your final card, you about to fold too. Tell me what you about to do. What you about to do when they come for you? When you got no place to go, we got a hold on you. When you play your final card, you about to fold too. So tell me what you gonna do when they come for you.
Let me just say it. We stuck in the matrix and we are
Yo!
the music on stuck in our heads when you replayed it. Took the blue pill, stuck in the game. They force us playing underestimated people who willing and dedicated. I remember when
What's good?
struggling back when life was good. And no one knew another hustle in my neighborhood. They was strapped, but we were packed cause I was in the dad, ready for the game when the
How we doing? How we
So
doing?
put in work.
What you about to do when they come for you? When you got no place to go, we got a hold on you. When you play your final card, you about to fold too. Tell me what you about to do. What you about to do when they come for you? When you got no place to go, we got a hold on you. When you play your final card, you about to fold too. So tell me what you gonna do when they come for you.
What you gonna do when the boys in blue and they come for you? I'm cooking with Kai, kosher food
Aight.
and the vibe's comfortable. I lunchable, that's a rap snack. Get a kid fired like Jack. That's a hammer going through a nail. I'm on a different mission if you couldn't tell. With Epstein, they gave us an eyeful, but they made the Eiffel Tower. Side scripting and blocking the power so you don't get the energy. Sunblocking, they be blocking your synergy. B12, I ain't vitamin. I got the boys coming so I can put your friend. Depending on who he is, Stewie is Gryffindor. I'm in the law and I'm fighting the mythos, or this is a mythical. They sent us to college with knowledge to help us, but got us in there, so the plan was to fill us. They got you alone by being alone, including just you and your phone. You trapped in the matrix, the shit is so basic. The lunar creation is what we are facing. I'm dancing with God in the head.
Come on.
Bohemian girl, so give me a shovel. This level of prime is optimist. I see the world like through an Oculus. You might not like it, but you're jotting this. This evolution.
Like the stream, like the video. How you guys doing today?
I fixed it with history. What about my story? I guess it's a mystery. Don't know the
How
past,
are we
so
doing
kids in the
today?
future. Listen to feature and trap. He got us trapped in the future. In fact, it's a factory. Become a
Now,
rapper,
why
you
do I
to
have
be.
two
Sell other
audio?
people your music so happily. Can you a casualty? Casually waiting on teas like a pastor be.
What you about to do when they come for you?
Okay.
When you got no place to go, we got a
Okay.
hold on
Okay.
you.
Let's
When you play your final
stop the song. Let's stop the song. How are we doing today? Boy, oh boy, how are we doing today? Talk to me. Talk to me. Notify me for my own live. Yes. Let me get these comments up real quick. Okay, we got Karibo in the chat. We got Valkyrie in the chat. What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? Hi. Finally. Oh my God, he's here. Heckin' finally. I've been watching Bleach, the abridged version. So far, it's hilarious. I don't know where that version is. Hey, what's good, Common Weed AQ? How you doing, bro? Nice to see you. Okay. So, the name of that song was called Champion. And we played it because that's how I'm feeling. All right? Feeling like a champion. Why are you feeling like a champion today, Ab-Stract? Well, I'll tell you. Thank you for asking, by the way. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share. I'll tell you why I'm feeling like a champion. Because in under 7 days, guys, in under 7 days, our first video of the new year did 7,000 views. That's fucking amazing. That is amazing. This is by far the fastest video, maybe aside from Kyokusui versus Genjutsu. I don't remember how fast that video was growing. But this Soul Crush is a problem no one wants to admit video has been the fastest growing video that I've had within the last year and a half to 2 years, maybe. So, extremely thankful for you guys. Extremely thankful to my editor. Shout out to him. Extremely thankful for myself. We can't forget, the guy who wrote the script and did the voiceover and researched all the content. Can't forget that guy. So, I'm extremely happy. I'm feeling like a champion. Also, guys, we are starting work. As you guys recently have been, I've told you guys, work was an issue because, they had fired me or let me go right before Christmas. So that kind of fucked up my Christmas for me and everyone else involved. But we back on our feet. We start work within the next few days. I just did the orientation yesterday. We have an 8-hour training in like a day and a half. So things are getting back on track as far as that is concerned. Now, the reason you haven't seen me is because, like I said, I've been doing a lot of research. I was supposed to go live yesterday, guys, but I've been doing a hell of a lot of research. One thing we're going to get into is particularly about this video right here. I had to do some post research. Well, here's the thing. Well, no, I'll admit I did have to do some post research, but we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it because, listen, this is the first video I've had like really blow up in a long time. So I kind of forgot how it felt for your comments to be flooded with a lot of positive things, a lot of negative things, and a lot of stupid things. I forgot how that felt. It's been a while, right? So it's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. But back to where I have been. Doing a lot of research for this video, but also doing a lot of research for the scaling of Bleach as a whole. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make that a consistent series. I don't know if I want to do it in live sessions or maybe 20 to 30 minute video sessions of me breaking down the scaling of Bleach through each arc and where the scaling is headed towards, right? So that's one thing. That's one thing that's been keeping me busy. The other thing that's been keeping me busy, of course, you guys know I am engaged, my fiance. You guys have seen her on stream. We are getting married, and we've been planning for that I'll just say, right? Marriage counseling. We've been doing this book called 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Married. So I've been busy. I'm not just not going live because I'm, don't want to talk to you guys or don't feel like going live. Nah, your boy's been busy. About as busy as it took for me to study for my Security Plus. But hey, I'm here. And honestly, the video doing so well actually gave me some reprieve as far as like time, because a lot of people were watching it. So that kind of took a little pressure off my shoulders to keep pumping out content. So yeah, there's that as well. But what I want to go over today, and we're going to be live pretty much for the rest of the day, for the most part. That's the goal. The goal is to be live for pretty much the rest of the day. So from now until like maybe 8 o'clock. We'll see. But the things I want to go over. I want to go over this video's comments. That's number one, because we're going to see some funny shit. We're going to see some dumb shit. And we're going to see some insightful things. We're going to see some insightful things in these comment sections. We're going to see some insightful things in these comment sections, and it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Now, after that, I do want to get back into watching videos, right? We left off on lore accurate Yhwach. So I want to finish some of that video up. Maybe not the whole thing. Finish some of that video up. I want to get into Nirvana Ignil's video. He's been wanting me to watch this Kaguya thing because for some reason Ig still thinks that, ninja have always, he still thinks that chakra hasn't always been around. You guys know my stance on it. Everyone's always had chakra. He says he has a video that kind of proves everyone did not always have chakra. So I want to watch that too. After that, I want to talk about collaborations because after this video did so successful, Shonen Cone reached out to me. I don't know if you guys know who he is. You probably do though. If you're a Bleach fan, you probably know Shonen Cone. Like the Bleach scalers that I know of are Shonen Cone, myself, Aizen's World, Flamer Rebirth, Mr. Tomo, Manifested something. So that's 6. Clyde, of course. And I don't know any other dedicated Bleach channels. Those are the 7 that I know though. But shout out to Shonen Cone. He reached out. He liked the video. I'm a huge fan of his content as well. So I want to bring him on stream so we can have a, dialogue just about content creation, scaling, all that other stuff. So we're going to talk about that as well. But yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get into these comments, man, because a lot of this shit had me rolling. Well, let me read your guys' comments first and then we can get into it. All right, every one of us are champions. Let's go. Yes, that's correct, Valkyrie. Valkyrie, quick question, because you followed me on Twitter, Valkyrie, and take this as no disrespect. Are you a male or a female, Valkyrie? I don't know. I just want to get it right. because I know the only confirmed female so far in my chats is Luna Ursa. And so I want to know if you are a male or a female so I can like address you properly. Because sometimes I'll call her sis or whatever like that. At least in my head. I don't know if I've verbally said it. But in my head, I'm like, okay, sis, she got a point. Sis got a point. So I want to know if you are a male or a female. Doesn't matter to me as far as like, you know, whatever you are. I just want to know for myself, basically. All right. Bruh, question. I've been seeing all kinds of posts on Twitter saying that Satoru Gojo could solo everyone in Bleach. I need a breakdown from you about this. Gojo versus Bleach. What are we talking about? That's hilarious. Gojo versus Bleach. Are we serious right now? Gojo versus Bleach. Gojo versus Bleach. That's the word on Twitter right now. That's kind of crazy, but okay. I need to watch that video. I've been playing too much into my Bleach anime LL. Yeah. Let's get into it. Facts, Creepo. Heck yeah, congrats. Happy to hear. Okay, Animex 1319. Yo, bro, you want to debate? I was in the comments and you don't want to debate me. I was in the comments and you don't want to debate me. Ooh, I think your argument sucks and you lack reading comprehension. Ooh, you seem to be avoiding me and are trying to be comfortable behind your channel. I won't be toxic. It'll be respectful. All right, that's funny. That's funny because you don't want to be toxic, Anime Matrix, but you start off saying that I suck and I lack reading comprehension. That is the gateway to being toxic. That is the gateway to being toxic. Here's the thing. I don't duck or run from any smoke. I think anyone on my channel can tell you as much. Valkyrie, you are a female. That's beautiful. Excellent to know. Back to Anime Matrix. I don't duck or run from any smoke. If it is a dialogue that you want, starting off by saying that my arguments suck and I lack reading comprehension probably isn't the best way to go. Go look at some of my Twitter conversations. I don't duck smoke. If you want to have a dialogue, that's absolutely fine with me. We're going to get to your comments. We're going to see if it's even worth it. First off, we're going to look at your comments because I don't know exactly what you said. But mind you, this video has over 500 comments, right?
And based on the fact that no other soul-based technique was resisted,
let's do this. This video has 664 comments to date. If I have not fully engaged with all that you've had to say, it could be possible that I missed it, right? Out of 664 comments, I'm not nitpicking who gets how much of my attention. You just heard that I'm very busy. I'm getting married this year, new job, all this other stuff. So forgive me if me and you did not have the one-on-one dialogue in the comment section like you thought we would have. I'm a busy guy. There are 664 people to respond to. Over 7K likes on the video. I'm sorry, over 7,000 views on the video, okay? But hey, that's why we're doing this today. We're going to be addressing the comment section. So hopefully out of these 664, I do come across your stuff. And depending on how it is in here, that'll really tell me if we need to have a debate. Because so far, there has been only a single person, and we're going to get to him. There's only been a single person that I've seen that has put forth the best argument for Soul Crush working cross-verse, it not being the case. I'll say that differently. There's only been one person so far who has made the argument that my premise is incorrect based on Bleach soul mechanics versus other versus soul mechanics. We're going to get into it though. We are going to get into it. All right. I used to debate Shonen Kun and beat him many times. Okay, cool. Seth is not a Bleach fan. Seth is not a Bleach fan. Okay. I don't know if I said Seth is a Bleach fan, but if he's not, that's fine by me. I used to debate Shonen Kun and beat him many times. So debates all stem from, I guess, the goal. Debates all stem from the goal. And what you'll find with debating me is that I'm extremely particular about what we're going to be talking about. But hey, we can save all that stuff for later. It's ninjutsu and the knowledge of molding chakra that were brought to the world. But of course, physical stamina and mental energy are a part of all life. I agree, Karibo. I agree. 100%. To me, good luck going against antithesis or do you LOL facts. Mayuri's Bankai is going to adapt like Maharaga. Mayuri is really just not fair. He's not fair. No, I didn't say you suck. I said your arguments suck. I thought I said that. I thought what I read exactly was that your arguments suck and you lack reading comprehension. I thought that's what I said. So you want to debate on Discord then? It's not rude if I can prove it. Voice chat, you want to? What you want to debate? Hey, yo, Rev. Hey, Rev, bro. Hey, Rev. We gonna get to. I'm gonna talk to you about Rev. I'm gonna get to you, bro. All right. We can do this, Animatrix. Are you free right now? If you're free right now, I will bring you up on live right now and we can have a discussion about what you're talking about. I don't mind. If you wanted to debate, then be respectful and not being a jerk as you are currently. If I was Ab-Stract, I'd never debate you. See that? Valkyrie is 100% right. You don't come into another man's house, being my channel. You don't come to another man's house, say his arguments suck and that he lacks reading comprehension, and then ask for a debate. That's kind of weird. You know what I mean? And this isn't about like being, sensitive or not having thick skin. It's just about a respect factor, right? This is just anime stuff. Could Ab-Stract be wrong? Yes. Absolutely. That's why I put debate in quotations. Exactly. And soul crushing can be super inconsistent in Bleach. So here's the thing. We're gonna get into it. Let's start with the comments. Let's see if we can find Animatrix first, actually, because I want to see if what he's talking about is even worth having a full discussion over. So we're gonna find Animatrix first. And I know that's not your name, but in this chat, I give people nicknames. Your name sounds like Anime Matrix, so that is what you will be. Okay, so let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we are. This is my guy. 16 replies. I spent 16 replies engaging with you. Cool. Cool. All right, so let's start at the beginning. So, Anime Matrix starts off saying, the spirit conditions point is kind of dumb because we don't know how the cycle of death really works in Naruto. Example, if a character dies, we don't know if their souls comes out of their body and chills a bit in the living world immediately. That's what your argument would presuppose. For all we know, the souls could immediately teleport into the afterworld. Why are you assuming it stays in the living world straight after they die? Therefore, that point is null. However, what we do know is that when spirits are present within characters' vicinity, they can see it. So it's a bit weird to say they wouldn't see soul reapers, spirits, if within their vicinity. I would like to add that it's stated that once someone dies in Naruto, their souls goes to afterlife. So I don't know why you're assuming it stays a little in the living world. Okay, so what I don't like is being misrepresented or misinterpreted, right? I don't know where in the video that Anime Matrix got that I was saying that souls linger on. In fact, I'm pretty sure I say their souls don't have an option. I'm more than certain I say that. You know what? I can't even do it right now because I'm going to lose his comment. And I don't want to lose his comment. I'll pin it. I'll pin it. That way I can find you. I'm going to pin you. Yeah, let's pin you. That's a great idea. We're going to pin you and have you be at the top, so I don't have to find. And we're going to do that with everyone that has a lot to say. Let's first go here, though. Let's make sure we're not making a mistake. Where do I say that souls, if I do transcript, can I transcript this? Because let's deal with that first. Can I transcript this? I don't know if I can. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Only time we see Naruto interacting with souls, but if possible, better make sure you return to Yhwach spirits to come on. Make cause fight Ichibei. To be thinking wouldn't help against spiritual attacks. Evidence starting with the rebirth seal. Okay. I wish I could type it. One, were you trying to seal? Despite that, taking candy from a baby, completely full. Let's move on to the third. Taking the soul. Da, 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 da. Where's Edo Tensei at? Okay, here we go. Because I literally see where I say it. So let's get that clear first.
To start off, when people die in Naruto, they usually go right to the Pure Lands. They have no option to linger, they can't possess anyone, they can't really do much of anything aside from just pass on. And this is of course excluding the times when it's narrative driven like Jiraiya touched Naruto.
So, as we just heard, Ab-Stract's words were, to start off, when people die, they usually go right to the Pure Lands. To start off, when people die, they usually go right to the Pure Lands. So for all we know, the souls could immediately teleport into the afterworld. Why are you assuming it stays in the living world straight after they die? For all we know, the souls could immediately teleport into the afterworld. What did Ab-Stract say? Souls go right to the Pure Lands. Right? Let's make sure we're not making a mistake. Oh, come on. This thing lagging, bro. We lagging heavy. Sheesh, we lagging heavy. Probably have too many apps running in the background. Okay, this is blowing me. I think we get the point, though. This is blowing me, but I think we get the point. Okay, so let's get into his main contentions with what was said. The spirit conditions point is kind of dumb because we don't know how the cycle of death really works in Naruto. So he's saying essentially that we don't know if Naruto characters can or can't see spirits because we don't know if when they die they go right to the Pure Lands or we don't know what happens, is his argument. Right? Example, if a Naruto character dies, we don't know if their souls comes out of their body and chills a bit in the living world immediately. That's what your argument would presuppose. Okay, so that he's saying that's what my argument would presuppose, that we don't know what happens when they die, but I'm saying that their souls would go straight up and we can't visibly see them. Cool, so we don't know. So I say the seeing spirits condition itself isn't dumb. It makes complete sense in context and how I'm using it as a means to establish spiritual awareness. What you disagree with is me using the death of characters and the lack of a spirit being shown as a means to establish ninja can't see spirits, right? But the only time a spirit is seen is when an alien died and talked to a single individual. Naruto didn't see Jiraiya, but we actually get into this because Jiraiya's thing might only be an anime exclusive thing. Naruto didn't see Jiraiya or have a conversation, and you can't confirm Shikamaru saw Asuma. The only times when spirits are seen and interacted with are when jutsu are being performed. I never said anyone. Oh, I even addressed it here. I never said anyone's soul stays in the living world. In fact, I stated specifically that they couldn't linger. LOL. So that's already funny. He says, let me simplify it for you. Character A dies. It's not shown how he interacts with the soul after death, but we know souls go to the afterlife, but we don't know how they go. Therefore, you cannot make the point that they cannot interact with souls. So, interact is a weird word there, because we can't make the argument that they cannot interact with the soul. However, when souls brought from afterlife world to living world, we see they can see souls. Right. So yeah. And here's also the thing with texting, right? Like I said, I'm responding to 400 people plus. So if you're saying something that isn't coherent, right? I think this point is a misunderstanding or misrepresentation of whatever you heard. Because when you throw interact in there, when we're just talking about being able to perceive, interaction and perception are two different things. Interaction is being able to affect, touch, grab, feel, right? That's in it. Hear, right? Perception is just being able what you can actually perceive, right? So I said this right here because your next response to what I said didn't really lead anywhere. You said, let me simplify it for you. Character A dies. It's not shown how he interacts with the soul after death, but we know souls go to the afterlife, but we don't know how they go. Therefore, you cannot make the point that they cannot interact with the soul. We weren't even talking about interacting. I have 400 people to respond to. I don't have time to figure out what you're trying to say with every little thing. So you said, I think this point, is misunderstanding. Can we voice chat? I didn't see this one, which is why I didn't get a like or a thumbs up, because I didn't see it. I try and like and thumbs up everyone's comment. I did not even see this one, actually. Okay, let's like that, though. He says, oh my God, I'm actually creasing. Why does souls being seen when a jutsu is performed mean we should invalidate them from seeing souls, from seeing soul reapers? The best you could say if that weird don't know if they cannot see soul reapers, not that they cannot see soul reapers. That's just an argument from incredulity. Bleach scalers are so bad at debating. My gosh, this is like 2018 arguments. Okay, cool. Here's the thing. My response was because when souls did actually appear in the form of Jiraiya and Asuma, they weren't seen or interacted with. But again, the Jiraiya one is more of a anime only one. So I didn't know this 3 days ago because I just assumed it also happened in the manga. But it's more of an anime only one. But no, I would say this right here. See, this is a fair point, but he's missing the point entirely. It's a fair point to say, Ab-Stract, we don't know what happens after death, right? The souls could not come out the bodies and just disappear to the Pure Lands. That is a fair thing to say, right? However, my argument is, if the only interactions we are visually seeing with souls are when ninjutsu is being involved, and I have a theory for that. If the only interaction we're seeing with souls is when ninjutsu is involved, right? And they can't see spirits, let alone seeing spiritual energy by itself. That's a whole nother conversation. Let alone seeing spiritual energy by itself. It's more likely to be the case that they cannot see the intangible ethereal soul alone, right? And that they can only see it when interacting with jutsu. Now, this didn't go that way because, I can only respond to people with what they give me. And like I said, I try and answer comments with as little, depending on how deep the comment is how much effort I'll put into it. But to the same degree, if we're engaged in a conversation and you're not being coherent in misspelling stuff and using interaction instead of perception, I don't have time for that, bro. That's what this is for, though. So I can go over it verbally and then, say it. He says, I'm not too sure about the Awesome and Jiraiya thing. I think the Jiraiya thing is an anime only, right? But the scene is hard to form that conclusion, as we know Naruto does feel something. But when we see Jiraiya not there anymore, we don't know what happened there, really. As for Awesome, I have no idea about the Shikamaru pretending to give him a cigarette. Yeah. So the thing about the Asuma Shikamaru thing is this. Asuma dies and is dead for almost a full day. But then when he comes back, after Hidan is defeated, Shikamaru like feels a presence. It is unclear if we know that Shikamaru. Well, no, because if I remember correctly, Asuma does say something too. Asuma does say something, but that just kind of muddies the water because at that point we're talking about an outlier. Anyways, if the Jiraiya and Naruto thing isn't canon and only happens in the manga, that definitely breaks the consistency a bit, meaning the only times it happens are Ishiki and Shikamaru. After looking at the Asuma Shikamaru thing, again, I'm confident treating it as a narrative emotional moment, especially considering Asuma had been dead for at least a full day and made an appearance. I would just want some solid evidence of seeing and interacting with souls without it being ninjutsu based, because if it's up in the air, we don't grant the thing in question. If something is up in the air, if we're arguing about whether or not ninjas can see spirits, right? And there's a lack of evidence for both, but I'm coming with, well, they can only see spirits via ninjutsu. But you're saying, well, Ab-Stract, we don't know if they can see spirits out. We don't know, right? We don't grant the thing, right? You would be taking the positive at that side, saying they can, right? Or you could just be in disbelief and say, we don't know. That's fine too, but I'm saying we don't grant the thing. We don't give them the benefit of the doubt because there's no evidence for it. That's what I'm saying we wouldn't do. Okay, you still didn't respond to the point about us not knowing how the cycle of death works. As for the Momoshiki point, you need to prove it was himself in spirit form like that of the spirits we see in Naruto. You making leaps in logic. Okay. So that's a funny one. That is a funny one. Because when Momo is hit by that giant Rasengan, I don't even know if they recover his body, first off. So proving that it's his spirit is kind of weird, only because what else? Fine. See, but the problem with this is if we keep taking away things, there's less evidence to your point as well. There's less evidence to seeing spirits. Like, the more we take away, the less evidence we have. As for the Momoshiki point, you need to prove it was himself in spirit form, like that of the spirits we see in Naruto. You're making leaps in logic just for the sake of argument. Anyways, it's implied Momoshiki literally stopped time and spoke to Boruto within his conscious. That explains why they didn't see him. Why are you assuming it's because he was a spirit, so they couldn't see him? You have no evidence or even implication for that. The conditions point is dumb. The conditions point is dumb because all the conditions is doing is bringing the soul to the living world. So in other worlds, bringing souls within a ninja's vicinity, it really doesn't matter how those souls are interacted with, as they're still souls. You wouldn't need to prove it matters, lol. You're trying to be smart, but you're using trash-ass arguments that only Bleach fanboys will deride. Okay, I wish people would like put spaces between their paragraphs. I always tell people it's like very hard on my eyes sometimes to read all this shit. So, I admit as much to his first thing. Okay, you still didn't respond to the point about us not knowing how the death cycle works. We don't know how it works, but I can confidently say no one sees spirits directly after death. That is a fact. I was told by Naruto scalers. I was told by Naruto power scalers that was his spirit or his soul. And maybe that is my fault, but I was told by your community. Here's what I do, Anime Matrix, because you're new to me, right? Here's what I do. Before I post the video or before I start the creation process, and you can go on my Twitter, I will ask the community in question. I'll be like, hey, does anyone have feats of Naruto having good durability, the verse? People will respond. People won't respond, right? I'll be like, hey, does anyone have any good Kakashi speed feats or durability feats before I make this Kakashi versus Toshiro video? Does anyone have anything? I go to your community first. That's what I do. When I asked your community, I was told that this was his soul. This was his spirit. And I was told that, oh, it might be an Otsutsuki thing because they usually plant karma after death. And then guess what? We have consistency. We have consistency with that, with Jigen, right? Being like, and here's the thing. Of course, Jigen couldn't plant karma because there was no available target around. But the fact that Momo was able to would lend credence to the claim that it could be a thing. It could happen. Because he's an Otsutsuki that died and meddled after death. And Jigen was an Otsutsuki that died and had a full conversation after death. But like I said, those are aliens. Those aren't ninja. Those are aliens. So, hey, is he still in here? Oh, he says, I'm making the positive claim. Okay, we can get into that. Hey, we got Planet Birthday in the chat. Hey, what's good, Trip? What's good, Red? How you doing, bro? Okay. Okay, if you have no idea what happens after death, that being souls come out of the body, then you can't assert a definite claim. Well, no. The definite claim that I can confidently say is that no one sees spirits directly after death. But if you're saying as far as the claim of they can't see spirits, that one's a little more iffy. And the reason that one's a little bit more iffy is because the only time that, the premise of the video, that Naruto characters interact and see spirits is when a jutsu has already made that possible. That's the thing with that. So, and how do we feel about this? Honestly, we can use the Edo Tensei as an example of what's happening when his soul departs the body. They literally just float straight up and go back to the Pure Lands, which is true. And with that, I can assert ninja don't see souls after death. I can also assert that Naruto didn't see Jiraiya's soul after going to him. I can also assert Asuma visiting Shikamaru well after his death was either Shikamaru just seeing things or Asuma somehow making a special appearance, which would also be true. Anime Matrix says that's not a valid argument considering that's how the Edo Tensei jutsu works specifically. We don't know whether it's the same, whether they die in the living world. You have to provide evidence for that due to the difference. And as for the Shikamaru point, you're literally conceding he interacted with souls also. Yes, so the Shikamaru point was even something I stated in the video that is more so a narrative point or an outlier. However you want to do those things, yeah. So just how you believe it being jutsu-based makes no difference. Mind you, this is to his response of it's different because it's Edo Tensei. Just how you believe it being jutsu-based makes no difference in whether or not they can see souls, because he believes they can see souls regardless if it's jutsu-based. I believe it being jutsu-based doesn't change how the souls would leave the living world. Shikamaru's interaction is an outlier for narrative reasons. Now, here's the thing. On this channel, we do triple AP scaling. Consistency is key. Show me that about 3 more times to build a case for consistency. Then we can talk about it. All right. That's a black and white fallacy. Never heard of that before. Your position is not strong and you're getting trashed in this text debate. Also, if you want to do this interpretation bullshit, it doesn't work in your favor. As you asserted, a definite claim, meaning there are no possible interpretations. However, you directly conceded that there is. So you're saying Naruto can't see Ichigo as false, and you conceded on that. One last point, that jutsu points actually proves he can see Ichigo as he saw Minato's soul after the jutsu was undone. I don't know how all that works, but sure. Let me go to, where did he just say? Well, let me just finish the whole thing. Let's VC debate, broski. Also, I could just argue you have to prove people can't see souls after they die. You call Shikamaru an outlier, but you only brought like three examples, 2 in which are invalid, LO. Your argument is based on an argument from ignorance. It very well could be, as far as that, because we're taking more examples away because you don't want to use Momoshiki. You don't want to use Jiraiya. Well, I don't want to use Jiraiya. Well, I don't know if you use I don't know if you use manga or not, but I like to stick to the manga. And you don't want to use Jiraiya. I'm sorry, I don't want to use Jiraiya because I don't know if that happens. You don't want to use Momoshiki. So the more examples we're taking away, the less evidence we actually have. I don't think it's too hard. I'm just asking for an instance where they see spirits outside of it being jutsu interactions consistently, like 3 times, consistent, to build a case for consistency. Because I believe the Shikamaru one to be a outrageous outlier, outrageous one. Yeah. And so I didn't respond to these because I think I had some other obligations, whether texting wise. Or I just was busy. But okay, so your whole premise is based on the fact that Ab-Stract, we don't know if they can see spirits because A, we don't know how the cycle of death happens within Naruto. And B, you've already conceded to the Shikamaru point, but I've already gave my disclaimer for the Shikamaru point in the video and in here, so I don't know how that would even work. Yeah. So here's the thing. Though. If we are at a stalemate with that, why don't we talk about the actual resistances of the soul? We could get into that. Because if we're at a stalemate for seeing, right? Fine. Let's take your claim as true. They can't see spirits because there's not enough evidence. And this reason that they can't see spirits. Cool. How about we talk about the other part of the video? Because remember, this video was only, remember, this argument of seeing spirits is literally only the first step. We haven't talked about jutsu, we haven't talked about spiritual resistances to attacks. We haven't talked about spiritual resistances to manipulation. I'm willing to give it to you. Let's do it. Because as it is now, it is a state of limbo. You want to say I can't make a definite claim? I'll give it to you. I'll maintain personally that based on my research and my evidence and the conclusions that I came to, I'll maintain my position internally, right? But for the sake of moving the conversation forward, let's give you this. I don't mind. All right, let me check the comments real quick. Okay, is Animatrix still in here? Okay, he is still in here. Cool. Okay. No, you're saying that you can't, you're literally claiming it. I'm not claiming anything, bro. Okay, cool. So yes, you're not claiming anything. That's okay, cool. If you're also not claiming anything, then you are saying that I would be taking the positive in that case. You're saying that there's a lack of evidence though. Fine. Like I said, internally from the stuff I've seen, I would hold my position, but that is fair because I've also taken that position too where I'm not necessarily making a claim, but your claim hasn't convinced me. I'm completely with that. No problem. Cool. No, you're not understanding. I'm saying you can't claim that you're claiming they can't. That's a definite claim. I'm claiming we don't know. Okay, cool. And again, I think I made this part clear for me. I'm claiming that we know they don't see them after death. I'm claiming that. That part's true. we know they don't see them after death. Playing a birthday joint. Okay, prove that. I don't know what you want me to prove. You need to prove they didn't. You got write out fuller sentences, Animatrix. It's rough on me too. Learn to use proper pronunciation, punctuation. We learned in school. LOL. Facts. Wear your glasses, Ab-Stract. Karibo is the only one that fucks with me. I'm getting too close to this goddamn screen. Mind you, for the new fans, these are not like glasses. These are blue light glasses to protect me from the little radiation that comes from my screen. Appreciate it, Karibo. All right. Naruto versus Shaman King rivals. Stop chatting as if he's actively engaging in chat right now, LOL. We need a debate, bro. Okay. No, bro, because he need a debate because he needs to understand he's wrong. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of debate. What's that based off, though? They can't see spirits. It's based of an argument of ignorance. Well, all right. So it's not necessarily an argument of ignorance. It's not, well, from your perspective, because I see where you're coming from, right? I see where you're coming from. Your whole thing is we don't know what happens directly after death. In my opinion, I like the idea that the Edo Tensei gives us a good idea, but you're saying that's a jutsu interaction. But my thing is, if you're saying that's a jutsu interaction and that's the reason it can't be used, right? Because it's different. Well, no, I have to go back to it. But yeah. A narrative point. Yes, narrative points do happen within series. Narrative points are very accurate and valid. Narrative points aren't always scaling points. Those are two different things. What does that even mean? A narrative point means that the thing is happening for an emotional impact reason, for a narrative impact reason, for maybe a closure reason, et cetera, right? Because let me ask you this. Let me ask you something. When have we ever seen a spirit in Naruto come back after a full day of being dead and interact with anyone or do anything with anyone? A full day, that is. The first time we seen it was with Jiraiya. That's damn near 300 chapters. No, I'm sorry. That's like 200 chapters into Shippuden, I think, or at least 100. I think the first 100 is the guard rescue mission, all that other stuff. But yeah, that's a narrative thing. It is also an outlier because it's something that vastly differs from the data points that we have about these things. We've never seen it before. We haven't seen it after until we get to Boruto. Haven't seen it after until we get to Boruto, and that's a flipping alien. So yes, narrative point. No, I don't understand. I don't know what a black and white fallacy is because I don't play the fallacy game. I don't understand basic fallacies, but want to make definite claims off myself. Yeah, bro, I don't I don't do that. Animatrix, how old are you? Are you under 25? Let me ask you that. Are you under 25? I understand in the Discord spaces that you guys like to logical fallacy each other to death. I don't do that. I like to have real conversations. I like to let people get off what they have to get off. I like to get off what I want to get off. I don't want to be fallacied at every moment or at every inconvenience when you think something's happening because it's very annoying. And then the thing is this, if you're being honest, I'm sorry, not you, right? But if you're being honest, not you again, if you're being honest, every time you bring up a fallacy for one person, you should also hold yourself to that same fallacy standard. Most people don't do that. I've seen it time and time again. So yeah, I don't do the whole fallacy thing like that. I'm not saying I don't know some of them. I don't know black and white fallacy. Mind you, I don't walk around with that shit in my head. It's not like something that my life depends on. It's not something I need to commit to memory. I don't do that. Oh no, I lost the chat. Where'd I go? Okay, here we go. Bro, you're being goofy. Animatrix, you're not intelligent. Calm down. If we were at a stalemate, I would have lost. Okay, so if we were at a stalemate, you would have lost. So, okay, cool. So then your whole argument did hinge on the fact that I was making a positive claim about them seeing spirits. You don't believe that there's enough evidence to make that claim. I completely understand it. All right, you said, if we were at a stalemate, you would have. Okay, cool, sure. One thing worth mentioning is that one of the components of chakra is spiritual energy, and the only times chakra is visible to non-sensory types is when it's manifested elementally or. So yeah, we're going to get into that too, because that's some things that lead credence to my claim that I make when I have this other conversation. We're going to get into that too. For One Piece, do instances of seeing spirits get disqualified because it's a gag because, well, Brook, his spirit sometimes leaves his body and characters see it, but it's because of his ability. Correct. Sadly, One Piece would fall into the second party or third party interaction. Brook's devil fruit literally allows him to come back to life and live as a skeleton. He can manipulate his own soul. This would be a devil fruit interaction, yes. You know, Naruto characters don't see spirits unless jutsu or bullshit again. Let it be that you can say that they can see spirits, they still get fodderized by Soul Crush. There's that too. And see, like I said, that's literally only the first step. If we want to get into the actual resistances and stuff, fine. Yeah. If we're talking about the whole franchise, there's Konohamaru versus the memory eating spirit, the ghost samurai from the Mira arc novel, and Hagoromo. Okay, hold up. Okay, Karibo novels, iffy for me. Hagoromo is kind of different. Actually, well, no, Hagoromo's an alien, though. Yeah, Hagoromo's an alien. I don't know about that. He's not a human, so. What else? Yes, sir. Nice concession. All right, big dog. Hey, yeah, listen, bro. If, like I said, if that's your position, right? Because, mind you, when we were having this conversation, I was still using the Jiraiya thing. But if, and maybe I'll have to look into that. Maybe it's not anime only and it is manga, sure. But if that is your position, right? I think it's fair. Based on how you're breaking it down in its representation, that's fine. I completely understand it. But like I said, based on my own personal research and the things that I've found, right, I would come to the conclusion that it's not something that happens. That's what I would do. That's me personally. And there's another conversation, and I'm gonna look for it actually real quick. I'm going to look for it. Hey, Anime Matrix, stay around for this conversation because it kind of covers some points that me and you were talking about. I just didn't get a chance to text it to you because, like I said, some of your stuff was incoherent, so it was hard to respond to when there's so many people to respond to. Wake up, new Ab-Stract video. Shout out to Yonin, that's my dog. Okay, so real quick, guys. And okay, we're going to get into this too real quick. All right, move the conversation forward. Then it makes sure, yeah. Can I hop on chat with you, bro? I'm not toxic. You'll be surprised. I'm pretty chill. I hope so. You're helping his argument. I might appear unhinged, but I'm chill. That's hilarious. It doesn't matter because the video topic is soul crushing. I love Powerscaling. Let's have a talk, bro. You seem nice. I'm dope, man. Hey, you know what? Hey, Animatrix. Put your Discord in the chat. Today's really about going through the comments as a whole. I know I offered you to come up, but like I really have to get through all of this shit because there's some good in here, there's some bad in here, and there's some stupid in here. I think yours falls in between good and bad. Well, no. You know, I would say yours is mostly good because it is based. You just have to understand where I'm coming from. I'll just say that. So in Multiverse, they have some spiritual energy so they can indeed see Bleach. See, hey, Red, did you watch the video, Red? I ain't see you comment, nigga. Did you watch the video? I ain't see you comment. You can turn on nightlight on your device too. I'm sorry I appeared unhinged. I'll be chill. Hey, I appreciate that, bro. First impression absolutely does matter. Rev is right. Okay. Sometimes Powerscaling be getting me worked up, but at the end of the day, it's opinions and stuff. Facts. Yes, I'm 20. Okay, see, you a young nigga. See, that's what... I knew it, bro. I'm not laughing because like that's like an insult or anything like that. It's just telling, bro. Here's the thing. I've been around for a little bit. I know a Discord nigga when I see one. By the way you speak, by the way you interact. I know a Discord nigga when I see one. That's not an insult. I'm just not into it like that. I'm only a part of one Discord chat, and everyone in that Discord, well, I will say the majority of people in that Discord chat are 25 and up. There's a reason for that. But hey, you a young nigga. I get it. Why? And I understand. Hey, facts, bro. Yo, Ab, check my earlier comments. Rev, can you say it again, bro? Because, well, actually, I can probably find it. First impressions matter. Ursa's right. You're helping his argument. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's not a good concession. Yeah. So, like, the thing is this. If I am conceding to what you're saying, then it is for a fact in a state of limbo. Because you're also saying you don't know. Right? But mind you, my argument is that we only see it when jutsus interact. Right? And to combat that, we have the aliens like the Otsutsuki and Hagoromo. Those aren't ninja. Those are different use cases and scenarios. Hagoromo is literally a ghost traveling through time. We cannot use him as the bar or the barometer for normal people. Okay? Jigen dying. Jigen's an alien, right? Momoshiki implanted karma after he died. This would intimate that it is his soul, right? But I understand. Oh, Ab-Stract, you can't claim it's his soul. Fine. Naruto power scalers told me that. Whatever. We can't claim it though. Right? So all this really does at the end of the day, if you know, you know, man. If you know, you know. I hope I found that comment though, Red. All right. We all make fallacies from time to time. It's funny because there's such a concept as fallacy, which is funny to me. That's hilarious. It states that a claim can be a fallacious and still be true. Therefore, printing out the fallacy isn't itself a fallacy. Okay, cool. Your Discord is Gabriel56. Oh, wow. Gabriel. Interesting. You would pick an angelic name. So we have Luna Ursa, a.k.a. Uriel, and you're Gabriel. Gabriel is God's right-hand man, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, Ab-Stract, do you do Dragon Ball versus Bleach? I don't do Dragon Ball versus Bleach just because I have a lot of respect for Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z was one of the OG anime that I also grew up with. And I just keep Dragon Ball Z in a tier by itself. I don't really like to get into Dragon Ball Z versus Bleach. It's not my favorite thing to talk about. I love Dragon Ball Z as a franchise. I wouldn't put them against Bleach characters. I talk about it a little bit, but not like anything crazy. Nah, his style of power scaling wouldn't allow for it. This is true. Anime Matrix, if you stick around long enough, right? Because I like you. You came off a little hot as far as the comprehension and stuff like that. Mind you, nothing in your breakdown had to do with reading comprehension. It was more argument-based, debate-based. Nothing in your argument that I said had to do with my reading comprehension or anything like that. So you came off a little hot, but I do like you. I like most people. I like you though, right? But yes, if you stick around long enough, you'll get familiar with how we do scaling here. We look for things that lead to truthful or positive conclusions. We look for things that lead to those conclusions, that lead to them, right? If I'm doing a video and the research is showing that every time ninjutsu is happening, they're seeing spirits and interacting with spirits, that's what it's going to be. That's what the evidence is pointing towards. When we get into this conversation with Yhwach, we're going to go deeper into spiritual energy and stuff like that. We're going to go deeper into it. We build cases based off of consistency and accuracy, things building on each other. I talk a lot about pyramiding inferences and how people do it incorrectly, right? If you don't understand what pyramiding inferences is, pyramiding inferences is essentially when you take a premise that doesn't have a lot of backing or foundation, and then you start asserting more premises as if the first premise was true. That's pyramiding inferences done incorrectly. Pyramiding inferences done correctly is finding those blocks, those truth blocks, right? And then stacking those to come to a valid conclusion. Two different ways to pyramid inferences. You can do it the right way or the wrong way. I like to find supporting evidence and build claims and posits from there. Is Ab-Stract perfect? No, he is not. Can he be wrong? Yes, I can. No problem admitting that. I'm not, is what it is. All right, I'm going to read and comment a little more, then we're going to get into DVD Yhwach's comments. We literally see a Shinigami several times in Naruto meaning. And see, here's the thing about that, Rev. Here's the thing about that. The deaf god is an entirely spiritual being. It would have to be. It can interact with spiritual things. They can't see the deaf god. Anyways, shout out to Grid. We got Grid in the chat. Shout out to Grid. Shout out to Grid. Shout out to Reverend Grid. Shout out to Ursa. What are we talking about? We're talking about the video that I just posted not too long ago, Soul Crush being a problem, crossverse. All right, let's get into the next set of comments. Now, if you guys don't know DVD Yhwach, I've interacted with him on Twitter and in the comments. For the most part, he is a pretty respectful guy. For the most part, he's a pretty respectful guy, but he has very strong feelings, which is absolutely fine. So his first comment is at 710. Being harder to seal due to chakra quantity is resistance to spiritual attacks. Number 2, clones scale to the user, and Hiruzen already showed slightly superiority to the Edos. Being fatally injured reduces chakra quantities as chakra is both spiritual and physical energies. 10.5. Madara rescinds the Edo contract without being allowed. Cool. So these are all his points. We're going to address them. He says the Edos having no spiritual resistance claim is odd, since the ability to control Edos is contingent on the caster's proficiency. Orochimaru, upon getting a Zetsu body, had the strength to bind all the Edo except Hashirama, who was too strong for him, and Kabuto is stronger than everyone he summoned, excluding Madara. He then says this is like saying Aizen's inability to kill Tatsuki via Soul Crush, despite his vastly stronger Reiatsu and Reiraku, means that Reiatsu's strength doesn't scale to spiritual defenses. Conqueror's Haki clears. Nice. So, his first thing, being harder to seal due to chakra quantity is resistance to spiritual attacks. Laugh my ass off. That's not resistance. That's Minato maxing out. Do we understand the difference? Let's go to this. 710, right?
Really make you more resistant to spiritual attacks.
Hold up. Let's go to this.
Not because the fox was resisting or fighting back, but it's portrayed as a tug of war, with the Reaper using the strength available from the caster to pull out the target's soul. But when we look at Minato versus the Ninetales, Minato only took half of the Ninetales. Not because the fox was resisting or fighting back, but because to him it would be physically impossible to seal the entirety of Ninetales' power, as well as wanting to leave the rest of Kurama's power in Naruto. So from this we understand two things. Number 1, having more chakra doesn't necessarily make you more resistant to spiritual attacks, just harder to completely seal because of the amount of power that one would be trying to seal. Number 2, the appearance of a tug of war is only due to how the technique is portrayed, but nothing indicates that the fox could oppose Minato despite having more chakra. Think about it like...
Okay, is that understood by everybody? Being harder to seal due to the chakra quantity is not a resistance in itself. No, that would be the character with the hacks maxing out on what they can perform. That's not resistance. He then says clones scale to the user, and Hiruzen already showed slightly superior to the Edos. So, I say go ahead and tell me that Hiruzen had more chakra than the Edo Kage and Orochimaru, then go ahead and prove it. Because my point's about chakra playing a role in efficacy. Right? So let's break that down too. He says clones scale to the user. That is irrelevant about the clone scaling to the user. That's irrelevant. My argument, and see, this is what people need to understand. I don't know if sometimes like when I say things, it just goes over people's heads or they're listening to just listen for what they want. But I thought I was extremely clear, right? What we're arguing here is how chakra affects the efficacy, meaning the ability to produce a desired result. How chakra affects the efficacy of soul-based techniques. Minato has less total chakra than the fox. The fox could not resist Minato's attack. Facts. The only thing that could happen was Minato not pull out all of the fox's chakra because Minato maxed out, right? Tobirama and Hashirama as Edos would have more chakra than Sarutobi. Mind you, Sarutobi did a technique that divides chakra, which means he's lessening his chakra pool. He's dividing it. Even though they have more chakra than him, the efficacy being the ability to produce a desired result, and that result being pulling out their souls, the efficacy was not affected by how much chakra they had. Right? Cool. I hope we understand that. He then says being fatally injured reduces chakra quantities as chakra is both spiritual and physical energies. Okay. When was this established? Who has ever shown to have less chakra when they were fatally wounded and didn't use chakra prior? I need to see that. Because I understand that's a thing in Bleach, because Bleach actually scales with Reiraku and Reiatsu. We've seen it in Bleach. Oh yeah. I have not seen this in Naruto. His other point, Madara rescinded the Edo contract without being allowed. Madara rescinded the contract because Kabuto allowed him to keep his free will. Understand something. When the Edo are being summoned, they don't have a choice. When the Edo are being summoned, they cannot resist. They show up when Master calls, right? When the Edo souls get into an Edo body, that's no longer, spiritual resistance is no longer a part of the equation because now they're in a body. So Hashirama resisting and Madara being able to do whatever they want is because Kabuto and Orochimaru were either too weak or I don't know. They don't really tell us the reason why Hashirama could resist. First off, they never get into that. But we can assume it's like, it might be based on will. I don't know. But either way, once they're in their bodies, the soul conversation is out the way. Their soul conversation is out the way. Right? Because Kabuto allowed Madara to keep his free will, which is why Madara could fight how he wanted to fight, which is why he had time to rescind the Edo Tensei contract. If it's contingent upon the caster, that means, okay, well, let me read his thing again. He says, the Edos having no spiritual resistance claim is odd since the ability to control Edos is contingent on the caster's proficiency. Orochimaru, upon getting Gazetsu body, had the strength to bind all the Edos except Hashirama, who was too strong for him, and Kabuto is stronger than everyone else, than everyone he has summoned, excluding Madara. If it is contingent upon the caster, that means the spirits themselves don't get a say, which is why the resistance claim holds up. Did everyone just get that? He's saying the Edos having no spiritual resistance claim is odd, since the ability to control Edos is contingent upon the caster's proficiency, right? He's saying to control them, but it would also extend to even summoning them, right? So my rebuttal is, if it's contingent upon the caster's proficiency, that would also mean that the spirits themselves do not get a choice in being summoned if it's contingent upon the caster. The spirits don't have a say. They literally get manipulated and have no choice in the matter. Sure, Hashirama resisted after being summoned, but he was in fact summoned like everyone else. That's the point you need to hold on. That's the point you need to hone in on. Hashirama was summoned like everyone else. He was summoned. He was brought forth. He made a special appearance. Kabuto is stronger than everyone he summoned. Now, you guys have heard me say this before like a broken record. Strength in Naruto is a misnomer for better ninja. There is no measurable standard of power to determine stronger than everyone he summoned. There's no measurable standard of power to determine he's stronger than everyone he summoned. He has better techniques. He knows Sage Mode. What is stronger though? Is stronger higher chakra proficiency? Is stronger more chakra? Is stronger better ninjutsu techniques? What is it? It's not one of those things. It is a combination of all those things. So saying Kabuto is stronger than everyone he summoned is a bit misleading. It's a bit weird. So yeah, strength in Naruto is literally a misnomer for better ninja. There is no singular thing that makes someone stronger. Only a combination and mixture of various things. Kabuto can die from a kunai just like Madara or Hashirama. Facts. His last thing. This is like saying Aizen's inability to kill Tatsuki via Soul Crush despite his vastly stronger Reiatsu and Idoku means that Reiatsu's strength doesn't scale to spiritual defense. Conquers Haki clears. All right, so Aizen wasn't attempting to kill the kids in Karakura Town, number one. He was just walking around living his life. Aizen had a specific plan for what he wanted to do to the kids in Karakura Town. What he was doing was walking around playing cat and mouse. He was literally just chasing them. This wasn't Aizen flexing his Reiatsu to try and kill them. This was just him existing. That's number one. If he deliberately tried if Aizen deliberately tried and failed, you'd have an argument. But that was just his base existence killing them or killing spiritually weak people, right? That was just his base existence killing spiritually weak people who got too close to him and incapacitating spiritually awakened people. Mind you, Aizen also lowered his own power. He also lowered his power too. Where's the other conversation? Oh, he made multiple conversations. That's what it was. Okay, let me find the rest of this because he made multiple things throughout the video. Let me find his other stuff because we get into it. We get into it a lot. Let's see if I can find him. Okay. All right, where's he at? These are the first couple comments I'm thinking. I might have passed them. Give me a second, y'all. We're going to find his other set of comments real quick. Now, there is one person in here, guys, who gives a really good argument, and I want to dissect his and go through it like point by point. It's a lot to read, but he puts his work in. He puts that work in. Okay. This is the rest of me and his conversation. All right. So DVD Ute comments, the Naruto thing is such an arbitrary distinction. Ichigo didn't see his mother's soul leave her body after death, or Aizen and Gin didn't see that Reiatsu crushed. Wait, what? Or Aizen and Gin didn't see that Reiatsu crushed human soul leave their body upon death. So does that mean he can only see spirits under certain conditions? It's an attribution fallacy to assume since, and see, here we go. I know he's a young nigga. Let me stop. Let me stop playing. Everyone who does a fallacy isn't a YN. But like, it's very telling because this shit didn't start until the Discord and New Age power scalers started coming about. I swear to God, it didn't. It's an attribution fallacy to assume since no one sees souls leaving the body, then they can't see souls under normal conditions since we don't even know if souls leave the body upon death in Naruto. Right? So his claim is essentially what Anime Matrix's claim was. Right? We don't know what happens after death. Yeah, this is arbitrary conditions placed on the verse, and via Occam's razor, there we go. Another young nigga thing that they always say. Occam's razor, Hickson's razor, all that shit. Assuming Naruto characters can see spiritual entities. Okay, so he takes it a step further, though. He says if souls leave the body upon death in Naruto in the first... wait. He says, since we don't know if souls leave the body upon death in the first place, essentially, it's more reasonable to assert that they could. You would have to prove why certain jutsu conditions allow spiritual matter visibility in the first place. So that's a good rebut, as the last part, at least, right? Assuming, no, I don't like that. But that part right there, I like that part. That's a good rebut. So I respond with, you're missing the point. And I distinctly say spirit and soul because I understand this point would go over heads. I distinctly say spirits and souls in the video because I understand this point would go over heads. Bleach humans can see spirits with Inareriku. It's a natural thing and requires no third-party means. In Naruto, they only see spirits when jutsu make it possible. If the argument is they can see spirits, then show us that void of ninjutsu interaction. Because if you're just using ninjutsu, then you're coming onto my side. If you're only using ninjutsu as the medium, then you're saying what Ab-Stract is saying. Mind you, I even gave this series another out by specifically looking for use cases of spiritual defense or manipulation. Sadly, they came up short. Explaining why Naruto characters can see spirits when jutsu is involved is not my burden. That being true isn't dependent upon a proof. The proof is literally in the pudding. Let me say that again for the niggas in the back. Explaining why Naruto characters can see spirits when jutsu is involved is not my burden. That being true isn't dependent upon the proof, which is literally in the pudding. We literally see it. Literally, we see it when it happens. But we get into it because I don't mind. He says, thanks for the clarification, but I disagree with this notion. This is still a special pleading that adds arbitrary constraints. I agree that no Naruto character sees souls on a regular basis, but that in no way can be applied to the limits of shinobi and not just the nature of spirits and spiritual matter only being exposed when exposed. Only being exposed when exposed. Assuming spirit visible. See, people need to type better. I'm gonna just say spirit. Assuming spirit visibility is dependent on jutsus is assuming that jutsus, on top of interacting with pre-existing spiritual matter or creating new spiritual matter. He worded that really weirdly. I wish. Okay. Well, let's do it again. Assuming that jutsu, on top of interacting with pre-existing spiritual matter or creating new spiritual matter, that should have been a comma, not a period, also gives shinobi the newfound ability to see spirits. So he's basically saying jutsu interaction. I'm assuming that because jutsu interaction is taking place, it gives the shinobi a newfound ability, which is to see and interact with spirits. Right? Also, jutsu just means technique. So saying that shinobi only see spirits with jutsu requires proof of what conditions the jutsu enacts to allow spirits to be visible. Otherwise, with no further clarification, a shinigami using shikai can be considered a jutsu that allows spiritual matter to be seen. So after mulling this over, because mind you, I do think this was a good way to come at this, right? The Naruto guys are all hung up on them being able to see spirits. And I can understand why, right? The series is very ambiguous with a lot of shit. Chakra specifically, but also seeing ghosts in spirits. So I can understand why this is such a point for them, because here's the thing. They know they're getting their ass kicked on the spiritual manipulation and resistance. So the only thing they have to hold on to is seeing spirits, right? I get it. So I say, you know what? I think you just helped me get closer to this. Naruto operates off of physical and spiritual energy. That comes together and is known as chakra. But both those energies can be operated by themselves as well. I postulate that the reason they can see souls is because physical energy is involved in the process. The users of soul-based ninjutsu are always alive humans, which would mean they're using physical and spiritual energy when performing techniques. Genjutsu is primarily something that falls within yin release, which is spiritual energy, and no one can see the chakra or energy of a genjutsu. Save for maybe those with the Sharingan. Let's run that back. Because this is when Ab-Stract starts to fucking cook. Let's run that back. I postulate that the reasons they can see souls is because physical energy is involved in the process. The users of soul-based ninjutsu are always alive humans, which would mean they're using physical and spiritual energy when performing techniques. True. Genjutsu is something that primarily falls within the yin release, spiritual energy. True. And no one can see the chakra or energy of a genjutsu. True. Save for maybe those with the Sharingan. The spirits of Jiraiya, and also, mind you, this is, again, we can get Jiraiya out of here, right? The spirits of Jiraiya and Osmo would also be completely spiritual beings that didn't have any influence of physical energy, which is why they were completely imperceptible as well. True. This is if the Jiraiya thing happened, but I don't even know if I want to count the Shikamaru thing now because, like I said, that's more of an outlier. Naruto thought he felt something, and Shikamaru had a hunch his sensei was looking over him. It would make sense if other jutsu like Ino's operated like this as well. No one is able to see the mind transfer jutsu. True. Which would really just be concentrated, which would really just be a concentrated chakra attack taking over someone's body. True, because chakra is spiritual energy. Ino's mind transfer jutsu is her putting her consciousness in another person's body. You cannot see that attack. You physically cannot see that attack. It is invisible to people. In fact, unless it's in high concentration, ninja can't even see chakra. True. So I'm thinking raw spiritual energy. I'm thinking that raw spiritual energy is imperceptible to ninja. Also, ninja being able to see a shikai is hilarious. So yeah, also ninja being able to see a shikai is hilarious. They see jutsu because of the high concentration of chakra, not because it's a jutsu. They see jutsu because of the high concentration of physical energy and spiritual energy, not because it is a technique. Let's do that. That's a name fallacy for you YNs out there that like to use Discord. That's a name fallacy, right? It would be technically too. So this is where common ground is met, right? I largely agree with this. The only contention might be to you, your spirit creatures. I'm pretty sure one of them is noted to be entirely made up of spiritual energies, and Shikamaru can see it. It's impossible to find a definitive answer, I think. But my interpretation is that just like how in Bleach, particularly strong and dense souls can be touched, in Naruto, dense spiritual matter can be seen. Right? So we found some common ground. I like finding common ground with people. Mind you, when I engage with people, the disrespect only comes when I am also disrespected. And even then, I try to keep it as peaceful as possible because I'm not on that type of time. I'm not on that energy. Like how me and Annie Matrix just kind of hashed this out in the comments and in the comments. He started off hot, but I think we found common ground within that conversation. So I already have experience with DVD Hute. He's not been disrespectful. He's cool. Common ground. He largely agrees with this, right? And if I have to explain to anyone why the whole physical energy thing would also help in the manifestation of seeing things, we can do that too. So my response to that is, I'm glad we could get some common ground. Check out chapter 207. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. This is my Bleach channel side. Oh, I already have it up. I'm nice. Let's go. Okay. So let's analyze what happens with Shikamaru and these creatures, right? Mind you, the claim I just made. So Shikamaru starts to dodge and his hand gets bit by this creature. Shikamaru throws some shuriken at it. We see this shuriken does have an impact on the creature and it physically can alter its composition. The shuriken goes through right here, hence the indent, and then flies out matter, right? He says that white thing, it bit off my physical energy. It bit off my physical energy. And here we go with Chakra interacting with Chakra again, by the way. From the looks of where my shuriken went in, they must be semi-substances, just chakra with an appetite. He says they're probably mainly comprised of chakra made from spiritual energy. So in search of stability, Okay. So in search of stability, they're starved for physical energy. So he calls them semi-substances or chakra with an appetite. Shikamaru hypothesizes that they're mainly composed of chakra made from spiritual energy. Right? This all aligns with what the fuck Ab-Stract was talking about, by the way. So I say, glad we get some common ground. Check out chapter 207. Shikamaru says they're mainly composed of spiritual energy, but he's able to throw a shuriken at one and the shuriken have an effect. Not that it hurt the creature, but the shuriken interacted with it. You can see an impact go through in the beginning and residue of the creature exited. He calls them semi-substances, so spiritual enough not to take any physical damage necessarily, right? But physical enough to be seen. What are your thoughts? And then the last thing is, because his last point was, it's impossible to find a definitive answer, but I think, he says, I think in Naruto, dense spiritual matter can be seen. My response to that is, so then you would be saying that pretty much all souls are dense spirit matter. The series doesn't really give us any basis for that though, but okay. So yeah, there's that aspect of it, right? We understand that in Naruto, chakra is, of course, physical and spiritual energy. No one can see raw chakra unless it's accumulating in a lot of because even Data's attack of the sea, whatever, the one that's like microscopic stuff. Mind you, the Sharingan can see that no problem. but no one can actually see chakra visibly. Unless it's like in really, really high amounts. So the spiritual energy claim, mind you, my claim of them being able only to see it when that physical energy is mixed in with it, does actually hold up. It actually holds up. Okay, cool. So we got him out the way. Now there are some other conversations in this, and I'll start by going straight down and responding, now at least. Let's unpin that. Okay, I always knew this, but I always hated how they never bring it up. Like they can't crush the other characters with it. Ichigo having enough Ryatsu to replace the Soul King, that being the stands at the linchpin for multiple universes. Who could realistically resist a soul crush from Ichigo? Aizen couldn't even sense him anymore. Facts. Yep, to fight Bleach characters is like needing a license or reviewing a job application. If your series can fight like Bleach or like other series like Yu Yu Hakusho, then you're good to go. And the actual debate starts. Facts. Listen, the first step is, can you resist Soul Crush? And then the fight starts. If not, you get soul stomped. Also, you should make a tier list of verses that can interact and or compete with Bleach. Yu Yu Hakusho, The Seven Deadly Sins, and Rimuru are great examples, but I believe there are others too. Completely true. What happens here? Any debates going on here? Oh, okay, yeah. So someone asked the question. So MC Builder says, I'm behind on Seven Deadly Sins. They have soul attacks. True. Also, we still need a way to gauge how strong the individual souls of both verses are to determine if Ryatsu takes effect or not. It's hard considering I don't think other verses have an effect similar to Ryatsu. So I respond with, Bleach makes it easy because we can actually scale the power of souls via AP and DC. Me and a friend of mine, aka Ignil, have been going back and forth for Seven Deadly Sins for a while now, actually, LOL. The last serious instance of soul crushing was Grimmjow by Aizen. And so what I mean by that is Grimmjow to Aizen is really the last instance where we see soul crush being asserted on a powerful individual for you can say like an extended period of time. Not enough to kill Grimmjow, but enough to like make him fall to his knees and feel it, right? If you want to use the Yhwach one, that was Yhwach just flexing, so I don't really count all that stuff. But Aizen to Grimmjow is the last instance that we've seen, right? So, ergo, the soul of an individual would need to be stronger than where Grimmjow scales. The soul of an individual would need to be stronger than where Grimmjow scales to withstand someone like Aizen's Ryatsu. The issue is most verses have soul power. Most verses don't have soul power on that level. The thing I'm asking is, though, how do we determine who does and doesn't have a soul as strong as Grimmjow? Bleach doesn't give us a static way to measure soul strength, and the feats of other verses are near exclusively physical or magical, not soul. Right. And so here we go. This is the right question for a very unsatisfying answer. I'll start with one-to-one examples. Dragon Ball Z and Yu Yu Hakusho, to my knowledge, have shown to have a direct one-to-one from physical stats to spiritual bodies. So what we would do is use feats and scaling to establish people at Grimmjow's level or higher. I personally have Grimmjow right now at town level AP, and that is what we would use to scale. C to D class demons in Yu Yu Hakusho would scale below Grimmjow, coming in around wall level to large building level, and thus be soul crushed like he was getting against Aizen. High B to S class demons high B to S class demons likely wouldn't even notice these effects because they scale from mountain level to beyond, right? Same thing with Dragon Ball Z. Anyone that outscales Grimmjow by a considerable margin would be fine. Those who don't would be victims. And mind you, keep in mind, this is only talking about Aizen and Grimmjow back then. This isn't talking about Thousand Year Blood War Aizen, who got much more powerful. But that's all we can use. So necessary minimum, right? My methodology uses the strongest character we've seen affected and scales that across the board as a minimum. So all of us would need is for their soul's power in the form of AP to be higher than Grimmjow's level to resist spiritual pressure of Aizen's level. Mind you, AP because that's the only thing we can actually quantify, AP. I hope this makes sense and answers the question. So, I hope we all got that. His question was basically, how do we scale the souls of other verses and stuff, right? Why I said it's a good question with an unsatisfying answer is because most verses are not going to have a character's soul using attacks. They're not going to have the strength of the soul using an attack, much less in the form of AP. It's very rare. Only some verses will actually do it. But the methodology would be, if we're talking about soul crush, which directly affects the soul of the person, right? We would take the strongest person we've seen. It happened to being Grimmjow from Aizen. Scale where Grimmjow's at. Mind you, I have Grimmjow at town level AP as a bare minimum. Far likely higher though, but bare minimum town level AP. And the answer is, if your soul hasn't shown town level AP, because that's all we can quantify, if it hasn't shown that or to scale to that, then I'm sorry, you are a victim. That's essentially what this was. So I hope all that made sense. But yeah, that was a good back and forth. What else we got? Senjumaru completely destabilized multiple adjacent dimensions on screen by applying the full breadth of her power. Has made this a genuine elephant in the room. Facts. Didn't even need to bring Senjumaru up. I lie to you not, the bottom 3 Espada are enough. He says, for real though, in fact, the Gente Gaijo and Lieutenants are enough. Yeah. Actually, very true. The Espada would be overkill. The scariest part is that she said the slightest use of her power. This video is Bleach down player and Naruto power scaler's kryptonite. Ugh, say it again. Always good to see a channel for the first time that actually knows what they're talking about. That actually know ball. I'd want to add that even if you're in the same tier, as a Bleach character physically, be it planetary, galaxy, multi-galaxy, universal, low multiversal, and some level, and show some level of spiritual resistance, that doesn't mean you're about to take them on. Being planetary, oh wait, where did I go? Okay, yeah. Being planetary and being able to see ghosts, touch, or survive a basic soul interaction doesn't mean you're suddenly able to take a full spiritual attack on par with your physical form. Facts. This video was just to remind niggas that Soul Crush does exist within Bleach, right? It's also to remind people that it is the actual first hurdle that you would have to overcome. Mind you, when we do Bleach versus other verses, when I say in the beginning, we omit this to move the conversation forward, I wasn't just talking out my ass. We do omit it to move the conversation forward, right? So this is exactly correct. A character displaying Nanao level spiritual feats with Kenpachi level physicals feats doesn't mean the character could suddenly take on Kenpachi and win. Or a certain spiritual attack being able to damage souls working on characters to little with no resistance to spiritual attacks doesn't mean it'll suddenly damage Ichigo. The Toska Blade being effective in Naruto first doesn't mean it'll be OP against a captain. Exactly true. Its function can be performed by a basic Shinigami's Zanpakuto. And by that, he means the interaction, not, of course, the ceiling and all that stuff. But he's correct. Lastly, I want to say Bleach power system is such a problem to most verses, 99%. That's why people choose to claim verse equalization. True. So I don't believe people don't talk about Ryatsu Crush. They just use verse equalization to deflect the downsides. True. They can't just say, oh, our verse doesn't have chakra or our verse doesn't have nen because except your favorite verse is about multiversal robots and stuff. Then every verse has a soul. Okay. A side note for anyone that brings up Aizen's theory about Dangai Ichigo. Oh, we got to get into this Dangai Ichigo shit, man. I've seen too many comments about this whole Aizen said physical attacks and all this other shit. We're going to get into that too. Ichigo at that point was a soul, so he was working based on spiritual energy. For example, the strongest captain physically is Kenpachi, while the strongest captain with spiritual energy is Ukitake. It doesn't mean Kenpachi isn't using spiritual energy. He is simply converting it into raw stats, unlike Ukitake, who would dish it out into attacks or techniques. Dangai Ichigo was literally a soul at the time, so I don't know how it makes sense to you guys that he was only using physical energy. If he was, then he wouldn't exist. We're going to cover that. Let me fucking highlight that, bro. Let me highlight that. We're going to, man, oh man. I'm going to highlight, we're going to do an experiment, bro. I'm not even going to go over this now because there's a conversation that happens. We're going to go over it then. Thank you. They need to nerf the verse and disregard the fundamentals of Bleach just to make it fair. That alone should shut down power scaling arguments. True enough. Yeah, Bleach fans must nerf the series in order to have a conversation about who's stronger. No lie. Yeah, no. More like misconstrued statements that are obvious hyperbole so that the verse can remain relevant. Biggest example being the universal realms. All right. My rebuttal to that. I haven't misused or construed any statement. I took the things that the source material gave us and made a comprehensive video about it. Use examples from this video if you're going to critique. You can't say people take things out of context and misconstrue and then go to an example that I've never used within the video and say, you misconstrue things and you take things out of context. The biggest example is universal realms. Okay, stick to this video. What in this video did I take out of context, misuse, or not have an understanding of? That's what you would want to do to critique somebody, but he doesn't reply to that. We got JJ saying, so far, only Brook and Big Mom have soul feats. Meanwhile, in Naruto, Pain's human path couldn't even take Konohamaru's soul. Come on, bro. Even then, not all soul hacks are equal. Even if Pain could extract Sage Naruto's soul, it doesn't mean he has defense against offensive soul attacks. Both Naruto and One Piece treat soul hacks as something that's extremely dangerous and potent despite Chakra and Haki having spiritual properties. Reaper Death Seal, Rinnegan soul hacks, Don soul ability, Edo Tensei are all treated as special high tier hacks. Facts! Same for Big Mom, Brook, and Law. Also in Japan, spiritual doesn't equal soul. Spiritual in Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, etc. often means spirit as in fighting spirit, willpower, or mental power. Similar to how in English we have sayings like, that's the spirit. Let's do something to lift our spirits. True. Bleach specifically clarifies their spiritual equals soul based on top of what I mentioned before. Facts. So yeah, a lot of good, a lot of bad, and a lot of stupid. We'll get to that stupid though. Are we going to act like the outer path doesn't exist, which spits the soul dragon from the Getomazu to siphon souls away? It also drags souls from the Pure Land. Pain did this. Even the human path absorbed Shizune's soul and other countless shinobi. What about the Naraka path? It does the same thing. So comments like this from my guy Nacho are kind of weird. Like the comment itself is weird because it kind of just comes out of nowhere. I say, yes, soul-based abilities exist in Naruto. I don't think I understand your point, though. What are you saying? Okay, that's right. Oh, I was responding to JJ, who downplayed soul manipulation in Naruto. Understood. He says, question, do you think Bleach mechanics are universally binding in the sense that every fiction will be subject to the Bleach rules? Very good question. I like Nacho for this. Very good question. My response is, I think we should use extreme judiciousness when broaching a subject like that. That's why for this video, I looked at many possibilities as to what would make someone resistant under Bleach's rules. And that was a combination of Bleach mechanics, such as having spiritual awareness, and power scaling tools like shown feats of resistance or manipulation. So no, every verse doesn't have to follow Bleach's rules automatically. It depends on what's being discussed, because in some instances, Bleach may find itself beholden to another verse's rules. That was a beautiful question, and I think I gave an appropriate response. He says, I actually agree with the need for extreme judiciousness. Cross-verse mechanics shouldn't be assumed to auto-apply. I agree. That said, I think the key is functional equivalence rather than strict rule adaptation. I like this. Reiatsu Crush Reiatsu Crush is about spiritual dominance, not raw power. I'll keep going. Reiatsu Crush is about spiritual dominance, not raw power. So if another verse has demonstrated spiritual awareness, soul interaction, or resistance to similar pressure-based feats, then the interaction becomes valid. Likewise, Bleach characters aren't automatically immune to other verses mechanics. So it's less about whose rules dominate and more about whether the conditions for the mechanics are satisfied in that matchup. I like that. That is a good response. If we treat Reiatsu Crush as an auto win, that would be a no limits fallacy. Not necessarily a no limits fallacy, but I see where it's coming from. Now my question is, does Reiatsu Crush invalidate raw stats? Here we go. Mind you, he's having a separate conversation, so I'm going to go down until where I reply. I respond with, that was beautifully said. We stand the same on the matter. Does Reiatsu Crush invalidate raw stats? From the information I've seen, the answer is yes, and I'll explain from how I understand it. Your Reruku is the power of your soul, or your tamashi. Rev, Grid, you know what I'm talking about. Kai knows what I'm talking about. Your Reruku is the power of your tamashi, your soul, and it gives off energy like a generator. Once that power gets strong enough, you will start releasing Reiatsu, which is a pressure or force from your spiritual body. That energy, when intentionally or unintentionally, because we've seen both, that energy, when intentionally or unintentionally directed, attacks the spirit/soul of the opponent, and we have several examples of this. Yami, after performing Gonzui, was passively killing Tatsuki. Aizen can simply walk past people and obliterate their konpaku. He states it's their spiritual bodies that can't withstand being close to him. This would mean their physical bodies are irrelevant to their spiritual defenses. I hope all that made sense. Nacho says, agreed. This is yes, externalized soul bodies versus flesh bodies with spiritual cores. Facts. Souls in Bleach are independent, while in most fiction, souls aren't separate from the physical body. Kind of iffy, but I think I get what he means. About Soul Crush invalidating stats. I agree. Raw stats do not automatically protect you from soul targeting mechanics, but they do change how far those mechanics can go. I'm a little iffy on that one, but let's hear him out. But still, just because you're planetary and can tank planetary attacks doesn't mean you're immune to soul hacks. Facts. Though I can see a character resist to a certain degree. It all depends. If a character has a soul, has will, has conscious agency, has a stable identity, then they already possess baseline soul cohesion. How Jordan might power through with will alone. Okay, yeah. So Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, might be able to power through Reiatsu Crush with will alone. Most shonen anime have no answer to Soul Crush, and it's unfair. LOL. Facts. It is unfair. No, yeah. So I respond with, again, we stand the same on the matter. Soul Crush is pretty unfair, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, LOL. To your point, I could see some characters like Luffy or Emu maintaining their soul's form of structure through willpower. Not that they wouldn't be affected. Oh, that's me having typo issues. Not that they wouldn't be affected, but through will, they would outlast most regular people affected by Reiatsu. Let me say that again. I could see people like Luffy or Emu not necessarily resisting spiritual attacks or Reiatsu Crush, but I could see through the strength of their own will lasting longer than people who have lower willpower or whatever. But in the end, they would succumb as well because the pressure being put on their souls would just be too much. And they haven't shown any defenses yet. Mind you, this is assuming One Piece, even has those interactions. So that was a little good back and forth that I enjoyed with Nacho. That was a good one. Very, very polite, very nice, good questions, good hypothesis. This video had a lot of, let me back. Blow my nose a bit, y'all. All right. Yeah. This video had a lot of different type of people commenting, which I did appreciate. Okay. TJ TJ Project says obligatory Dragon Ball mention. I believe Dragon Ball characters would have an innate resistance to soul attacks. The biggest piece of evidence for this is that when a character dies, their soul retains all the power they had in life. This means ki is 100% a soul-based power. Now that's an interesting one, because prior to this, I didn't really like I said, I don't really involve Dragon Ball in Bleach's affairs. So I didn't really consider it. But I responded with, this is actually a good point. Their souls do in fact train on King Kai's world and come back to the living world, which would mean their soul bodies are one-to-one to their spiritual bodies. Remember that whole Grimmjow thing? Nappa outscales that Grimmjow. Well, no, does Nappa actually outscale that Grimmjow? I don't know if Frieza outscales that Grimmjow. Therefore, Frieza would be unaffected by Aizen's reactor because his soul body would actually be a one-to-one with his physical body. At least that's how I took it. Dragon Ball stands undefeated. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, no, I like Dragon Ball. I don't like to, do too much with Dragon Ball. They get grace because they're my childhood. They got a place there. What else we got? Something I want to add is the fact that even if opposing... Oh, wait, did I already read that? No, I didn't. Something I want to add is that the fact that even if the opposing verse has shown some level of spiritual resistance or defense, it literally doesn't mean you can suddenly tank against a Getensho or defend against it. Right? Because, well, that one... So, here's the thing. Reishi-based attacks, or Reiriku-based attacks, or I'll just say spiritually manifested attacks like Getsuga Tensho, we know they have an impact on the physical world, right? That don't always bypass the konpaku, that don't always reach the konpaku first. So I understand what the headless star is saying, but there is some nuance in that as well as far as spiritual attacks. Nice video as always, man. Gotta show more respect to Real to Crush. Facts. Yes, sir, Shinigami. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I wouldn't want to see Bleach work like Naruto, LOL. Imagine a villain from Naruto summoning Aizen or a random Shinigami or Hollow, but turning off their personality and forcing them to sign a so-called contract of enslavement, bro. Nah, the Naruto-verse afterlife is just crazy. You can't even rest in peace. Facts. Laugh my ass off. The way you said that was hilarious. Yeah. Nah, the Bleach afterlife fucking dog shit, because whatever you do, there will come a time when you go to hell. Well, that's really only for captains. After reincarnating again and again. And even if you go to Soul Society, you will be present. You will be a peasant anyway because you did not spawn near the Soul Society or rich noble family. True. The Bleach life or the Bleach afterlife is technically just as bad. Great video on soul crushing. A unique aspect of Bleach verse. People just ignore it to get into the fight. Very well explained on Ryatsu Soul Crush. Appreciate it. All right. The Stuffing Drawer says, even if she was knocked out beforehand and then her soul was sucked out, Tatsuki would appear with a soul chain connecting to her body. If I remember correctly, her soul chain has not been broken yet. At that point, she can resist and fight back to return to her body. There is also no Pure Land that instantly sucks souls of the dead straight into it. You could also argue that Tatsuki in her soul form would be the distraction needed to interrupt Reaper Death Seal. Oh, okay. He was commenting on the Reaper Death Seal thing. So yeah, there's so many levels to Bleach Soul interaction, it deserves its own video, which I might be doing. We'll see. Underrated as fuck channel. Bleach gets heavily downplayed so much, and it's amazing seeing guys like you scale it correctly and explain how it works. I appreciate it, Morpheus. Or Morphicus. I appreciate it. Great video. You're right. Spiritual pressure needs to be acknowledged more. I notice a lot when Powerscaling, Bleach, and cross-verse debates. It's often downplayed a lot, either by equalizing the verse out of fairness or just outright being disingenuous towards the writing and how the power system functions or scales. Bleach's power system is solid and consistent to comprehend, and it should not nerf or degrade itself just to prove one's own agenda. I agree. Kamui AP, amazing in scaling vid as always, my man. All right. So this guy right here, variable anomaly. This conversation right here is Without a doubt, this is the best argument I've heard about this. Mind you, we're still going to get into Ichigo and having physical energy, or whatever that argument is. We're going to get into that. But I want everyone to lock in for a variable anomaly, because he has a lot to say. So, he starts off by saying, spiritual bodies are not souls in Bleach. They're a separate body to the flesh body of humans that house the soul. When that body dies directly, the actual body made of reishi is left behind as a corpse. Usually there are exceptions in certain cases. Hollows consuming body and soul, or purification of hollows, or indeed captain level Shinigami's souls being trapped in their own reishi bodies, such that it doesn't decay and they have to put them to hell instead via the hell chapter. Or indeed situations like the Turn Back the Pendulum flashback, where Halification's soul suicide destroyed them, and the lack of bodies and only clothes remaining was so weird, the whole thing had to be investigated. And the souls then passes on to reincarnate as humans. Literally the whole of Bleach is built around this lore. I hope everyone got that. What does this functionally mean? He says spirit bodies don't exist in other series, usually. There, we're seeing just the soul, raw, or the raw soul. So he's saying spirit bodies, aka konpaku, don't exist in other verses usually. He's saying in other series, we're seeing just the raw soul. Most of the time, some others do actually have this as a mechanic. Dragon Ball, for example, right? Notes how the spiritual body can be destroyed in the afterlife and leave them unable to be sent back, right? He also mentions Yu Yu Hakusho. He says, but most of the time, it just isn't a thing in general, including for Naruto and One Piece. Meaning, this whole interaction is moot for them in particular. There's no spiritual body that Reiatsu can attack in the first place. And very little in Bleach by design interacts directly with the actual soul itself that passes on. Though Quincy arrows do knock them out of the reincarnation cycle after killing the spiritual body. But a club outside question clarified this is only for hollows, hence why Yamamoto wasn't erased by Yhwach, right? He then says, hilariously, because of how this actually works, there's zero indication in all of Bleach that anyone has ever actually seen a real soul. The only thing they've ever seen is the spirit body made of reishi. Notably, translations hide this fact a bit. But basically, there's a concept in Japanese lore and outright made clear in the kanji in Bleach that notes how there's an ethereal soul, the hun. This is what the hollow Shrieker hid in the boy's body. If you guys remember in Bleach, Shrieker put a boy's body inside a parakeet, or a boy's soul inside a parakeet. So, where was I? Yeah, there's an ethereal soul called the hun. That's what Shrieker put in the parakeet, and the soul body, the po, which normally stays with the flesh, but in Bleach instead makes up the spirit body. So, the po, religion folk, the po, the soul which does not leave the body after death, compared to the hun, which does. The hun, the soul which goes to heaven, as opposed to the po, which goes down to the earth with the body after death. Those two kanji make up the word konpaku. In fact, the two kanji that make up the word konpaku, in fact, they're made up of the kanji for both hun and po, for example, which makes sense since it is both until it dies, and the hun leaves the po behind to reincarnate, while the po decays into reishi normally to become the matter of the soul society. He says a lot of this is naturally lost in translation. You can find a pretty good summary of this if you look up Bleach Souls Explained on Reddit, or here it goes through, that also digs into this specific kanji. Okay, cool. So, what he's essentially claiming here is that, number one, no one in Bleach has really seen a soul themselves. Number one. Number two, Reiatsu Crush wouldn't interact with Naruto or One Piece in particular because Reiatsu Crush interacts with the spirit body and not the tamashi, which would be the actual ethereal soul of the spirit body. He's saying, I'm repeating myself just to make it clear, because this was a lot. This was a lot, but it was necessary, right? He's saying Reiatsu Crush would fail because it is not interacting with the tamashi. It's only interacting with the body of the person. Now, I respond with Ukiyoda says Yami is crushing Tatsuki's soul. This would be going completely past the physical body, overpowering her konpaku, and then doing damage to her soul. This is why I say it's 2 layers of durability negation and why it's dependent on however the series chooses to depict the soul, right? Because like I said, or like he pointed out, Dragon Ball does have spiritual bodies. What the fuck's it called? Naruto has shown more so the tamashi or the hun. I say it's worse if the series doesn't have a system like Dragon Ball Z, 7 Deadly Sins, or Bleach. If the other series just have bare souls and no spiritual bodies to even scale stats, then they might as well be naked in the winter. I hope that made sense. He says, no one in Bleach has seen a soul. I say, can you explain what Gonzui is? Or what Aizen stole from Rangiku? LOL. Oetsu says he makes Asawichi by layering countless souls. That's what he says. I then say, I'm familiar with the nuance of the soul terminology, but this doesn't contradict soul crush. At the end of the day, it's the power or force of one's soul that generates Reiatsu. Then that pressure can be used to harm another, particularly weaker soul, spiritual body. And if the gap in power is wide enough, crush the other soul. But I get your point. There's a lot of nuance in this. Wouldn't say it changes anything though. So that's just the first half. He then says that's kind of the issue with the lost in translation part. The abstract soul, the tamashi, the corporeal soul, and the konpaku that has both are all often translated as soul. You have to know which they're talking about at any given time. Generally, however, very little in Bleach touches the abstract soul directly. The only thing I think stated to directly destroy it was the giant spear, which is why Aizen wanted to use it on Rukia. That would destroy both layers and release the orb. Otherwise, she would reincarnate with the Hogyoku if she ended up dying without that means, effectively making it lost forever. It's why it was either that or the spell that extracted it and put it directly, okay, which doesn't actually touch it directly so much as reach it. Basically, those were his only options in that case because so little can actually harm or destroy it directly. He says, as for Gonzui, that's the full konpaku. I disagree with that, as is pretty obvious. Hollows literally eat the spirit bodies. That's how they amass souls, which is why they rip out the full konpaku with both layers and eat it whole. which is how they amass, mass or reishi, because only the spirit body itself has that. Hence why when they keep eating, they grow up till their mass starts shrinking again as they go up the levels of evolution, and then even get past that point where they start growing further. Again, in the case of that light novel hollow guy who became the light novel hollow guy who became a Vasa Lord, and then kept getting bigger and bigger. Okay, so his rebut is that Gonzui attacks the konpaku and not the tamashi. That's all you guys. That's all you really need to understand in this part. He's saying Gonzui attacks the tamashi. He's saying Gonzui doesn't attack the tamashi. My fault. He then says, this is kind of the general issue. Reiatsu Crush affects the spirit body, not the soul itself. For example, there's a case in the start of Fate Katakura Town where everyone first shows up, and outside the barrier, 13 kilometers away, apparently a bunch of hollows are chasing a spirit. Since the sheer amount of pressure of that many captains and their bodies collapse. Okay. People need that. Punctuation, guys. Punctuation and grammar. Because now you got me making it look like I can't read, but this shit is really weird to read. I get what he's saying. He's saying, since the sheer amount of pressure of that many captains was there, it caused the spirit bodies of those hollows to collapse. Which checks out since it's a sensing issue. The spirit next to them couldn't sense it and was obviously weaker than those hollows and was fine. As was literally every other human outside the barrier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked fighting in the human realm like that. Because most people can't sense the energy to actually be harmed in their spiritual bodies by it. It can be blanket. It can't blanket affect the abstract soul generally, or that would have been a much larger problem in that case. Real quick. Rev said, nah, bro, lost me. Hey, yo, no, I promise y'all guys, I promise you, he's making sense, but we're gonna dissect, go more. Okay, so I say the more you type, the more I'm hearing how broken Bleach souls are. The thing is, most series don't have souls as complex as Bleach, but they certainly have forms that Bleach souls do have, particularly incorporeal souls. The argument becomes if other series souls are of a higher spiritual or metaphysical level than Bleach konpaku. So that's not the full argument, but that's an argument within itself. I say I'll engage more with this when I go live, but I love your energy and counterpoints, my dude. I love his energy and I love the counterpoints because he didn't come out saying, oh, Ab-Stract, you don't know shit about Bleach souls, this is that and the third. No, the man in great detail stated his problem with what I said. He explained the difference between the Po, the Hun, and all that other stuff. The Po being the Reishi body technically, the Hun being the ethereal soul, all that stuff to make up konpaku, which is both of those things together. I like all that stuff. He then says, not really. Like to use Naruto example, he says the Reaper Death Seal by all indications would work to pull out the Ab-Stract soul from the corporeal soul on at least normal spirits, Dead Quincy and Fullbringers, and even Shinigami and Bleach, because they have an Ab-Stract soul that could be extracted and stolen. Because they have shown no defense against that, we're going to get into it. Except maybe Captain Class people that can't leave their own bodies after death. So what he's saying is the Reaper Death Seal interacts with the ethereal soul or the tamashi, right? He's saying that because Bleach souls haven't shown defense of their tamashi, the Reaper Death Seal, which reaches in and grabs the tamashi or the hun or the ethereal soul, would work on everyone that isn't a captain because technically Captain Class Shinigami can't leave their bodies after death. That is what he is saying. Where were we? Yeah, which only maybe means they're stuck in them in some metaphysical way that maybe makes pulling it out harder, not impossible. But given how little we know of that, hard to say for sure there. So that's a dicey argument he's saying. So he's saying it's not 100% foolproof that it will work on captains, but it's up in the air. It's not too dissimilar from pulling it out from the Edo bodies in that sense, even. Showing directly it works on more than just conventional human bodies. Mind you guys, in this case, he is saying the Edo bodies are the tamashi of what Bleach konpaku would have. If Bleach souls have konpaku, the tamashi would be the equivalent of the Edo Tensei's soul, the ethereal soul. He says there's just because nothing in Bleach has shown the ability to touch it doesn't mean they have defense for it. It's an issue of nothing being able to try because they have no natural skills that allow it. Like a lot of the series that don't actually interact with the Ab-Stract soul, Bleach is just more complicated by the fact that everything interacts normally through the Reishi body instead, which is basically just a second body that would function the same as the other series' normal bodies. I hope he's making sense to you guys. He's making sense to me. He says, to grant a defense for their Ab-Stract soul, we would have to see something that works to directly harm it be countered in some way innately. Not say blocked like with Ichigo stopping it in that one case when it was prepped for a thoroughly drained Rukia. To then again, he's talking about the Sokyoku here. To then gain a new form instead of to attack again and it having to be destroyed by prepped items from Shunsui and Ukitake. Like the Naruto cases, finicky as those were, as noted in your video, in fact, the other series lacking these Reishi bodies to interact with means they have no internal soul body to harm generally. Not that this, and if you guys need to go to the comments and actually read what he's saying for yourselves, you can do that too. But I lost myself. Okay, yeah. Like the Naruto cases, finicky as those were, as noted in your video, in fact, the other series lacking these Reishi bodies to interact with means they have no internal soul body to harm generally. Not that that works in Bleach anyway for humans directly from what's seen. We see the Fullbringers killed in that arc appear fine and with no scars in Soul Society later after all. Even Giriku, who got bisected, only their human bodies got destroyed in those cases. And for some reason got taken to the Soul Society. In Ginjo's case, and Ichigo had to get it brought back at the end of the arc. Okay. So yeah, them being killed with Zanpakuto sent them directly to the Soul Society, much like how hollows are killed and sent to the Soul Society as well once their sins are cleansed. So that answered that part. He says, granted, such soul-affecting abilities would likely work different for hollows. They're more complicated, being a mass of consumed souls. However, depending on how much they ate, though, if we look at the core souls that might be negated, for example, even the Arankar got purified, in a few cases sent to hell, which should extract and pass on all souls they consume. Part of why in the light novel they let the Arankar go after the EOS, since running millions of souls through the unstable reality at that point would have been a massive strain as they tried to make Yhwach the new Soul King. Hard to say for sure in that case, though, since it's not directly covered. Right. So my man knows what he's talking about, right? He has a lot of knowledge. He has a lot of information. And I enjoy shit like this because it's a new perspective. More so knowing the fact that the way he's presenting the information, I like that. I like the way he's presenting the information. So, Ab-Stract's rebuttal. Now, mind you, my rebuttal is short because, like I said, I'm trying to engage with everyone. So I can't spend a whole lot amount of time breaking down everything he just said. Mind you, I'm here today to do that. So if my responses are short here, it's because I'm responding to everybody. I say, well, we know their abstract souls, being their tamashi, actually interact with each other and can even use techniques. This is how Isshin's soul could protect Masaki's when her soul was being overtaken by the hollow. Kisuke took a part of his soul and it stayed with her until she died. But again, you bring up good points. I'll definitely review this live. Hence. He then says, is that what that is? Or is that the inner world, which we know Quincy have access to as well, since part of Yhwach is in each of those two? Not helped that the inner spirit is there too, which is just their own soul, as is the blade is meat. Basically saying it doesn't help that Zanpakuto can also enter the mindscape world, which is actually the soul world. We're going to get into that too. So that would suggest it's a higher mental layer there. Ultimately not clear to me though. He's saying that when Masaki, so let's go over this real quick. When Masaki was bitten by White, right? And he injected his remnants into her, what was going to happen to Masaki was she was going to die from soul suicide. The hollow that was in her was corrupting her very soul, and it was going to cause the soul to die from soul suicide. The boundary between both would be broken, and she was going to die from soul suicide. That's what was happening. The solution to this was add a quote-unquote antibody, being Soul Reaper Reiatsu, Soul Reaper Reruko, which comes from the tamashi. So what Isshin had to do was impart a part of his soul onto Masaki's soul. Now he's saying, well, I don't know if that was the mindscape world or whatever, but I'm saying that if soul suicide is what was happening, mind you, this isn't a konpaku issue, this is a tamashi issue. Her soul was going to kill herself from the inside. There's no way it could be the mindscape layer, because we know Isshin's soul had to interact with hers in order to stay off the hollow's soul, White's soul inside of Masaki. Mind you, Isshin is able to perform bankai in that realm. He's also able to take his Zanpakuto with him and use techniques. The balance sure is an aspect, but that's bound by extraneous techniques, similar to storing things in the abstract soul, which is done a few ways. Indeed, Isshin's connection transferred to Ichigo when the hollow passed to him. It basically kept with him until, from what we said, Ichigo gained the Shinigami powers, throwing off that balance, and thus the connection ended. Though actually, fair point bringing that up. That's another way the abstract soul is destroyed. Soul suicide. Facts. When the balance is thrown off with various aspects, though it can be reapplied as Urahara discovered somewhat trivially, just adds a mod soul and a Quincy arrow somehow to the balance to save the visors, at least. Though a living Quincy posed the problem that required a Shinigami becoming human and losing their powers to fix it. So this would also mean that when the visors got attacked by the hollow and they implanted their souls in them, We're gonna get to it. I'll get to there. So yeah, this was my response just yesterday because, like I said, responding to a lot of people, don't have a lot of time. But he brought up a lot of good points, so I wanted to make sure that I was engaging with him through and through. So I had to do a little legwork, but I'm back. And everyone can do this. I'd like everyone, when you have a chance, to go check out Bleach episode in subbed 113. Now, we understand that Kubo said, let me take a drink. We understand that Kubo said he started checking the Bleach anime scripts during the beginning of the Soul Society arc. Let's make sure Ab-Stract's not telling a lie. Let's do this real quick. Let's make sure Ab-Stract is not telling a lie. When did Kubo start checking Tite Kubo began taking an active role in checking and correcting the Bleach anime script around the time of the Arrancar arc. Do we have the actual Club Outside thing? Because that's just Google's first response. Google could be wrong. I don't know. Oh, come on. Y'all making me do a lot. Y'all making me do a lot. Y'all making me do too much to find this simple answer. Come on, man. Where are we at? Come on, man. Where are we at? This might be the only one. Titanic Tuna, catch you later. I'll keep the stream up for views. Hey, I appreciate that, Tuna. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey, yo, shout out to Tuna, bro. Shout out to Tuna. Yes, if you're leaving, keep the stream up just for the views. Help your boy out. We doing good. Shout out to fucking Tuna, bro. And take it easy, Tuna. All right. Damn. Where is it at? Do I have to go through all of these? All right, listen. Just take my word for it. I don't want to spend too much time. Just take my word for it. Kubo started checking the translations. The scripts around the time of the Arrancar arc. So, like I said, I had to do a little legwork, but I'm back. Check out episode 113 in subbed. This is the raws of the words being spoken. Now, here's the thing. Me and Variable would have. Well, I'll get there. I'll get there actually. So, what this says is, Yami, hey, the fact that my Gonzui didn't make their tamashi escape means that whether it's out or hidden, there must be surely some power in their konpaku. This is what Yami is saying when he tried to use Gonzui on Tatsuki. Mind you, his whole thing is that Gonzui attacks the konpaku and not the tamashi. Konpaku being the corporeal soul body containing the tamashi. The tamashi being the ethereal, intangible soul. Or I don't want to say intangible, but tamashi being the soul. So this is the raws, right? I used a Japanese translator conversion text thingy. This is the raws spoken from the anime. And the reason we're using the anime is because ding, 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 Ab-Stract literally just confirmed that that's when Kubo started checking this. That's when Kubo started checking the script. So I believe we can place trust in what was being said at the start of the Arrancar arc. Yami says the fact that it's translated words, but this is clearly a little off. The fact that my words don't make their tamashi escape means that whether it's hidden or out, there must surely be some power within their konpaku. Ukiyoda says, look properly, idiot. Just by you approaching, the tamashi is on the verge of being crushed. Y'all don't fucking deserve me. Hold up. 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 Hold up Let's do that again. Yami says the fact that my whatchamacallit doesn't make their tamashi escape means that whether it's hidden or not, there must surely be some power in their konpaku. The fact that my Gonzui didn't take her tamashi, being the ethereal soul, aka being the soul that technically Naruto and One Piece people would have, the ethereal one, must mean there's some power in her konpaku. What would be the power? The power would be the tamashi. Why? Because the tamashi generates generates reiruku. So, Ukiyoda saying, just by you approaching the tamashi, ethereal soul is on the verge of being crushed. This is fucking dude. When I have discussions with niggas, this is what I want to see. He came with a very strong point. He wasn't rude about it. He wasn't gloaty about it. He wasn't an asshole. He simply said, Ab-Stract, everything that you're saying here is probably wrong based on the fact that souls in One Piece and Naruto aren't konpaku. Cool. Now here's the thing. Innately, I knew I was right, but I will say this. He did make me do legwork. That's important to know. He did make me do legwork because knowing you're right is one thing. Proving you're right is a whole different thing. I knew I was right in my assessment. Why? Because here's the thing. Gonzui could very well just be taking the konpaku. But if it's taking the konpaku, it is also in essence taking the tamashi as well. I don't personally believe it's taking the konpaku. I don't personally believe that. I believe it is skipping right past the konpaku and taking the tamashi. That's what I believe. Just based on how Gonzui visually looks. Those don't look like konpaku to me. So I knew I was right in that sense. But also the fact that the tamashi is what generates reiruku, right? The ethereal soul is what generates the spiritual power. Since that generates that, and then through the konpaku, reiatsu itself is generated. I just used backscaling. I just used the reverse logic of it. Okay, cool. If tamashi, and mind you, if tamashi generates reiruku and konpaku generates reiatsu, then in essence, if there is a stronger tamashi generating reiruku, which would generate reiatsu, then it would also be having an effect on that other person's tamashi as well. Not just the konpaku. Mind you, the tamashi lies within the konpaku, right? Mind you again, the tamashi, which generates reiruku, would tell us how strong you are in Bleach. So if everything is stemming from the tamashi, you would necessarily be overpowering the konpaku, which is being generated from the tamashi, which is generating the reiruku. I'm too fucking nice. Basically, is what I'm saying. So, where were we? So, you can do the research yourself. Episode 113, right? Screen record what Ukiyoda and Yami are saying. Put it in a Japanese transcriber. Where's Mugetsu? If Mugetsu was here, he'd translate this shit. But anyways, the words being used here are tamashi, which is ethereal soul. Meaning that her soul didn't get sucked out because her tamashi was strong. And her soul didn't get crushed because of her tamashi being strong. AKA her reiruku, which comes from it. Now, He says, I can't speak to the sub kanji. Doesn't appear for D+. I don't know what that means. He says, it sounds correct listening through, but can't confirm via the manga either. And here's the thing about the manga. I've been looking, if anyone has, or if anyone can find the raw manga for Bleach, it's Japanese. I would greatly appreciate it without having to buy it. I don't even know where I would buy it. But if anyone can find the raw manga Japanese translation for Bleach, I would love it. I would love it. Because here's the thing. There's no way that, well, no, not there's no way. I won't say there's no way. I'll say it is highly unlikely that they would be only talking about her konpaku. It's highly unlikely. Anyways, he says, could check it out, but the immediate concern is it doesn't mesh with the lore. Again, Ab-Stract soul destruction. Hey, that's my name. Say my name. Say my name. Ab-Stract soul destruction is so dire they had to genocide the Quincy for it, which required the killing of hollows with their arrows. It takes a mere imbalance of 20k normal human souls to cause imminent destruction via the final arc. So you have to factor that in for any general ability like this. Yami was wiping out hundreds easily by the anime. Possibly he didn't draw the reishi in with it there, and the souls are still in him, I guess. But hard to say for sure without digging into more. I'd particularly want to know what the data book's kanji says on the matter. There are several ways to read this sequence, the most obvious one being the tamashi is what makes up for the good taste of the konpaku, since hollows are literally drawn to those with high spirit power in the first place to consume. Meaning literally more power equals better taste by default. So they put more emphasis. Okay, yeah. So they put more emphasis on that in the direct conversation, in this case, outlining why the taste was crap for the masses. So the point being here is that the tamashi, ethereal soul, is what makes up the good taste of the konpaku. That's assuming they're taking the konpaku though, but that's not what's being said here. I'm sorry, that's not what's being said here, right? What's being said here is the fact that my words don't make their tamashi escape. That's what's being said here. The fact that my whatever doesn't make the tamashi escape means there must be some power in their konpaku. That's what's being said. But he's saying Yami would be taking the full konpaku and the tamashi, or the hun. That's what he's saying. And he's saying that based off of the taste of it not being good, he's talking about the whole thing. That's why the taste is bad, because he's taking the whole thing and the tamashi itself isn't good. All right, where were we? Since hollows are literally drawn to those with high spirit power in the first place to consume, meaning literally more power equals better taste by default. So they put more emphasis on that in a direct conversation, in this case outlining why the taste was crap for the masses. Same thing, but much more significant on the being crushed end here. Tatsuki almost got drained with Gonzui, which he outright says is because there's some power in the konpaku, which basically auto-negs for anyone with some spiritual energy. I disagree with that. Did that draw out some of the Reiatsu she had, making her weaker, or the process make her vulnerable to getting crushed? So the question is, because Tatsuki did just have an assault on her soul, being like the manipulation of her soul almost leaving her body, did that make her weaker, or the process make her more vulnerable to getting soul crushed now? Fair question. He says, because she survives far better against Aizen, specifically lowering himself to be sensed as a transcendent, which is why Ichigo going full blast was doing nothing 2 levels above them while being closer. Though in that case, she was at least converted to Reishi. True. And he was rocking power so hard, anything that got too close was getting atomized. From people to items they tossed at him. A normal ass dude walked up to him in that state and couldn't sense the power that he was giving off, but his konpaku detonated anyway. This leans to this case example more than any souls being harmed there. Little harder to follow, not gonna lie. Little harder to follow, even for me, just like reading this again. Ugh. So we get into Ab-Stract's breakdown. Yeah, I also can't seem to find any original manga source. I really can't. The thing is, Yami absorbing the tamashi and soul-crushing Tatsuki wouldn't necessarily be soul destruction. Yes, both could lead to her death, but the spiritual destruction of her tamashi would be unlikely. Think about the instance you already named where the hollows were destroyed outside of Karakura Town. Their konpaku were completely destroyed, yet this likely had no impact on their reincarnation cycle. So his argument is that he's saying, mind you, where's it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Okay, yeah. So, yeah. Here we go. Sounds correct listening to it through, but can't confirm. Yes, his argument is the impact eating all those souls would have on the world of the living, right? But he's assuming soul destruction at this point. Ab-Stract is saying absorbing the tamashi and soul-crushing Tatsuki wouldn't necessarily lead to soul destruction. It doesn't have to be the case. Destroying the soul via absorption or eating it versus crushing the tamashi doesn't have to mean soul destruction. You can't reincarnate. I'm saying those two things aren't mutually inclusive. Hence why Yami can absorb all those souls and not throw off a balance of the world. Hence why the hollows that got exploded outside of Karakura Town, they can explode, their konpaku can die, and we won't see their tamashi, but it still not impact the world, right? I say usually I stay away from data books, but in this case, I agree with you. I'd actually like to see the kanji myself. My thing is this. Gonzui takes both konpaku and tamashi. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Gonzui takes both konpaku and tamashi. Wouldn't it make sense for it to still take souls across other verses as well, presuming my provided raw scans are incorrect? But like I said, I believe them to be correct because this is when Kubo was starting to check the actual scripts of the anime. I believe them to be correct because this is when Kubo started to check the scripts of the anime. Tatsuki resists because her hun, tamashi, provides Reiruku power. As Yami says, power in their konpaku. If her hun were untouchable, Gonzui wouldn't fail against strong souls because hun strength is anchoring the konpaku. So basically, what I'm saying here is that if Tatsuki's, if it was the case that Gonzui didn't just target the tamashi, all that would be taken is the konpaku. Or all that should be taken is the konpaku, right? But Tatsuki's tamashi, and I'm going to use these words consistently so we know what I'm talking about. Because this guy knows what he's talking about. So we have to be clear here. If you don't know, catch up. Tatsuki's tamashi has power, has spiritual power, that is, Reiruku. And that is what I'm saying is what anchored her to, that's what anchored her konpaku to her body, right? If it is the case it takes both, well, number one, it would just take her konpaku. But the fact that she has spiritual power, that's what's allowing her tamashi to be anchored to her konpaku so she can resist it. Is basically what I'm saying. You guys can go check out this by yourselves too if I'm not making too much sense here. I hope I am. Well, yes, tamashi is what generates Reiruku, and from there you get Reiatsu, which increases the strength of the spiritual body. Yami says something to the effect of, whether it's hidden or out, your konpaku must have power. The power in this context would have to be her tamashi, which generates Reiruku. Now, let me go back to where he says it would be an auto neg or something like that. Because I want to keep everything in context for you guys. Where does he say it? Auto neg. Okay, yeah. So he says same thing, but much more significant on the being crushed in there. Tatsuki almost got drained with Gonzui, which he outright says is because there's some power in the konpaku, which basically auto-negs for anyone with some spiritual power. So he's saying basically, even if Gonzui can attack the tamashi, the fact that Tatsuki has spiritual power means it would auto-neg anyone that has spiritual power. I say I don't believe it would be an auto-neg though, because the strength of one's tamashi has shown to be a one-to-one to their spirit bodies and abilities. We already covered Ishin using his Bankai when fighting White's Tamashi and Masaki, but there are other examples like Ichigo and all the Visors having to subdue their inner hollows as well. Mind you, all the Visors got infected with hollow Reiatsu or hollow Tamashi, which fused and mixed with their souls. The way that you subdue your inner hollow is a fight within yourself, right? Because its soul is trying to conquer and dominate your soul. We literally see as much when Ichigo is training with the Visors. So those are all Tamashi fights or ethereal soul-based fights. We already covered Ishin using Bankai when fighting White's Tamashi and Masaki, but there are other examples like Ichigo and all the other Visors having to subdue their inner hollows as well. In fact, Ichigo uses Bankai and it outwardly manifests as he's fighting White. So I don't believe just having spiritual power would do it. Even regular people have spiritual power, right? Let's get that clear. Regular people have spiritual power, yet Gonzui worked on them without issue as well. The level of resistance is equal to the strength of their Tamashi's power. So, how do we quantify Tamashi power? Feats. Feats. And as far as I can tell, Naruto Tamashis have no feats. One Piece Tamashi have no feats. That last part's a good question, and I think both answers are good. The thing is, though, it's not like Yami was trying to soul crush Tatsuki, yet she was still dying slowly. So an applied and directed attack of Reiatsu should yield the same result of attacking her Tamashi in a weakened state. Because remember, he was saying that... he was basically saying that, was she being soul crushed because her soul had almost just left her body and she was weakened or whatever? I'm saying that you could throw either or, but also it's not like Yami was actively applying or trying to soul crush her in the first place, right? So I say, good job catching the Reishi conversion. People forget these subtle details. Heck, sometimes I do. I agree. We've seen spiritual pressure be directed before and target individuals. So them being close to Ichigo makes sense. Souls being harmed there. If you mean the Soul Society, I don't understand why the same thing wouldn't happen in the world of the living. Honestly, they would be less protected there since they wouldn't be completely Reishi. If I remember correctly, he says something. What does he say? Hold up. Souls being harmed there. Where did he say that? Souls being... Oh, yeah. He says a normal-ass dude walked up to him in that state and couldn't sense the power that he was putting off, but his konpaku detonated anyway. This lends to the case example more than any souls being harmed there. So I think he's saying that souls have a higher probability of being harmed in the actual soul society. All right, if you're still with me, nice, but I haven't been able to, I haven't replied to this yet. I'm gonna get to the comments too. I haven't been able to reply to this yet, so this is where it ends for me. He says, my general leeriness with granting that is literally how hard it is to touch the Ab-Stract soul directly in the series. That's built in hard to the lore. So I'd find it odd that hollows have a general ability in Gonzui that would do only that specifically. Even for just the unpowered, especially as they literally eat reishi. So if you guys don't remember, that was to my question of, since Gonzui attacks the konpaku, and that brings the tamashi with it, would that technically still work across verse? I mean, this is just me asking his opinion. I think it would, but I'm just asking his opinion. And he says no for the reason that he just said. Yeah. He then says, granted, this evidence does lend at least some credence to the possibility, at least presuming their conversation is not referencing, as I noted, the tastiness of the abstract soul. So this is good because ground is being given and ground is being taken on both ends. I think we've both been respectful. I think we've both been charitable. I think we've both built a solid foundation for what our arguments are and where they're coming from. Mind you, his whole thing started off that let's do a quick recap. His whole thing started off that Bleach souls do not interact with the tamashi, right? So therefore, Soul Crush, Gonzui would not work. Ab-Stract's counter evidence was, well, the direct raws in the anime literally mention tamashi. Literally do. And why can we trust that? Because Kubo started directly getting involved in that in the Arrancar arc. He directly started getting involved in the Arrancar arc. So we can trust the words that are being spoken as tamashi and konpaku being distinctly different, and that those two abilities affecting those two things specifically. That's where we are. Granted, this evidence does lend at least some credence to the possibility, at least, presuming their conversation is not referencing, as noted, the tastiness of the abstract soul, which is the source of power in Bleach, which is why I denoted earlier in the series as a flame inside Ichigo Shinigami body when it came up prior, as seen in that link I provided from the start. He then says, it's just weird Aizen would have so much trouble and need so much of a workaround if he could have had Yami just suck Rukia's abstract soul out of her. Once he imprisoned her in Soul Stone long enough to drain her powers completely. So let me highlight that. He said it's just weird. Yeah. Oh, I can't highlight it? There we go. Okay. So arguments like this just kind of lead to a lot of theories and headcanon. We can say it's weird a lot of things didn't happen the way we thought they might have or should have happened with newer information. We can say that, right? There's an innumerable number of reasons why Aizen wouldn't have had Yami come to the Soul Society. First off, when Hollows enter the Soul Society, their Reiatsu gets detected immediately. That's number one. He'd have every captain on his ass, especially in a Rancor of his level. He'd have every captain on his ass. Number two, maybe Aizen just didn't want to get the Espada involved. Maybe he thought him gaining Kaname would be enough. In fact, Aizen's plan was going perfectly. He had the means to get it from her and the time to do it. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why something didn't happen. We can't use why this didn't happen this way as evidence for something. That's what I'll say about that. He says that'd be the wonky bit. Can Gonzui be used in Soul Society itself to draw the abstract soul out of hundreds of spiritual entities as easily? And if it's that simple, why isn't the bigger problem generally? Because why isn't this a bigger problem generally? So, based off of what we've been talking about in the evidence I presented, since Gonzui does in fact attack the tamashi, yes, Gonzui would be able to draw out the abstract or ethereal soul of anyone in Yami's vicinity that was weaker than him, or substantially weaker than him. Their spiritual powers, that is. Excuse me. But I'll say this. It would probably work on the spirits that don't need to eat because they don't have a high level of spiritual energy. Spirits that need to eat, we can probably presume they'd be okay. He says, why isn't this a bigger problem generally? Because there's a lot of mook spirits where this could trivially happen to, and souls eaten by hollows seem to count as human realm souls apparently. I don't know where he's getting at. As the Quincy erasing them in Waking Moon required my ready to go on a massacre. Oh, counting as human souls like that. Well, no, I think the soul balance just has to be maintained through all worlds. It doesn't really matter if it's human soul or hollow. As long as there is an adequate number of souls in each world, that should be fine. And I should say tamashi, not konpaku. An adequate number of tamashi, right? This is why when Menos Grande aggregate and become I'm sorry, this is why when hollows aggregate and become Menos Grande, yes, they absorbed many souls, but in their konpaku died, but their tamashi still live within them. So it's still technically the same number of souls, even though they've been consumed. All right. Where we at? Where we at? Souls eaten by hollows seem to count as human realm souls, apparently, as the Quincy erasing them in Wickamuna required Mahito to go on a mass killing spree, filing the right paperwork to kill spirits in society and make up the balance. So this would be a straight conversion, and it takes them a bit to notice that sort of thing. Yes, it takes them to notice spirits disappearing and being completely destroyed. It doesn't take any time to notice that. It doesn't take any time to notice that an Arankar level threat is in the soul society. And mind you, like I just said, he's talking about soul destruction. And unnamed the variable, if you're watching this or if you come across this video, I appreciated the dialogue, man. It was really respectful. I fuck with your Bleach ball knowledge too. Where was I? Yeah. So he's saying, why wouldn't this be a bigger problem? Could Yami just go to Karakura? Could Yami just go to the Rukongai and start using Gonzui on the citizens of the Rukongai? Yes, it would effectively work the same. Because here's the thing. If he can if he can take konpaku initially anyway, and all konpaku is just the psycho spiritual or the physical spiritual. If he can take that anyway, which also comes with the tamashi, then yes, he'd be able to use it and take them and their spirits, yeah, or and their tamashi, yeah. As for the same thing not happening in the world of living, we sort of see this with Hollows, 13 Kamado's Way at least. They detonated, sensing that many captains in one place at least. Granted, not the same as walking up the Aizen and detonating when you couldn't sense it. Those would be reishi bodies at least, and I have to assume deaths like this don't destroy the souls or we'd have bigger problems. So this part kind of confused me because I also used an example of this to make my point, but he's using the same example to make his point. But we both agree that the death of the konpaku wouldn't be the death of the tamashi, right? But that goes into my point of Yami being able to eat those souls wouldn't also be the death of the tamashi. Because he's saying it would be a problem if Yami was eating hundreds of souls, the soul balance and all that other stuff. I'm saying, well, those souls aren't being destroyed. Just like those spiritual bodies were destroyed, konpaku were destroyed, but the tamashi was largely unaffected by it. So I'll have to review this. Because like I said, he's using an example that I made an example out of. But what he's saying more so goes to my point, at least in my opinion. Hey man, you need a better diet or some damn water. Hey Tay, I've been talking for about 2.5 hours straight, bro. I've been talking for 2.5 hours straight, my nigga. All right. All right. But again, one foe. Wait. I don't know what he's saying. I'll just say, but again, one thing's hard to say for sure. Not just because the translation stuff like this. Oh, not just because of the translation stuff this time, but honestly, a lot of weird edge cases in Bleach weren't covered. Like for the longest time, I assumed anyone killed by Quincy had their soul absorbed by Yhwach. Thanks to the various statements in the final arc. Just made the most consistent amount of sense with things like Basby saying every Quincy that died and foes harmed by them would have their souls consumed by him to make him stronger and keep him from reverting into a blind, deaf, and mute baby. Which also coincide with how Quincy texts erased the souls of hollows and nearly caused the cataclysm before leading to the genocide. Excuse me. So within the debate, I would call this like ambient information. He's not really attacking anything, but he's also not really confirming anything. He's kind of just putting points out there that are relevant, but don't really debate, provide proof to, or a refutation to either side. But But yes, from what I understand, Quincy's souls do in fact get absorbed by Yhwach. So then the friggin' hell chapter came, and Yamamoto's soul is in goddamn hell, despite being killed by Yhwach and his body literally erased so hard they couldn't find any part of it. So yeah, to me, this is what's happening to me. And hence the reason for Soul Funeral. Once Soul Funeral happens, right, and captains get sent to hell, that dense reishi is still the identity. That dense reishi, which is really just the soul of them, because remember, that's going to all come from the tamashi. That dense reishi is still the identity of that dead captain. So when Soul Funeral happens, they're either, in mind you, I haven't read this, so this is all speculation. They're either getting a new konpaku body or a new hell version body. We don't know though, or I don't know though. Despite being killed by Yhwach and his body literally erased so hard they couldn't find any part of him, I justified it at the time saying, well, maybe Yhwach didn't have time to fully consume someone as powerful as Yamamoto during the sleep periods he had after that, especially since he had so many to deal with in the war and also had to later adjust to the consuming of the Soul King's power. So maybe Yamamoto's soul got erased on his death. But nope, Kubo then answers in Club Outside that Quincy arrows are only designed to erase hollows, leaving me very confused that various statements in the final arc that implied the Shinigami that went down would be absorbed too. Yeah, no. From what I understand, Yhwach's only going to be absorbing souls that he actually imparted power to or that actually have his power. That's from what I understand. Sometimes, I guess, no matter how clever an answer seems, that seems to fill in the blanks. You can still be wrong, alas. Right. So yeah, shout out to my man, Variable Anomaly. Dope back and forth. Clean conversation. Dope back and forth. Let me know in the comments right now, whose side or whose argument did you think was stronger after hearing it all broken down? And I'm going to pin this. So if you guys want to see this dialogue, you can go through it yourselves. Oh, wait. Where's the top of it? Yeah, I want to pin this because I thought it was really good. I thought he had some really good information, some really solid points. Where is this thing at? So yeah, I'm pinning it so you guys can check out that conversation yourselves if you want to. But in my opinion, I think I proved, or I think I provided enough evidence that spiritual pressure and gonzui would affect the ethereal or the tamashi, or the hun as it's called. Okay, cool. So we're at a point where we've covered my biggest gripes or my biggest things so far. We went over animatrixes, problems and stuff. We went over variable anomalies, conversation really good. DVD Ute, really good conversation back and forth. We got a spot in the chat. How you doing, bro? Spiritual souls aren't bodies in Bleach. So yeah, basically, if you're just getting here, what we just broke down was the difference between the konpaku and the tamashi. Essentially, spirits in Bleach are made up of two forms. They have the konpaku, which is it's a soul, right? But it's the physical body soul. And then they have the tamashi, which is the ethereal body soul. What my good friend Variable Anomaly was arguing was that the tamashi, or the ethereal soul, what he was arguing is that most series do not have a konpaku, which is a physical spiritual body soul. Most verses, and particularly Naruto and One Piece. This is what he was arguing, right? He was saying that they have the ethereal soul, or the tamashi, and that therefore, since they don't have those, techniques and attacks can't really affect them because we haven't seen a lot of techniques affect them in Bleach. Ab-Stract's argument, and the better half of the last hour, maybe, or 45 minutes at the very least, was me going back and forth with that idea and not debunking it, but giving pushback where it was necessary. Because he has a lot of information. A lot of the things he said are true. But a lot of the things I just said were true too. A lot of the things Ab-Stract just said just now are true too. But that was that. Very good conversation though. We're gonna keep going because I wanna find this Ichigo physical energy thing guy because he is blowing me. Let's see if we can find him. Oh boy, that was a lot of fucking speaking. A lot of fucking speaking. Okay, the weakest verse in fiction. Okay, I already read that. I already read that. Underrated channel gets heavily downplayed. Facts. Love when Bleach gets the respect. One of my new favorite channels. That's dope. Appreciate it. Tomfoolery. Couldn't focus on the video due to your avatar aura farming. Let's go. Hey, yo, shout out to Rika Zofil. He's getting a lot of love. I fuck with that. He's getting a lot of love. Valkyrie says, Ab-Stract, please drink something. Stay hydrated. Appreciate it, love. Yeah, let me take a cough drop real quick, bro. Because I'll be going off. Hey, if you're new to the channel, the funnest things about my channel are literally the lives. So tune into the lives because this is where we turn up for real. Y'all saw how I just broke down that whole thing, that very nice back and forth. That's what we do all the time on live. I live for that shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We got variable anomaly in the chat. Let's go, my boy. Okay, hold up. He says, the conversation between Ishida and Hashirot covers how everyone touched by Yhwach's power, denoted by flash panels, the various Shinigami that were fought, would all be absorbed by Yhwach. This is correct. And Mayuri makes a comment saying that it's not just the Reishi, but the very power of their living souls. This is correct. Also, good cover of my comment generally. Missed the section that got you confused near the end, but generally good to see you friendly back and forth. Hey, no, facts, bro. Hey, listen. Anomaly, bro. You had, since this video has been posted, bro, you've had the strongest argument. You've had the strongest argument and my favorite. You've had the strongest argument and my favorite argument throughout this whole 7 days since this video has been posted, because you broke it down on a lore level and a crossverse implication level. That's important. The lore of the story, how these things work in context with each other, but also how these things would work cross-verse. Very important. So that was dope, bro. That was dope. All right, where were we? Have you ever heard of anyone? Have you ever heard any of the Dragon Ball Soul argument personally? I haven't heard many, nor do the ones I have heard make sense. Oh, I already read that one. Okay. I'm always down for some Isenglaze. Naruto fanboys and Kiev on Kiev might flood this comment section, so be prepared. I'm ready, bro. Many people use verse equalization to avoid complication that is spirit energy equals chakra equals haki, but it isn't equivalent to let the cow be a sphere or no air resistance or energy loss. Okay, he's making a comparison. I get it. Most of the times it doesn't change the answer, but sometimes it is necessary to know the definition of each power system in cross-verse fights. E.g., Haki is willpower, so to defeat a Logia, you'll need more willpower and also a more powerful attack than them. Spirits actually can't bypass regular matter in Bleach. That is misconception. Statement where Rukia says they can actually. Oh, statement where Rukia says they can is actually a mistranslation, and the only spirits that have been stated to be able to pass through regular matter were pluses because they lack density. What do I say? Okay, don't know if I understand your position entirely. Can you restate it and tag me? Now, mind you, I don't believe that I said anything like that in my video, so I don't understand. I understand what he's saying, but I don't know what he's arguing. Souls in Bleach aren't intangible. Only pluses are, and it's directly stated to be because they lack density. The only time souls can phase through stuff is via use of techniques. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't recall saying all souls are intangible, but you are correct in that statement. This is true. The delusion and assault in the comments are stronger than Ruto's spiritual resistance. Crazy. All right. Meaning Ichigo wouldn't be visible. Okay, this was also interesting. Let's get into that. He says, meaning Ichigo wouldn't be visible for Ichigo and Naruto, but they can still hit him and Ichigo wouldn't be able to ignore their regular durability. Okay. Now this last part about ignoring durability is something I need you to explain. We clearly see Gonzui and Reiatsu Crush totally ignore physical stats. He says, if I recall, we don't really know if anyone else besides Yami has Gonzui, and I don't recall Reiatsu Crush ignoring any stats. If the opponent is significantly stronger than you, if the opponent is significantly stronger than you, then you're going to get Reiatsu crushed. That's it. I respond with, literally any hollow can take out the soul of a human. Yami just did it from miles away. Aizen literally states their spiritual bodies cannot handle this power. Nothing about physical stats, strength. No offense, but did you watch the video? All right, yeah, because and I'm only saying that because like his contentions aren't uniform. Number one, and number two, I don't know if they're directly addressing what was in the video. So that's the problem I'm having with it. I don't know what he's attacking, and it's not uniform. All right. Okay. Let my voice calm down and chew this sore throat thing so I can get back to y'all. Give me a second. Also, Anomaly, bro. I don't know if you were here since the beginning, but I covered the beginning part of our conversation a while ago. And in the comments, you can let me know what you think about the evidence, just as far as Kubo saying he got involved with the anime scripts during the Arankar arc. Let me know what you think about all that stuff. But I do believe finding the raws would probably be more, not necessarily more reliable, but just as reliable, I'll say. Okay, he said something important. Where do we go? All right. Foxes says, what about Aizen saying that Ichigo discards all of his Reiatsu to gain more physical after Ichigo was able to see and touch transcendent Aizen, implying that if you are strong enough, you can see Bleach spirits and even interact with someone as strong as transcendent Aizen. No Reiatsu required. Okay. I respond with, I see this needs to be its own video because I've seen this type of comment too many times. To keep it short, the answer is no. No physical strength. Oh yeah, to keep it short, the answer is no. Physical strength wouldn't allow you to see spirits or resist Reiatsu, but I'll explain in depth in a video. Yeah, this is going to have to get its own video made about it because Foxes isn't the first person to bring up Ichigo being too strong for Aizen. We're going to get into it though. I'll talk about it here today, but it definitely has to be its own video now because I've seen it too many times. Noel says, I would also like to add that even if you want to argue that a verse can resist being immediately stomped by Soul Crush, you still have to deal with the fact that if the character in question isn't exuding enough soul power against the Bleach character, not only can they not hurt the Bleach character, but any damage they would have done would be reflected back onto them. Hilarious. Actually, they couldn't survive if Aizen didn't lower his spiritual pressure. Like shit. Anime Beast, bro, you're so inspiring. Where did you learn how to edit? I always dreamed of making Bleach video essays. I respond with, I appreciate that, bro. I say go for it. Start watching all your favorite content creators and figure out the things they do right, then mix all of that in a pot and start uploading. I don't do my own edits because I don't have the time. I outsource that responsibility. So yeah, it's twofold. Number one, my edits would not be as good as the people I pay. Number two, it frees up a lot of my time to make more content than, to edit all videos myself. Too much time. All right. Sir Bay. Oh, this was 2 hours ago. New comment. Okay. It's like that. Brook has a spirit form. Brook has a... Oh, let me zoom in. I got to pee too. Brook has a spirit form that the Straw Hats stay around. Brook has a spirit form that the Straw Hats stay around over long periods. He also plays music that interacts with the soul. This is to say that the Straw Hats' souls have been directly nurtured by Brook over time. They've also interacted and based on their world's mechanics created 2 ship souls. The voice of all things Luffy has could also lead into the realm of spiritual awareness / linked abilities. Zoro's interacting with his sword's wills or whatever is going on with Ace and Red Hawk. Okay, wow, there's a lot there. So first, Brook. Brook plays music that can interact with the soul. I don't know on what level he's talking about, but I'd like to can people give me chapter numbers to look up? I love doing the research. Just give me the chapter numbers, right? So give me the chapter numbers for Brook's music interacting with the soul. There could be an argument made for that, kind of, because that wouldn't really be resistance or spiritual defenses, but you know. They've also interacted and based on their world's mechanics created 2 ship souls. Okay. So that would be the ship of the Going Merry and the ship of the Thousand Sunny, right? Here's the thing. The Going Merry was seen by Usopp in like a dreamlike state. These things, man, oh man. How do I tell you guys that the narrative has, but I do not want to think that, I don't want you guys to think that I'm using cope answers for these, right? But that's how it's sounding because I'm looking for hard evidence. I'm looking for hard evidence, not one-offs, not outliers, not anything like that. But nonetheless, good response. Zoro's interacting with his sword's wills or whatever is going on with Ace and Red Hawk. Actually, my twin brother just showed me a video that might have proved that hockey itself might be willpower, but there's still much to be seen with that, which is why I didn't say One Piece would be affected or not affected. I kind of left it up in the air for One Piece, so yeah. That's, hold up. Nieto says, that's why understanding the law and power system of each anime is important. For example, Asta from Black Clover has anti-magic, but that doesn't mean it'll work against any other power that doesn't rely on mana. Exactly so. The first and most important thing in understanding a new manga is the power system and its crossverse implications. Right. I mean, that's why magic tends to get chunked into the same bucket so it can all interact with each other. Asta fighting Natsu works. Asta fighting Edward Elric doesn't work because it's not loosely defined magic. Correct. Alchemy has a whole totally different mechanism behind how it works than mana or magical power. All right. Vantu Fish. Hold up. Vantu Fish says, many versus communities already understand this and have rules for this. Namely, they make it so the power system of characters can interact with each other. For example, Asta's power would affect Reiatsu, and Reiatsu effects would in turn affect Asta. If versus communities didn't do this, then battles many times can't even happen. For example, many fictions can't see ghosts or even interact with them. I say, yeah, personally, I'm not a fan of this. Most of the time, it ends up adversely affecting one of the characters and granting benefits to the other that they wouldn't have under normal circumstances. Yeah. So we don't like verse equalization because most of the times it grants positive effects or it grants concessions to another verse and grants adverse effects to the other verse, I guess, right? Case name in point, Genjutsu. That's probably the best example to always use. If we allow Genjutsu to work cross-verse, you're now giving these people a chakra. You're now giving these people secondary internal systems that they've never had or never needed to have, simply so Genjutsu can work. But then what do they get if Genjutsu can work? How do they benefit? I covered this not too long ago in Sukuna versus Madara. If you're going to do verse equalization, what does Sukuna get that he didn't have before that can actually help him to the degree that Genjutsu is going to help Madara? Because it's not really fair. Okay, this was 2 hours ago too. We got Kelly Evans. When Orochimaru's arms were cut with the soul binding attack, his arms never healed because his soul arms were sealed away or destroyed. This suggests that in Naruto, this suggests that in Naruto, wounds don't heal. Soul wounds don't heal over time. Every attack in Bleach targets the soul. That means that no Naruto character will be able to heal physically from any attack in Bleach, even if they could resist Soul Crush. So that's actually another funny conversation because the thing is, Zanpakuto would actually be affecting the tamashi as well as the konpaku, right? So Kelly Evans isn't actually wrong. The Zanpakuto does actually interact with both. I have a question, not related to Bleach, but related to soul mechanics. What if one world's soul is, what if in one world soul, it's a physical reflect? Oh yeah, see, I'm not even going to read this question because it was so weirdly said. I'm going to read it so you guys can hear it, but it was so weirdly said. I didn't know what the fuck she was trying to ask, or he was trying to ask, sorry. I'm going to read it slowly so I can get through the shit. I have question, not related to Bleach, but related to soul mechanics. What if in one world, soul, it's a physical reflection of a real world objects in it on fundamental time and space continuum? I'm zooming in so you guys can see I'm not messing up any words. That is literally what he's saying. So that's why it sounds weird. All right. But in another world, soul, it's a narrative, non-physical construct that based on archetype in physical world is just a reflection of that construct. Now, like I said, guys, when I'm replying to people, I am pressed for time because I want to get to everybody. I appreciate everyone showing love, so I want to answer as many people as possible. Now, I could have sat here and tried to figure this out, and I'm not even going to do it today. So I just simply ask, are there any examples of either of the two? Because I need to know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about, and the bad grammar does not help me. No idea what you're saying, and the bad grammar doesn't help. What are you talking about? All right, since Ichibei transcended, shouldn't he be able to resist Reiatsu? What do I say here? I really don't know what I say. Ichibei should be fine. Yeah, we'll just give it to him because it's Ichibei. I don't know if he'll be fine, but it's Ichibei. We can presume he would be fine. All right, we got verified. He says, this is why verse equalization exists. When it's used, Soul Crush would never work. Naruto has bottomless chakra, meaning that with verse equalization, Naruto would have bottomless pit of Reiatsu. What do I say? This is why I don't verse equalize. Laugh my ass off. Right. So you're telling me airbenders are better at resisting Soul Crush than Naruto? Well, at least we know JJK characters can hold up some, at least the ones who are aware of their souls like Satoru Ryoma Yuji and others. Yes, I am. By virtue of not only feats, but Bleach mechanics. Love how regular asks, oh wait, what did Tay say? That's right. Tay says, in defense of One Piece, in One Piece, the voice of all things allows one to hear from inanimate objects and other creatures. Roger heard the poneglyphs, which are inanimate objects, not tied to any devil fruit as far as we know. Much like Fullbringers can bring out the soul of objects. One Piece characters using Haki are able to hear the souls of objects and or creatures. Respectable. Respectable. I need some source on whether or not that's the soul or spirit of the object, but I like it. Right. Perhaps using Haki to target the soul will be the key to permanently damage the immortal elders and God's knights, but that's just a theory. Maybe. I like that theory. When you fight a Bleach character, you play by their rules, not the other way around. Yes, in some cases that's true. In some cases it's not. Say that again. That was funny. One of the best videos on the topic. I just subscribed. Excellent work. Let's go. And he got the Yamamoto PFP. I fuck with him. Also, could you examine Dragon Ball's ability to see souls? Is it their own? Okay. Yo, we good? Yo. Yo, we good? All right, apologies about that, guys. My memory actually overloaded. Too much memory. What does my hair look like? Okay, we good. I had to take off my glasses for you niggas, mate. All right. We back. Sorry about that. Let me see. Am I using space anywhere else, bro? Because I need to get this through today. Okay. Hair on point trip. No Diddy. Need to retwist myself. Hey, I appreciate it, bro. I just got it done yesterday. Wifey did it and stuff. You already know. Come on, load for me. Load. Do it. Single hair. All right, come on. Load for me, load for me. The screen is bright as shit. Do I have to open up a whole new tab? What is going on here? All right, let's close this one too. Okay, I can't even close the tab now. Excuse me, god damn y'all. I apologize. Come on. Come on. Come on. So that worked, but I can't close the actual thing. Apologies for the technical difficulties. It looks like I really was running out of memory space though, or some shit. Can I just close Safari? Can't quit Safari. Where's my activity monitor at? Damn, I'm using 715 gigs. Whew, no wonder my shit's so fucking slow. That did it. All right, nice. There we go. Excuse me. Again. I sacrificed my own voice to get this fucking content out, man. Gotta love it. Okay. Welcome back to the channel, y'all. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, let's try and find out where we left off, because we have to get into this Aizen and Ichigo physical strength thing. People don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Wait, what was this one? Does he talk about it? No, he doesn't talk about it. Last I checked, we were at Tay's comment, so let's try and find him. That's right. He was talking about in defense of One Piece. Cool, cool, cool. Oh yeah, that's right. This is why verse equalization exists. This is why I don't verse equalize. Okay. I don't need headphones. So Matt B says, it only works if you skew power equalization. It only works if you skew power equalization in favor of Bleach characters. It assumes that you remove the respective cosmology of the non-Bleach characters and thus create a fan version of this character with a soul made of reishi. And on top of that, give them a weak soul, generally inconsistent with their power level, so that they can get their soul crushed. It's biased and unbalanced. If it's a fair and interesting battle you want, no matter if it's with the actual character or a custom version, and not just some power fantasy of having your favorite verse stomping another by bending the rules in its favor, you either do one thing or another. Either you give the non-Bleach character a soul made of reishi and make their abilities powered by that energy source, so that certain abilities can interact with them, but you give them Reiruku that's congruent with their canon/equalized power level, or you simply don't do that. They don't get soul crushed, or you simply do that, or you simply don't do that. They don't get soul crushed, and certain abilities can't work on them and their powers. But in return, Soul Reapers and Hollows are completely invisible to them. Okay. So Matt B is essentially saying, Ab-Stract, this really only works if you're going out your way to skew the power equalization in Bleach's favor. Right? And to balance that, what you would need to do is either give these other characters reishi bodies and konpaku and spiritual power on the level of what they are now, is what he's essentially saying. He's saying, or you simply don't have to do that, and they don't get soul crushed, and certain abilities can't work on them and their powers. But in return, Soul Reapers and Hollows are completely invisible to them. Very funny, actually. Give me 1 second, y'all. I do got to take a piss. 1 second. Right back. And we're back. Okay. here we are. So yes, he doesn't like the fact that he thinks I'm skewing this in Bleach's favor. Fair enough. If you want to be biased, that's fine. Battle boarding / power scaling is supposed to be fun, but you can't call it a serious, fair, and intellectually honest debate. And this doesn't just apply to Bleach. Every fandom cherry picks what they want their favorite versus characters to be able to do without setting up clear rules to explain how their characters would have abilities and resistances they don't normally have in their original series. For instance, Genjutsu by design can only work on Naruto characters since it involves manipulating the chakra network inside the target's body. I'm glad he knows this much, right? A physical attribute that doesn't exist outside the verse, right? In My Hero Academia, characters can't be gifted resistance to soul hacks due to how they interacted with One for All / All for One, because in My Hero Academia's cosmology, quirks and the effects they produce are physical genetic traits, not some metaphysical or soul-related powers. I can't speak on My Hero Academia. I literally watch it simply to be like as an enjoyment thing. I don't try and scale it. I don't try and understand it. I don't really care for it. I literally just watch it as a fan, a viewer. So I can't really speak on My Hero Academia at all. Quirks and the effects they produce are physical, genetic traits, not some metaphysical or soul-related powers. In JJK, most of their main expansions, except for the open barrier domains, simply wouldn't work on characters from outside the series because they don't possess curse energy, and without that, you can't be trapped inside a domain's barrier, nor be targeted by its sure hit attack, unless it can't target physical objects like Sukunas. So I respond with, I think what you're doing is taking... I'm going to try and calm down because I'm hyped because I like this. What I think you're doing is taking something and making an extreme out of it. If we follow this model, nearly no interaction can be had at all between verses because they fundamentally use and work off different systems. In Bleach's case, if one needs a reishi body to be affected by spiritual pressure, one would necessarily need Reiruku to affect a spiritual being. Yet Bleach souls can affect things despite them not having Reiruku, so that's a lose-lose for anyone fighting them. I hope that made sense. If we are saying that, well, Reiatsu Crush won't work because only Bleach people have Reishi, well, then the opposite to that would also have to be true. Because within that, only Reishi-based attacks would work on the Reishi-based body. But we have Reishi also being able to interact with the physical or the Kishi. So it's a lose-lose for fighting anyone that's a Bleach character or a spiritual Bleach character, right? As for your proposal, it makes sense, but I wouldn't go that far to make that interaction possible. I wouldn't just have things like Jutsu and Naruto hit. Yeah. As for his proposal, it does make sense, but I wouldn't go far as to make the interaction possible. I would not go that far just to say that, their attacks can hurt each other and stuff. I wouldn't do all that. What did I say? Yeah, I say I would just have the things in Naruto hit with the same AP I've seen attacks in Bleach hit with. That's the simplest way to do cross-verse attacks. All this Reishi stuff and they're not Reishi, give them Reishi bodies. We don't got to do all that, bro. Literally just find the AP of Urasenga, find the AP of a Getsuga Tensho. If they're similar, one's going to win. If they're similar, they'll clash. If one's weaker, that's how it's going to look. As far as your second part, I was extremely fair in my assessment. I not only utilized Bleach's mechanics to make my argument, but feats and scaling of other verses that would qualify resistance or defense of spiritual attacks. I have no issue with only certain abilities or techniques working cross-verse. That's y'all issue. Not him specifically. That is a y'all issue, not you, the chat. Anyone who feels that way. That is a y'all issue. Ab-Stract could care less if certain abilities or techniques work cross-verse. If domain expansion is limited to your verse, guess fucking what? It's limited to your verse. If Genjutsu only works via the cranial nerves in the Chakra network system, guess what? It only works in Naruto. There is no caveat in Bleach. There is no caveat in Bleach for these things to work. But fine, if you want to do it, if that's what you want to do, then we have to do it all the way around. If you necessarily need a reishi body to be interacted with, guess what? You can only interact with Bleach if you're using reishi. But guess what again? But guess what again? Reishi can interact with the physical world. So what are we doing with that? I have no issue with only certain abilities working cross-verse. That's how their dynamic was set up. When it comes to cross-verse, if you want those techniques to work, I would do what you suggested and establish these things before we even start scaling. That's what we would do. If you want your attack to work cross-verse, if you want your attack to work cross-verse, establish that up front. I do not verse equalize. Or I'll say this, right? Because it's almost impossible not to, right? What I will say is I just make the bare minimum. I make sure the bare minimum requirements can be met for an interaction to take place. That's it. You can see spirits. It stops there. You don't get Genjutsu. They don't have chakra. They don't have nothing else. They don't have sage energy. They don't have shit. Unless that's talked about. Right? They wouldn't get Reidoku. They wouldn't get Reishi bodies. They don't have Reiatsu. You get what you come in with. All I'm saying is you two niggas can see each other. That's it. Fight. Anything else has to be gone over. All right, True Blade Soul says, honestly, an argument can be made that some verses where people are affected by soul-based techniques would have more resistance to Bleach soul powers than their native soul attacks due to the difference in the verse. After all, some verses have souls and the afterlife function on entirely different principles. From Bleach, like Fate, where you're... Oh, from Bleach. Okay. Principles from Bleach, like Fate, where your soul will literally begin to rot from age. I say, yeah, all depends on the series and the feats that they show. So Matt responds with, the problem with this logic is that what's commonly called soul across verses actually refers to energy essences that can be fundamentally different in their nature and how they operate verse through verse, their respective power system. The concept of soul in JJK tying to elements like reverse curse technique, innate domains, and soul split katana, soul separating dismantle, idol transfiguration, is completely different from Bleach's Reiatsu/Reidoku tying to elements like Zanpakuto, Soul Chain, Hakatsui, Soul Sleep, Keto, Hollow Mass, Resurrection, Visors, Full Brain, Quincy's, Racial Manipulation. Same for JJB's, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, concept of soul with undead unlocks. Same for Chainsaw Mains. So here's the thing. If you're going to information drop all these verses, I need examples in between them. I need to know why you're saying JJK is different than all these verses. I need to know why. Because as we just had the conversation with our good guy Anomaly, we did find out, or at least I'll say this. There is evidence to suggest that the tamashi or the ethereal soul can be affected and interacted with. I'll leave it there, right? So whatever you're saying is so different for these verses. I need those things laid out. You don't just get to name drop several verses and then say, well, all these people have different. What's so different about them though? You don't get to just do that. We need to know why you're saying them and how they're relevant to your point. That's all I'd say with that. Let me give that a like and a thumbs up because I didn't see this. Matt B says, I don't think it's an extreme. I think it only stands to reason if you actually want to make a sound and evidence-based argument regarding a specific matchup. Interaction between verses is totally possible. The supernatural system may differ, but the natural system is almost always the same unless stated otherwise. Oh shit, he went off. Oh God, he went off. Ugh. I didn't respond to this. Did I respond to this? Okay, that's right. So what happened here, guys, was he had this as one big fucking chunk of an essay. And I just looked at it and said, hey, bro, I would love to engage with this. Do me a favor and number your points and make paragraphs. Are you trying to kill my eyes? Tag me when this is done. That's hilarious. So I appreciate that. He actually did. Yeah. In the future, if you want to get Ab-Stract's attention in the comment, don't make your shit one jumbo fuck of a sentence. I need paragraphs. I need punctuation. I need correct grammar. I know we're not perfect, but I need I need that. Okay, let's get back to it though. So he says, I don't think it's an extreme. I think it only stands to reason if you actually want to make a sound and evidence-based argument regarding a specific matchup. Okay, cool. Specific matchup. I agree, because that's what we just talked about. Interaction between verses is totally possible. The supernatural system, I already read that stuff. Is almost always the same unless stated otherwise, and the supernatural elements almost always operate in relation to this basis. Be it Bleach, Naruto, My Hero Academia, JJK, etc. The world is still constituted of matter made of atoms and operates according to our laws of physics when the supernatural is not at play. It's only when discussing abilities that involve the verse's specific cosmology that a case-by-case approach is needed. Example, Mahito's curse technique acting purely on the soul, contrarily to Sukuna's shrine, which, for what's relevant in a versus battle, only affects the material world. See, but the thing is, we understand that when Mahito interacted with Sukuna's soul, Sukuna did actually use cleave on Mahito. Or he used cleave or dismantle on Mahito. He really did use it because Mahito touched Yuji's soul. He came into contact with Sukuna. Sukuna said, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Right? I didn't say a reishi body. I said a soul made of reishi, which includes human species with kishi bodies who are just as much susceptible to soul crush as soul reapers and hollows, as they all possess Vediku. Okay, hold up. Matt B knows what the fuck he is talking about too. Okay, Matt B. Ab-Stract, add my Discord. Oh, yes. You know what? Let me take your Discord down. Or did you send me an invite? Or friend request? All right. Yeah, let me take your Discord down, bro. But you're so far up, man. All right. Hey, Animatrix. One more time, bro. Give me your Discord, please. One more time. And I'll do it right now. One more time, and I'll do it right now. Okay, so yeah, I didn't say a reishi body. I said a soul made of reishi, which includes human species with kishi bodies who are just, yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, he knows what he's talking about for the most part. I'm not doubting the validity of your assessment on Bleach's mechanics. It wasn't a personal attack. It was a broad you. Nice. I'm doubting the concept of soul crush and similar supposedly stomp mechanics like Genjutsu and crossverse battles as a whole. The same way I don't think it makes sense to equalize two different power systems. How do you equalize a chakra network with a curse technique's innate domain and brain encryption? Do you equalize Bleach's reishi with Black Clover's magic energy or chi energy? How do you equalize characters who have broken their own power system like Toji and Maki? Okay, so this is turned into more of a philosophical conversation than a does it actually work. This is actually talking about the principles and rules under which a cross-verse power or ability or hacks should be considered. And I definitely fuck with it. It's just that it's like my ironclad thing in all this is that cross-verse, listen, if two people can't fight each other, or if two people shouldn't be fighting each other, then let me say this correctly. Yeah, if two people can't fight each other, then more or less they shouldn't be fighting each other. Like I said, I make small exceptions. You can interact with him, you can interact with him. Everything else is fair game. In your own verse, that is. That's how I look at it. Because to me, like I said, giving everyone, unless it's specifically covered before the battle. Because there may be a time where I do a cross verse where I do want verse equalization, but then I'm going to lay everything out that is equalized in the fight, or I'll go over it as the fight requires it. It doesn't make sense to consider the soul to be universally the same because it simply isn't. The same way it is but even in that conversation, we've pretty much dismantled that whole thing with me and Anomaly's conversation. If what I'm saying, if my information is correct, Soul Crush would affect the tamashi as well as the konpaku. If my information is correct. And your verse necessarily does have one of the two. You either have a tamashi or a konpaku or a konpa or a hun. Bleach has all of it. That's why when I say Bleach displays the highest level of spiritual or soul manipulation, I'm not lying. Unless you can show me a different verse, that is. But yeah, generally Bleach takes it. Swear to God, I just saw something on my hand, but Okay. All right. Where was he? Because it simply isn't the same way, it is arbitrary and unfair to say characters can be affected by soul hacks and get neg diff by it, even though souls don't even exist in their verse. Like My Hero Academia, it is misleading to equate the concept of soul in two different series as the same thing with the same attributes and functioning. Okay, so like I said, I wish he used a different example than My Hero Academia. Okay. We got Gabriel 56 _ GABRI. Gabriel 56 _. Okay. Okay. You said Ab-Stract at my Discord. Do you think Ceros are Lightspeed? Do you think Ceros are Lightspeed? No, I'm not partial to Ceros being Lightspeed. In fact, my scaling wouldn't allow them to be Lightspeed. The type of scaling I follow probably wouldn't allow for a lot of things that you've heard other Bleach content creators espouse. But let me send you a request real quick while we're doing this. Okay, it did go through. So my answer to this, and I made it very clear in the video, I said that if a series hasn't shown soul manipulation, soul defenses, we don't say they can be affected. We don't say they necessarily can't be affected, right? We leave them alone. That's what I said, right? So this answers that, because it simply isn't the same way arbitrary to say can't be affected by soul hex, even though souls don't even exist in their verse. I don't know about souls not existing in their verse. That's kind of a weird one. Souls not existing, that's kind of a weird one, but okay. For instance, let's ponder how Mahito, a cursed spirit with a cursed energy body with an ability that targets a soul, would interact with Yumi, a soul reaper with a reishi body with an ability that absorbs reishi Redoku soul particles. If Yumi uses his Shikai on Mahito, if you equalize both series' soul cosmology, it will absorb Mahito's soul and make his body collapse and disintegrate. Since the body's form is enforced by the shape of the soul in JJK. But since Mahito is aware of the true shape of his soul, he could resist it by strengthening his soul's shape. If Mahito uses his technique on Yumi, he could reshape his reishi body in Redoku. But Yumi could also be suppressing that via Reiatsu. I like this, man. This is the good. Cause like, what I like about this, bro, this video showed me a lot about people. It showed me that people didn't watch the video to its fullness. It showed me that people cherry picked what they wanted to talk about and have problems with. It showed me that people really understood where I was coming from. Him and Anomaly really understood what they were talking about, number one, but also where I was coming from, even within my rebuttals. Why did I just do that? I highlighted that for a reason. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I kind of wish he made this a little shorter, but I'm getting it. If Mahito uses his technique on Yumi, he could reshape his reishi body in Redoku, but Yumi could also be suppressing that via Reiatsu, whether you decide Mahito has less soul than him or not. And I didn't even add cursed energy to the equation. How do you equalize? So the beautiful thing about what he's saying is I love this shit, bro. I fucking love this shit. The beautiful thing about what he is saying, we can quantify all of this, and we can do it based on AP. We can do it based on AP, bro. You know why? Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Mahito's idle transfiguration interacts with the ethereal body, which changes the external body, right? It interacts with the tamashi because they don't have konpaku. So it interacts with the tamashi, the ethereal soul of a person. Idle transfiguration, right? When idle transfiguration was done to Yuji, what happened? He came in contact with Sukuna's soul. True facts. Sukuna cut him down. What happened to Mahito? What happened to Mahito after Sukuna cut him down? Class? Anyone? He showed external wounds. Did he not? Mahito showed external wounds when Sukuna cut him in the, that plane. Because that's really where their souls were, right? So back to this all coming back down to AP. Back to all this coming back down to AP. We understand that at that point, Yuji had how many fingers? I don't know how many fingers he had. But that was as strong as it. That was how strong Sukuna was. He did physical damage to Mahito. So all we need find is the AP of Mahito. That's all we'd need to find, his AP, to figure out if he'd be able to idle transfigure Yumichika's soul, right? And here's the thing: let's take what Anomaly said and keep using it because I like it. Mahito would be interacting not with the konpaku. You know why? Because they don't have konpaku in JJK. Mahito would be interacting with the tamashi, the ethereal soul. Ab-Stract has already shown you that within your ethereal soul, there is a 1-to-1 as far as your power. Why? Because to subdue your hollow, which tries to take over your soul, you have to fight the damn thing. And guess what? You can use Bankai in your soul. You can use Bankai within your soul's soulscape. You can use techniques within your soul's soulscape. So, that is how we would do that. He could resist it by strengthening his soul shape. And see, that's a whole nother question. Would Mahito get past his Reiatsu first? That's another question, because that would also be coming from your Tamashi scale in accordance as well. That's a whole nother question. I love this though. I love it. And I didn't even add curse energy to the equation. How do you equalization when one of the series has energy system on top of the soul system? Would that mean they both couldn't see or hear each other? Yumi won't be able to perceive Mahito's presence unless the latter harms him, because a cursed spirit's presence can't be felt by a non-sorcerer unless they're experiencing extreme emotions. So for even that, like I said, I covered the bare minimum to make the basic interaction happen. This all gets covered under Ab-Stract's interpretation of crossverse. All this shit gets covered. Every marker is hit. I'm glad you're doing this though, because I get to talk about it and you get to actually, bring it up and hear me talk about it, or allow me to talk about it, because this wouldn't come up any other way. So yeah, would that mean that they both couldn't see each other? And here's the thing with that. Like I said, if the interaction fundamentally really can't happen, maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it shouldn't. But if we want it to happen, we're going to make rules and guidelines for this interaction to take place. You can see that motherfucker can see you. Go at it. Let me see who comes out that room alive. What are we talking about? Right? So, what else we got? So no, it doesn't make sense to equalize two different soul cosmologies and call it a day. Because in the end, the one who made the matchup will just interpret the technical outcomes of the interaction with whatever bias or preference they have. Preferably as a baseline to arrive to a credible conclusion to the matchup. I'd just have Mahito's and Yumichika's soul affecting powers be like oil and water. each operating within its own sphere of interacting indirectly through the material reality. Mahito using his technique to morph his physical body, and Yumishika his shika to physically bind and entrap his opponent. The thing is, though, Yumishika's Ruri Irukujaku, and this kind of goes into how much cursed energy would be spiritual energy, if it is at all. If it is at all, right? You could call it that because it could protect your soul, but it's not, totally. It's not totally fleshed out. So yeah, that all kind of goes into that. But hey, I would say if we were to come to the conclusion, Mahito doesn't have cursed energy, Mahito doesn't have spiritual energy, too bad Yumishika. Too bad. He still got a soul though, right? He still has a soul, a physical one. Okay, cool. That can work. But yeah, I want to make this clear. What Matt B is saying, and I hope you see this, Matt B. What Matt B is saying isn't incorrect. I do like all of this. This is all very good for conversation. He would just prefer that I not bunch up everything into one. But that's even that's not what I'm doing. But he would just prefer a higher level of distinction between these verses when it comes to verse equalization. So no, it doesn't make sense to equalize two different soul. Oh, I read that. Okay. Yeah. And if it's too boring for you, you can always determine a set of rules to make the interaction balanced and interesting. But you can't arrive to a definition. You can't arrive to a definitive conclusion for two distinct series. Soul-based abilities, since they each operate under a set, specific and unique metaphysical rulebook, decorrelated from the mechanics of the physical world. So yeah, that was great. Let me reply to that. Okay. I replied to this live. How long we been live? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I replied to this live. Please watch it. Tell me what you think. So that was, ultimately, I like this. That was good. Good back and forth. Another honest guy. Another person who just wants to make clarifications. Because he's not saying I'm wrong, right? What he's saying is you could go about this a better way. And I can respect that. Okay, here we go. Genjutsu manipulates the senses, not chakra network. The disruption in the flow of chakra, which is what you're referring to, is a byproduct of this sensory manipulation, not the way it creates illusions. I don't even remember how this started, but I say, yeah, this is a reading comprehension issue, and I'll show you why in a video. We have that video ready, by the way. We have that video ready. Genjutsu working crossverse, we have that video ready. Matt says, it is not a byproduct. The manipulation of senses is done through the manipulation of the... Hey, whoa. Don't give it to him, Matt. Don't give it to him. Don't give it to him. Don't spoil it. We gonna talk about it. Nah, I'm playing. Matt says, it is not a byproduct. The manipulation of senses is done through the manipulation of the target's chakra via the chakra meridian network to control the chakra flowing through and linking the cranial nerves. While in Genjutsu, the chakra in your head is controlled by your opponent. If you use more power to disrupt your chakra, you cancel Genjutsu. Chapter 259. And he left a fucking citation. I'm sorry, he left a chapter reference. That's not what they said. What did Ab-Stract say? Yeah, this is a reading comprehension issue. This is absolutely a reading comprehension issue. You are exactly correct in your assessment. And in my video, I vindicate this stance. Okay. Superman being qualified before Goku. Oh yeah, nah, that wasn't really anything. Bleach's Soul Crush is the original Conqueror's Haki, as it's a pure exertion of willpower. You could call it that. Not really though. But I understand the sentiment. Even if Haki users can resist Soul Crush, literally none of them are remotely strong enough to resist attacks from Bleach characters. I don't agree with that. I do believe that I do believe like the top brass of One Piece characters are strong enough to fight mid to high level Bleach characters, not god-like characters, but mid to high, definitely. Also, literally any lieutenant class fighter or higher has been scaled to the angels in Dragon Ball Z, since they are bare minimum multiversal beings. So unless a verse has multiversal level fighters, they aren't even beginning to touch most characters as combatants. All right, I don't know about all that one. Mind you, my scaling, I don't even like to get that high. Once you get the multiverse and all that, I don't even like to get that high. You forgot one thing. Chakra. Basically, okay, here we go. Something to engage with. You forgot one thing. Chakra basically negates the control of Edo Tensei. Madara and Hashirama both can stop the control of Kabuto and Orochimaru. Orochimaru himself said, oh, he has more. Orochimaru himself said he would not be able to control Hashirama. Hashirama literally has more chakra than Chakra Cloak Naruto in human form. Even when Naruto was in full bromance with Kurama, Hashirama had more chakra. Madara is the same, since the Sharingan takes loads of chakra to even use. Edo Tensei also gives them infinite chakra. Also, Ino or any spirit possession is negated if you have enough chakra. When Ino tried to spirit possess Obito, he did break away in an instant. Cool. Let's target each of these one point at a time. Chakra basically negates control of Edo Tensei. Madara and Hashirama both can stop the control of Kabuto and Orochimaru. Orochimaru himself said he would not be able to stop Hashirama. Okay. All right, so here, right? Remember, we're talking about the efficacy of soul-based techniques working in Naruto, right? Hashirama, Madara, and every other Edo ninja was actually summoned back from the dead. Acknowledge that first. They were all summoned back from the dead, right? If we're talking about resistances from spiritual attacks and manipulation, we would want to start there. How about someone denying being summoned back first? And then the reason for that being because their chakra is too powerful or because they have too much chakra to call back. These would be intimations or outright feats of them having resistances, right? You said Madara and Hashirama can both stop the control of Kabuto and Orochimaru. Stopping the control in an Edo body isn't the same as stopping the control in your spirit body or your spirit, ethereal tamashi. It's not the same. So, for whatever reason, Hashirama was able to exist, because we don't get a reason he was able to resist. He just couldn't control him, right? There's nothing said about chakra quantity, chakra density, chakra amount, chakra potency. None of that ever comes up. You'd be using headcanon. Over here, we work off tangible evidence, feats, and facts. Nothing leads to that conclusion, right? So Hashirama's out here. Madara was specifically stated to have his body reworked by Kabuto. Number one, right? That's number one. Also, Kabuto never stated, or was shown to not be able to control Madara. That never happened. That would also be headcanon. You made that up. What Madara was doing, though, towards the end of the Edo Tensei thing, he was able to he was able to cling to his Edo body. We haven't seen that. But like I said, that literally could be what Kabuto was talking about when he said he made Madara's body special. That literally could be it. So saying, well, Madara was able to do this. I know you're not saying that, because that's my point. Madara was able to cling to his body. Someone else brings that up. Madara was able to cling to his body. No, that doesn't work. We don't know what Kabuto did with Madara's body, but we do know he made it special. That's number one. Number two, even that wouldn't really count as resistance or manipulation. It wouldn't really count at it. Because what's happening is, well, no, in a certain form, you could say it would be resistance because this jutsu is being undone and he's like fighting it, sure, right? But what I'm talking about is another force acting on him, another force. I wouldn't count that as another force, in my opinion. Then you say Hashirama literally has more chakra than Chakra Cloak Naruto in human form. Yes. So where was all that chakra when he was being summoned forth? Why didn't that do anything? We have to find out that. Where was all his chakra? Where did all that count when he was being summoned forth? Because guess what? And you said they have unlimited chakra, right? I'm glad you said that. You said they have unlimited chakra. Does unlimited chakra mean more chakra or less chakra? Because you can have a meter of 10 and have unlimited 10 chakra, while I could have a meter of 50 and have unlimited 50 chakra. Does that make sense? Because if it's chakra-based, Nagato should have definitely resisted the Totsuka Blade because he definitely has more chakra than Itachi. Facts? Right? Hashirama literally has more chakra than Chakra Cloak Naruto in human form. Even when Naruto was in full bromance with Kurama, Hashirama had more chakra. Madara is the same since the Sharingan. Okay, yeah, Madara having more chakra than Naruto, I would need proof for that. I don't know where you got that from. You can't just say things to me. That would actually have to be proven. Madara is the same since the Sharingan takes a load of chakra. The Sharingan taking a load of chakra doesn't automatically now mean he has more chakra than Naruto. If you were to use that in a syllogism, right, where you have two premises and a conclusion that lead to a positive truth or something like that, sure. But you're just saying since he has a Sharingan, it takes a lot of chakra, he has more chakra than Naruto. That's not how it works. Not over here. Edo Tensei also gives them infinite chakra. Also, Ino or any spirit possession is negated if you have enough chakra. I've never seen it be negated. Not negated. You can fight it, but again, nothing intimates that your chakra is what's allowing you to fight it. Nothing. Not a single thing is pointing to you having more chakra is why you can fight the mind transfer jutsu. Cool. So we got him out the way. There's someone I'm looking for. There's someone I'm looking for, bro. I hope he didn't delete his comments. All right, let me keep going though. There's someone I'm looking for someone. I'm on his ass. But yeah. Oh wait, did he comment in a different video? I'm gonna have to go to it. Okay. All right. Another one I'm curious about is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. In part 4, a link is kind of established between ghosts and stands because stand users are capable of seeing Remy, who's a ghost. Ooh. I believe stand users would be acceptable. I haven't seen JoJo, so I can't really speak to it. Lovely video, my friend. Also, could you describe in a video or short if Bleach has any feats of layered soul manipulation and what it is? I will look into it. Kai says, I will say there's one specific instance of Edo basically terminating the contract themselves. Oh, yes. See, this is what I like. See, it's crazy that this had to come from a Bleach guy. Kai is a Bleach guy. Don't know if you guys know Kai. If you're new here, you probably don't know Kai. Kai's a Bleach guy. He says, I will say there's one specific instance of an Edo basically terminating the contract himself, and that was when Orochimaru fought Sorcery in the desert. Sorcery used the third Kazekage puppet, and Orochimaru used the third Kazekage Edo. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a filler. But anyways, the important thing is Sorcery also self-terminated the contract for feeling like emotional or whatever, right? That's the important part. Okay. Yes, that's right. Sorcery and the third did basically self-terminate. So that would mean they at the very least have some control as Edo spirits. I say spirits here, but Edo spirits. All right? And then I ask him, was the third Kazekage's anime only, though? He says he'll check to see. I checked, and this was anime-only content. Sorcerer and Orochimaru never had any interaction with each other once Orochimaru left the Akatsuki. Even the part I mentioned about Haku was also anime only, as in the manga they both were straight up sealed in Shippuden. This is also the same chapter we see Neji release Chakra out of all of his chakra points for the second time, like he did against Kidomaru. Only first time it's given a name. Okay. So if you want to count the anime separate canonicy, that's on you. But what you said about the spirits having no control whatsoever was spot on when looking at the manga only. Yeah. So this would mean that, mind you, I don't count Edo feats as spiritual feats. They're not the same thing. Once the Edo gets into a body, guess what? They have a body, right? So yes, sorcery was able to self-terminate the contract against Okabuto's will. That did happen, but that's not spiritual or soul manipulation. That's not spiritual defense. That's not soul manipulation defense. That's not none of that stuff. That's a whole nother issue. One that I do not have to get into, one that I do not care to get into. Right? That's for the Naruto community to wrestle with and tangle with. I don't really care about that. I care about souls being summoned forth. I care about Reaper Death Seal working on the fucking nine-tailed fox despite Mahito having less than half of the nine-tailed chakra, or about half of the nine-tailed chakra. I care about Nin-Gendo being able to pull out Shizune's soul and nothing, I care about that stuff. I care about the Totsuka blade working on everybody, even on Itachi's deathbed. What's your comment on My Hero Academia and One for All storing its users' consciousness? Good question. So because One for All is quirk-based, and quirks are technically physical, this puts them in a weird spot where they technically, I don't know if I'd want to make it apply to that user or just make it a second party thing as well as the others. Because once the quirk is with you, well, no, because someone brought up the Sharingan, and I said the Sharingan is technically a second intermediary as well. They can't see spirits naturally. Like let's give the Sharingan being able to see spirits, that wouldn't mean a Sharingan user is spiritually aware. That would mean second party or third party interaction is allowing them to see spirits. If they don't have the Sharingan, they can't do it. You know what I mean? Basically. And when it comes to JJK, can inverted sword of heaven, Maharaga Mahito, and some of the other techniques affect powerful souls from Bleach? Or they get negged easily? What did I say? Oh, did I not reply to this? I didn't reply to this. My fault, tomfoolery. All right, JoJo says, was he replying to JoJo? JJK soul-based attacks would be like regular basic attacks in Bleach. Inverted Spirit of Heaven wouldn't do anything, but the soul split katana would be like a basic Asauchi. And that's being generous, as Bleach has layered soul hacks manipulation and soul hacks durability resistance. I agree with this. In terms of raw AP, even Gojo Sukuna don't scale to Soul Society Shikai Ichigo. Toshido's mountain level feat, and they're arguably weaker than early series lieutenants, so characters far weaker than them aren't affecting at least third seat officers and beyond in Bleach with their hacks. I'm not mad at the answer. Any Bleach character that is at least low tier captain level would crush the soul of anybody around who is significantly weaker than them with ease. As could be seen in the Soul Society arc, just being near a captain level character who goes all out in a fight is enough to severely weaken even someone on a vice captain level. True. Hinataro and Ganju nearly died being exposed to Kenpaku's Ryatsu, and the same thing happened to Nanao just by being near Yamamoto, who barely started releasing his Ryatsu. True. Just being somewhat resistant to direct soul attacks isn't enough because emitting Ryatsu isn't an attack, but a basic function of a spiritual body in Bleach, and is continuous during fight. That's one thing that has to be fucking stated, bro. Listen, when Bleach characters are fighting, when captain level characters are fighting, they are constantly releasing Reiatsu, right? This is why Ichigo's always like, Urahime, put up a Shanten Keshu so it blocks my spiritual pressure. Uryu, protect Urahime, right? He's always worried about his spiritual pressure getting past her shield. It's a constant thing during fights and something that people don't take we already know they don't take into consideration. It's all right. Okay. Yeah, no, the Shinobi Alliance is made up of experience tuning, and so... Oh, experience tuning and up. So none of this soul manipulation speculation you brought up will even have effect. If they're civilians, however, then maybe. So my question to that is then, why was Pain able to walk in there and do it so easily then? Why is the Reaper Duff Seal working on Kurama? And people stronger than Sarutobi or more chakra. Like, this doesn't answer anything. So because the Shinobi Alliance is made up of experience tuning and jonin, soul manipulation doesn't work. It's literally question begging, because within this, he doesn't tell us why. He doesn't tell us, because his his premise literally tells us nothing as to why his conclusion makes sense. Literally question begging. As the video says, nobody in the Narutoverse has any resistance against direct soul attacks, meaning there's nothing anyone could do against the effects of being subjected to overwhelming spiritual pressure. Facts. I don't know. Yeah. See, in my opinion, Big Adam, no offense, this would be a stupid comment. Ray says, yes, but watch them say that hockey comes from soul, and therefore you can resist it with conquerors and armor and hockey. Same thing with chakra, since it's a mix of spiritual and physical energy, meaning that people with a mastery over chakra control can also circumvent that. I love Bleach, but power systems are very similar, so that someone can still have an answer to other powers, unless it's a pure hacks ability. Same thing with this one. You can't tell me that, oh, chakra has spiritual energy, and then spiritual attacks work in your own fucking verse, and you not do anything about it. You can't tell me chakra has spiritual energy too. Hockey has spiritual energy too. We'll leave One Piece out of this because, no one on One Piece has talked crazy yet. You cannot assert that because they have spiritual energy, they would be okay when spiritual attacks in their own verse happen and they're not okay. You can't do that. You would get grilled alive. You would get grilled alive if you bring this up in the anime community, LOL. Share the video and tell them to pull up. I think the way I presented it is fair and detailed. Facts. I feel like the main problem is his soul crushing is shown. We barely ever see anyone die from Ryatsu, let alone pass out like in One Piece. But that's because the difference in power isn't as great and everyone has some form of resistance. Facts. So with this, like you literally just answered the question itself, right? Spiritual beings are already going to be naturally resistant to spiritual attacks. The times we do see soul crush, we understand that it's usually a huge gap difference. Aizen isn't going to be able to soul crush. Karakura Town Aizen isn't going to be able to soul crush Yamamoto, Shunsui, Byakuya. He's not going to be able to do it to those people, right? But as me and Anomaly talked about, right outside of Karakura Town, 13 miles due west or whatever, a bunch of hollows literally exploded from the pressure. So yes, the difference in power is greater in One Piece, and that's why you don't see it a lot. I said One Piece. The difference in power in Bleach is greater, which is why you don't see it a lot. But then how high does that resistance need to be to not get erased from existence by Aizen? That's a good question. But for me personally, we can literally just stop at Grim Jiao. We don't need to know this. It's a good question, but we don't need to know it. It's not a necessary fact for what I'm saying to still be true. We don't need to know that question. Like if a character with little to no spiritual resistance fought Bleach, would they get vaporized by every lieutenant to captain class character? And then if you survive, there's also the physical and mental effect it has on you as you're fighting, even if it isn't portrayed often. That's true. That's true. And I like how he said spiritual resistance and not spiritual power, because me personally, I count resistances towards this as I depicted in the video, right? Rimuru would have a certain level of spiritual resistance because his spiritual body was actually getting attacked through his physical body. That would grant him some, right? But it all just depends. Naruto fans will argue chakra is part spirit energy, therefore they get resistance. Sadly, that logic doesn't even work in their own verse. So they'll have to come up with something better than that. True again. All right. Let me see. Oh, we got Anime Matrix back. Hey, we got Max back in here. We got Ig in the chat. What's good, Ig? How you doing, bro? All right, very strong because Anime Matrix. Hold up. Ab-Stract, when they discussed in your live stream, I feel like it'd be better for the channel. Not today, because today is the first time I've been live in like 2 weeks. And I kind of want to get through this and some videos and stuff. Naruto Powerscalers will dislike this video. Of course they will. This thumbnail looks amazing. It's been a while. How do I know when the next live stream is? Right. Thank you for saying so. Trying to portray the idea of was a little challenging. I needed existed. Well, sorry. Posting. Yeah. None of this will beat ORT. I have no idea what it is. Don't worry about it. All right, where's my man that was talking about Ichigo and physical strength? I need him. I'm going to start hunting for his comment now. Okay, hold up. Soul finality, yeah. This is wrong. When Orochimaru summons Hashirama during the Great War arc, he acknowledges Hashirama as capable of breaking out of his control at any time he wanted, unlike Tobirama. So now you have to prove that it's Hashirama's soul, it's his soul power that is allowing him to do that. Because that's what and this is like, did people watch the video? Did people watch the video, bro? He has a timestamp, but did he listen just to type and respond? Or did he try and digest what the fuck I was saying? Being able to break out as an Edo isn't the same thing as denying the contract altogether before you even get fucking summoned. Those are two different things. Cool, so 1 out of 50, and Hashirama couldn't deny being summoned fourth. Why would he want to not be summoned fourth? He couldn't. Oh my God. Laugh my ass off. He didn't have a choice, just like he didn't have a choice in part 1. That's unsupported. The reanimation in part 1 are not perfect and become substantially stronger later on. As shown to us, unless you think heroes from part 1 can fight Hashirama and Tobirama at the same time, anywhere near the prime, which you obviously don't think because you're not stupid. Point is, you can't use a lack of evidence as evidence, the same way I can't use a lack of evidence as proof. Oh my God. See, like, man, oh man, it's okay. It's okay. Because I respond. It just isn't shown to us whether or not a reanimation which is strong enough like Hashirama can just choose to not return. What does the evidence point to, though? So they like having their souls toyed with and played with. They just like it. They don't mind. They'll show up to the cookout just because they were invited. Is that what you're telling me? I agree with absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, but we can pyramid inferences and use supporting evidence to make a conclusion. And I conclude that based off of the evidence, we've seen souls being manipulated and show no signs or very little signs of resistance. Souls being damaged and showing no signs of innate defense. So based off of prior showings, we can make assertions and conclusions about the workings of other showings. And truthfully saying, we don't know if they have a choice when most of them don't want to be summoned and do someone else's bidding is evidence enough. How about this? How many of them Edo Tensei were bitching that they were summoned in the first place? Should we find that? We can find it. It exists. Were people not complaining that they didn't want to be summoned? How about this? When Hashirama and Tobirama first got summoned, did it seem like they were willing participants? Or did Orochimaru say, get over here. I'm summoning your soul. Get over here. Which one happened? Here's the thing. This isn't a dumb comment. It's an ignorant comment. It's ignorant. I agree. Evidence of absence of evidence, all that. Sure, fine. What does the evidence tell us about the series? What from the series is more in line with the truth? That they can deny being summoned and they just want to show up to the cookout? Or they have no choice in the matter and most of the times regret that they are summoned to fight the people that they love, fought with, and all this other things? Which one of them is more likely based on the fucking series? The shit I be talking about, man. All right, we already read his thing. It's not just soul crushing, but everything in general. Even if we gave everyone the ability to see soul reapers, I highly doubt they'll be able to do anything to them. They don't have a physical body, but they can interact with the physical plane and celestial body at the same time. That's true. However, Aizen did say that it's possible when he met Danga Ichigo. He thought Ichigo exchanged his spiritual energy for a stronger body, but it's still hypothetical, and he later found out Ichigo existed of a higher plane of existence. We're going to get to that. When it comes to Itachi, Toska Blade, it's an ethereal weapon. That's why it can't be blocked. It bypasses the physical body and attacks the soul, which is exactly what a Soul Reaper does. True. If Itachi was to use the Toska Blade or Nagato use the Human Path on any Soul Reaper, they could just parry the attack with a flick of their hand. Quincy arrow that literally erases the souls from existence. Nope, just Quincy's. And Hado attacks that can do similar things in Bleach is really downplayed, but even the most basic attack can break other characters in other verses since you can't just block their attacks. All right, this is true. Oh, wait, is this it? No, I don't think so. This is true. For other verses to really compete with their spiritual bodies this is true. For other verses to really compete, their spiritual bodies would have to be as powerful as Bleach characters. Why? Because the tamashi has shown to be a one-to-one with their konpaku. Releasing is just the first step, but that doesn't mean surviving. Resisting is just the first step, but that doesn't mean surviving. I know you're not saying this, but Ichigo hypothetically converting all of his Reiatsu to stats wouldn't be a debunk. Let's say this hypothetically did happen. The reason Ichigo would be so strong is because his Reiruku is powerful. Aizen wasn't talking about physical strength from a human body. He's talking about the physical strength of a spiritual being, of a spiritual body. And that would be a direct effect of Ichigo's Reiruku. So let's break this down. No, I'm going to wait until I find that one guy. It's still a plausible argument that shopping cart level girl... headcanon, okay. So basically, any important character from Megami Tensei franchise would be able to resist and even ignore it entirely since their powers are spiritual, otherworldly and psychic. I don't know the series, but maybe. I'm a Naruto and plan on getting into Bleach soon, but I don't think we have some. But I do think we have some potential for this whole spiritual thing resistance. At least you should have pooped on One Piece rather than Naruto, in my opinion. That's hilarious. Just too many implications to prove. Hagoromo is a prime example. One Piece is in the same boat as Naruto right now, but they have less bad showings of spiritual manipulation and attacks. Yeah, so Hagoromo is a prime example. The question is, how many Hagoromos exist? Guys, the number one thing you should want to look for when you're building a case is consistency, supporting evidence. Hey, we have one character over here doing this. Or, hey, this guy was able to do this. No, build a chain of consistency. Build a chain of evidence. How many Hagoromos exist directly challenges that idea that just because one person did it, that does not apply to the entire verse. How many people in Naruto, if their soul was being pulled out of their body, would be able to physically interact with it? Because we've only seen Naruto do it. Not saying he's the only one who can, but if you're going to make a claim that they can, we would need more than Naruto. Why? Naruto is a very special person. Naruto himself is a very special person. All right. Isn't this like assuming Bleach character spiritual mechanics work on other verses? What mechanisms were left up to assumption exactly? Good question. Unless you can prove most verses out there do not have souls, which most of the time they do, it would work. In other time they do, it would work. Also, Bleach characters can affect both spiritual and physical matter. Facts. Everything that comes out of the Bleach fandom is reinforced assumptions, not facts. everything when we talking about two different universes are assumptions. That's true too. Everything that we're talking about when it comes to cross-verse is literally an assumption, and we do our best to fill in the gap with the information that we have. Lil Vibe says, can we actually have this debate, please? So, by extension, his argument is that whatever energy they use in Bleach will disregard the physical and attack the soul, right? So anybody with the means to protect their soul with any hacks or abilities purely out of their soul being strong. Can I name a few, or should I leave the rest? I would grant protection of your soul through hacks or ability if they exist. But if we're talking about innate resistances, I'd like proof of being spiritually aware without any third-party means or direct feats. Feel free to name a few. This is true, to be honest, Soul Crush wipes. Let's be real, every series has these feats. Let's be real, every series has these. That's why feats are used when comparing characters. Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I did. So, like, a comment like that is also very funny because every series has these, right? So he'd be talking about, like, Nen, Bleach's Reidoku, whatever other, Conqueror's Haki, right? Every series has these. That's why feats are used when comparing characters. See, like, I don't know if this was just meant to, like, be smart, if he's trying to prove a point or whatever, but this is something I stated within the show. We would go off of feats. Your character design is clean. Appreciate it. Karma says, I'm going off topic here, but someone brought up to me that Aizen used hypnosis on Yhwach before his fight with Ichibei. Ichibei used his ink on him to rewrite his being, but that didn't undo the effect of Kyoka Suigetsu. What's your take on this? There's a few ways to look at this. Option 1, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu scales above Ichimonji in terms of Hack's potency. This has a lot of support behind it, being that Aizen was able to full Soul King Yhwach absorbed. To full Soul King absorbed Yhwach, but Ichibei had his power negged immediately, and this is before he became the Soul King. So, option 2, a little bit more boring. Changing Yhwach's being doesn't erase any status effects from other people. That is to say, just because his name is no longer Yhwach, that doesn't mean he was no longer affected by Kyoka Suigetsu. Here we go. Vantafish. 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 Is there any more subtext here? Okay, let me get some water first. You know what? Let me take a comment break. Let's read some of the. Hey Rev, I'm glad you're here, bro. This is about to be funny. Okay, I don't know how far I'm going to start up, but I'm just going to start reading. Hey, it could be. Hey, Imram is my editor. Shout out to Imram. We still going, bro. Yes. Genuine question. When did Bleach characters become multiversal or even universal? I'm currently still scaling the series, Antonio. I don't hold that opinion for now. I am right. The cells having physical energy should be a given. They made it up due to mistranslations, LOL. Bleach characters have been confirmed to be multiversal bare minimum in Soul Society. The Sokyoku Firebird can destroy everything in existence, so Ichigo blocking it and destroying the scaffolding. Since the moment they started to affect multiple universes at the same time. Plus, Lieutenant Class Shinigami of higher and higher have to have 80% of their power sealed to enter the world of living without their power warping reality and influencing the other world. Urahime can negate it. Kappa, LOL. Urahime's power rewrites causality itself. Sakura fought Ino's mind transfer with her will. Right, so if it's with her will, then nothing chakra was related. Chakra potency, chakra whatever. Now, if we want to say all these things are will based, Don't know how we'd quantify it, but that'd probably be your best argument, Naruto fans. Say it's will-based. And then we can get into that. The Toska blade is just built like that. Not in Bleach, it's not. Sorry, not in Bleach, it's not. Would high speed regeneration be equal to reverse curse techniques since both affect the soul? I don't know. Still not too like caught up on JJK, you know. Yamamoto was, I don't know what you're saying, Max. Bleach characters cannot just crush Naruto characters unless they are stronger. Well, we're going to get into this, 80 Matrix, because your friend Vantafish, who's not your friend, he's not your friend, but I'm saying he agrees with you in this. So he's your friend for now. All right, Animatrix, what is the strength of a Naruto character's soul? The Reaper. The Reaper? The Reaper? Hey, yo. That's a funny answer. Have Ukiyoda blasting a hole in the canopy again, a dimension itself, and very strong because their souls are what forms characters. For example, Chakra comes from the soul, implying the soul gives out that energy. And we even see Chakra can perform massive, powerful feats. So, what you need to do, Animatrix, first off, there's a lot to cover with this Chakra thing, right? Yeah, I'll save it for Vanta. Naruto's whole body is protected by soul energy. Wait, what? Soul from Chakra along with physical energy. Naruto's whole body is protected by soul energy. That would not be correct. That would not be a fact. It would be both physical and spiritual energy, but whatever. White blasting another hole. Also, Ichigo using Bankai creating a powerful release that shattered the dimension Yukio created. That's why he has the Kurama mode. But he gets harmed by soul manipulation. There are a ton of multiversal level feats shown in Bleach if you aren't trying to low ball characters. Okay, but do you know the soul manipulation is that of just where they're pulling out his soul? Most Bleach characters' attacks don't pull out your soul. Yeah, most Bleach characters' attacks, well, Soul Crush directly bypasses your soul and hits your tamashi. Or konpaku hits your tamashi. No, it's not. To say it is requires deliberate ignorance. You would need to show me a character pulling out a soul in one of the attacks. What Bleach characters do, you hit the soul, so basically it's down to the durability of the soul. So if it's down to the durability of a soul, I've pretty much shown that a souls are one-to-one because Tamashi generates Reiruku generates Reiatsu, right? Ishin was able to fight Masaki within his their soulscape. Ichigo was able to fight White within his soulscape and use Bankai. So. Something clever 4297. I just got here. What's up? Hey, how you doing? Chakra is a link. Motherfuckers can't read but be the loudest yappers in the comment. Right. I know. I just don't know if such being can be called a villain or if it's better to call it by another term. Chakra equals lunk. Question: how does it work on characters who already see spirits? Characters with no physical bodies being attacked. I need that question to be in a better form, clever, because I don't know what you're asking. How does it work on characters who already... I'm guessing it's sea spirits, but I don't understand the question itself. I gotta charge my phone. Where's my charger? Hold up, y'all. Let me go get my charger real quick. Holy cow, Plank. Okay, where is my charger, bro? Hold up, y'all. Gotta find the charger. Yo. We good? Thank you, Shinigami. Appreciate you, bro. Are we lagging again? I can hear you. All right, bet. Let's go. Cool. All right, where was I? Thank you, Ig. Appreciate you, bro. The Toska blade bypasses both physical and spiritual durability. The Zanpakuto interacts with both. Many people make the mistake of comparing them. That's true. The Zanpakuto doesn't interact with both. Bleach characters can reinforce, temper, and sharpen their Reiatsu with willpower. That's an interesting one. I believe it, though. I mean, willpower, their own power, I guess. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to explaining why Naruto versus Bleach verse by anyway is retarded. Hey, Ig is on y'all head, bro. That's hilarious, though. I personally believe 7D Bleach. Okay. Yeah, Naruto and Boruto verse just outscales Bleach massively, Ignil. Oh, man, Karibo. Your sound is gone. I suddenly became deaf. Chakra equals Link Haki equals the main dominance Reiatsu equals life/soul chakra. Read all the comments from Animatrix go. Did I read all those? All right, what did he say? Okay, but do you know the soul manipulation is that of... Oh, no, yeah, I already read that. Okay, let's get back to it. All right. So here we go. We have Vantafish. Vantafish says, I do want to point out that Aizen implied that high enough physical strength could counter Soul Crush. Aizen implied that high enough physical strength could counter Soul Crush. When he fought Ichigo, Aizen first assumed that the reason he was performing so well against him was because he had traded away all of his spiritual pressure for higher physical stats. Aizen, one of the two smartest characters in Bleach, with likely the strongest spiritual pressure in the series, took that as a legitimate scenario that could happen. He didn't go, my spiritual pressure should be crushing him right now, if all he had was strength and speed. If all he had was strength and speed, this is impossible. But instead went, that could be a way that he's even surviving against me right now. How disappointing that he would give his spiritual pressure away. Okay. Of course, Aizen was wrong about what the situation was, but what's important here was that he himself took it as a legitimate thing that Soul Crush could be resisted or even countered if the person had strong enough physical stats. Okay, so we've come across this many times already. Let's get into it. Zoom out a little bit. I've answered this about 5 times so far. Aizen was talking about the physical strength of a spiritual being, not the physical strength of a material being. Yes, they are different. If you don't know why, please watch my breakdown of the power system. Let's say Ichigo did exchange all of his Reiatsu for stats. Aizen's spiritual pressure still wouldn't crush him because his Reiruku is what generates that power. And that would have been well beyond Aizen's capabilities to overcome. Does everyone get that, first off? Does everyone get that? Right? Your spiritual body is not your physical body. They're not the same thing. Vantafish says, physical strength is physical strength. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. because two different things are being attacked. Aizen made that assertion after he got physically manhandled by Ichigo. Aizen, as arrogant as he was, truly believed that it was possible for Ichigo to trade in all of his spiritual pressure for physical boost and strength. This means that if the person is strong enough physically, then they can resist getting soul crushed. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. It's very funny because he doesn't even take the time out to acknowledge the difference between a spiritual being's physicals and them being physical versus like a physical being and their physicals. He says, look at it like this. Spiritual pressure is almost always, if not always, portrayed as a gravity or weight applied to a person. Just like you can resist the pull of gravity with enough strength, in Bleach, a being can resist spiritual pressure with enough physical strength. Totally incorrect, totally wrong. Spiritual strength, as you were saying, is just spiritual pressure, which does not make sense in this context. No. Spiritual strength is not spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure is the exertion of Reiruku, the exertion of it. But all that stems from your Reiruku, the thing generating your spirit body's power. Dear God, no. Physical strength of a living body isn't the same thing as physical strength from a spirit body fueled by Reiruku. Spiritual pressure is not physical strength, and I have no idea where you got that. No idea. My man, what does physical mean? You and me have both been using the term define physical. So, I say, oh, you know what the problem is? You probably believe bleach souls can be hurt by physical material, physical matter, physical attacks. Because when I'm saying physical strength from spirits is different from living humans, I'm talking about the impetus behind them. The impetus behind a spirit's strength is their Reiruku, which generates Reiatsu. For humans, this is muscles, bones, and all this other shit. None of that fucking matters if your spirit body is being attacked. He doesn't know this though, nor has he even entangled with it. So being physically strong in an alive body doesn't mean anything for your spiritual body. There are two different stats, and that's proven in the series. Aizen saying Ichigo converted his Reiatsu to physical stats in context means he made his Reishi body stronger. I don't like my own comments, but we liking that one. Aizen saying Ichigo converted his Reiatsu to physical stats in context means he made his Reishi body stronger. My man, did Chad hit Shrieker with a spiritual telephone pole? Yes, he did, actually. He hit the hollow with a physical telephone pole in his physical feats. Well, half and half. In other words, physical attacks, you're wrong about that, but this is beside the point. The physical / might terminology here is used to mean the capacity to move mass / move weight, not the constitution of the object. In other words, if you can lift 45 lbs, that is an example of physical might. Whether a spirit or human does the lifting is irrelevant. So yeah, what he is doing is confusing physical and might and saying, oh, well, because you're physically strong, and ignoring all the context of what it actually means for a Reishi body to be physically strong, because they're not the same thing. Also, Aizen never said what you're trying to say at all. He explicitly said Ichigo converted his spiritual pressure to increase his physical statistics. In other words, strength and speed, his might, his ability to move mass, yada, yada. You seem to be the one having to jump through hoops to make what you're saying make sense. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to a nigga that doesn't understand the power system. Please watch my video breaking down the power system, because I answer all of this. Literally just skip to the part using the time scans. Using Chad as an example is terrible because Shinigami aren't made of physical matter. They're made of spiritual matter. Of course, Aizen didn't say exactly what I'm saying. I have to explain it. You and others somehow don't understand what he said. Do you think Ichigo as a Shinigami has physicality? Do you not understand the difference between physical strength and physicality? By the way, I'm not screaming at you or angry. This is just a good dialogue, because, things can get mistranslated. Things can often get mistranslated through text. So I just want to make it clear I'm not screaming at the guy. He says, you are mistaken. I did not bring up Chad to prove my point, but because you said, and I quote, you probably believe Bleach souls can be hurt by physical/material matter attacks. Because when I'm saying physical strength from spirits is different from living humans, I'm talking about the impetus behind them, end quote. He says, I brought up Chad to show that what you said was wrong about spirits not being affected by physical matter in Bleach. Since Chad hit Shrieker, a spirit with a telephone pole, and beat him up with his fist. Yeah, did I say affect or did I say hurt? Yeah, I said hurt by physical matter. I said you believe Bleach souls can be hurt. I don't know why he said affect, because that changing the argument. That changes the entire thing of what I'm saying. Okay. He said, I brought up to show you that what you said was wrong about spirits not being affected by physical matter. So we just saw that. I corrected that for him, because I didn't say that. Since Chad hit Shrieker, a spirit with a telephone pole, and beat him up with his fist. Anyway, all I'm saying is Aizen believed Ichigo traded his spiritual pressure in for physical stats. So if Aizen isn't being stupid, then physical stats can resist/overcome spiritual pressure. In other words, beings can resist being crushed with their physical strength. Yeah, if you didn't understand how the series operated, if you didn't understand the difference between a Reishi body and a Kishi body, if you didn't understand how Reiruku, Tamashi, and Konpaku all work and fit together, you could get to this fucking conclusion. Mind you, like I said, I've answered this 5 times, only in the chat. So I can definitely understand how if you don't know what you're talking about, you could definitely get to that conclusion. Yeah, Shrieker wasn't damaged in the slightest by Chad, and Ichigo all but says physical attacks can hurt Shinigami in his fight with Kisuke. Spirits can interact with physical matter, but they can't be hurt by physical matter. And again, you're completely choosing to ignore the context of that statement. Ichigo is a spiritual being. Aizen hypothesized he converted all of his Ryatsu into his physical stats as a spiritual being. Saying Aizen didn't say that, well, Kubo's hoping that you have the fucking reading comprehension to understand he's talking about his spiritual body. Naruto or Luffy being physically strong wouldn't mean jack shit because their spirit bodies aren't strong. Strong spirit bodies resist spiritual attacks and manipulation, not strong physical bodies. Random hollows can take Naruto's, Hashirama's, Madara's, or anyone else's soul regardless of their physical stats because their spirit bodies are weak. Or in this case, their tamashi. I never said Chad damaged them, although to be clear, Chad did obviously damage them. Regardless, all I said was affected. Yeah, see, but you only said affected because you thought I said affected, right? So you saying damaged is really what you meant to comment. So me saying that actually aligns with what you just said. So you agree, physical matter can affect spiritual beings and spiritual beings can affect physical matter. Great. This wasn't what we were talking about, but at least we agree on this. Let's make this simple. Does the spiritual being Ichigo have physical strength? Can he lift up a can of soda? If the answer is yes, then that's what a spiritual being... Right. If the answer is yes... If the answer is yes, then that's that. A spiritual being can have physical strength. See, even that's convoluted to say they can have physical strength. Yeah. It's convoluted because it would be like spiritual physical. But anyways, we can stick with might, I guess. Aizen explicitly said Ichigo gave up his spiritual pressure for physical strength. He wasn't talking about spiritual strength. Yes, he was. Listen. It's so funny because this is the same shit they say when they talk about like affecting the senses. We do understand that spiritual beings, their 5 senses would be an extra sensory perception organism for them, right? Like, excuse me. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Okay. Oh my God. So yeah, we do understand that the Bleach sensory faculties don't just extend to the 5 senses, right? We understand that Kyokusui Getsu would also work on your Reikaku, right? Your like this your heart spiritual side or whatever. We understand that would also be a thing too. So this is all just a complete misunderstanding of what the fuck Aizen was talking about. He wasn't talking about spiritual strength or whatever you're trying to say. Strength is strength is strength. Can you lift up a soda can? Then you have physical strength. Even that's not necessarily true. Okay. Chad didn't damage him, laugh my ass off. Go reread the chapter, bro. Then go look at Kisuke training with Ichigo, and Ichigo say, if it's not a spirit weapon, it shouldn't be able to hurt him. It's more so a way of interaction. It's more so a one-way interaction of strong spiritual beings interacting with physical matter. But yes, not the topic, although it's related. Yes, he has physical strength, but since you're not willing to understand how the versus power system works, what Aizen is saying is going over your head. The proof is you think that having physical strength allows you to bypass being attacked by a spiritual attack. That's literally the fucking proof. And so I say, what's the difference between a plus's spirit body and a regular human's physical body in terms of physical strength? He says, so I took your advice and saw the fight again. I was correct. Chad didn't hurt him. Oh, no, Chad did hurt him. Shrieker had expressions of pain at one point, going, damn, and then flying into the air when he got hit with the telephone pole. He was again in pain as he got crushed against the ground. It is not a one-way interaction. You just admitted that they can both interact with each other. Chad could affect Shrieker and Shrieker could affect Chad. This is canon. So yeah, and again, admitted you said admitted they can interact with each other. Because the funny thing is this started off with injuring, not interacting, but you made a mistake and thought I said interacting, and now you're saying that I'm conceding. Doesn't matter. So cool. This is what happens, though. To answer your question, if the spirit can affect the physical world, then in effect, 0. Remember, my question was, what's the difference between a plus's spirit body and a regular human's physical body in terms of physical strength? This is a very basic question. Listen to how he answers this. He says, to answer your question, if the spirit can affect the physical world, then in effect, 0. Why would he need to go out his way to add that caveat? I asked a basic question. I literally even broke it down to a plus. So not a Shinigami, not a hollow, a plus. What's the difference between a plus's spirit body and a regular human's physical body in terms of physical strength? See, this tells me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Vantafish. The way you answered that tells me all I need to know. Tells me all I need to know. All right. So what manga chapter does Shrieker express pain or is shown having damage? Also, did you look at Ichigo train with Kisuke? It's a one-way in the sense that Reishi can impose on Kishi, but Kishi can't impose on Reishi. I doubt he understands what that would mean. Spiritual beings can affect the living world and spiritual world. The living world cannot affect the spiritual world. The interaction is only because they are dense, but being dense doesn't make them susceptible to injury by material attacks. Also, Karakura is a Judicate, which is a high spirit density zone. So if the hollow was hurt, it would be because of this reason. But I'm not even sure if I'm like fully on board with that. But guess what? It exists. Kubo went out his way to tell us that telephone poles have souls. So hey, there's that for you. Dear God, you're not going to understand this if you don't know the difference between a Kishi body and a Reishi body. Yes, he can lift a soda can, but that has nothing to do with his ability to resist Reiatsu. Reiatsu doesn't attack your physical body in the first place. Laugh my ass off. It attacks your spirit body, and that in turn has an effect on your physical body. Reiatsu does not attack your physical body. It attacks your spirit body. That in turn has an effect on your physical body. The way you answered my question is also telling enough. It didn't come with any qualifiers or add-ons, yet you gave it one. What is the difference between a human's physical strength and a plus's physical strength? I don't know if he responded to this yet. So yeah, he didn't respond to this yet. Colin says, what if I told you all objects in Bleach have souls? Would that shut you up? Facts, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, the other guy isn't making any sense, and the Vanna guy ain't listening. Come on now. You know, I completely forgot the entire conversation in the Fullbring arc. Yeah. So yeah, he hasn't responded to that yet. But I'll tell you yeah. Let me pin that one actually. If anyone wants to go to that conversation, and help Vanta understand what I'm saying, please do it. Because this nigga is hard-headed. As you guys saw in that exchange, he never verified whether or not he saw his training with Ichigo, where Ichigo pretty much all but says, if it's not a spiritual attack, it won't hurt me. And then Kisuke all but affirming that your logic wasn't wrong, but you were naive in thinking this wasn't a spiritual weapon. He never confronts that or debates that or wrestles with that. He never wrestles with the idea that Kishi bodies are different than Reishi bodies. Don't know why I was blanking on that. He never wrestles with that factor idea. And he's stuck on might being this qualifier when in context, he's talking about the might of his body, bro. He's not talking about the might of he's talking about the might of his Reishi body. Yes, that makes a difference. Your tamashi directly influences how strong your soul is, directly influences how much Reiku and the amount of Reiku you're going to produce. That directly influences your spiritual pressure, your Reiatsu, right? So if that physical body is strong enough to bully Aizen, it's clearly giving off enough energy to resist his fucking Reiatsu. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But then the other thing is this. Let's say we take your version of events as true. Who in the hell in Naruto is physically stronger than Dangai Ichigo? Who? And give me a feat. Give me a feat. Because guess what? If you open this can of worms, I will get in your fucking ass. Because you don't scale to your chakra attacks. Chakra doesn't scale to your physicals or your stats. Having chakra does nothing for your body. So I ask again, who in Naruto is physically as strong as Dangai Ichigo? I would love to hear it. Who? Because you would have... We ain't even going to go there. We ain't even going to go there. Let's look at this real quick. What did my man say? What did my man say here? A side note for anyone that brings up Aizen's theory about Dangai Ichigo. Ichigo at that point was a soul. He was a soul. So he was working based on spiritual energy. For example, the strongest captain physically is Kenpachi, while the strongest captain with spiritual energy is Ukitake. It doesn't mean Kenpachi isn't using spiritual energy. He is simply converting it into raw stats, unlike Ukitake, who would dish it out into his attacks and techniques. I hope this makes sense. Dangai Ichigo was literally a soul at the time, so I don't know how it makes sense for you guys that he was only using physical energy. So even the whole you discarded all your spiritual energy for physical stuff. Even in context, that would still be you discarded all your spiritual energy for more spiritual energy in the form of fucking stats. Right? That's all it would be. But niggas that are too slow to understand the conversation, oh, if you're strong enough, you can resist Reiatsu. Unbelievable. Okay. But I think that is the gist of all the conversations I wanted to cover. Yeah, that is the gist of all the conversations I wanted to cover. Red says, I'm not impressed with strength since according to Kubo, last Q&A, insane Q&A, Isane is a monster physically due to breaking a wooden sword in two when a thug was messing with her sister during her academy days. Did you just compare Asane to Aizen? Because that's what you would have to be like relating what I'm saying to. I'm talking about Aizen. How strong is a wooden reishi sword? Can you prove reishi matter is stronger than kishi matter? It's not about it being stronger. It's about the reishi matter not being able to affect the kishi matter. It's about the kishi matter not being able to affect the reishi matter. How the reishi matter can affect the kishi matter. Because we understand that everything that goes to the soul society must be reishi or else it'll be destroyed. But we understand that kishi can exist within reishi. Reishi particles can exist within kishi. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Can exist within kishi. So this would mean the tamashi, the hun, the konpaku, all these things are already immaterial things. They're not made of material matter. They're not made of material matter. Also taking into consideration that Ichigo fully believed he would not be hurt by anything that isn't spiritual. And then Kisuke reaffirms that by telling him, you're not wrong, but you were naive to think that I don't have a spiritual weapon. I'm sorry you guys come from anime where your mangaka has to break down every freaking thing for you to get it. Okay, cool. What the fuck are you talking about, Trip? I'm saying that in general, their strength feats are not impressive to me. I wasn't comparing Bomasi Sana to Aizen. Okay, I got you. So just in general. Ab-Stract, I'll send the doc on Discord. Hey, Red, fuck the doc, bro. I need you to get in these comments with me and start combating some of this shit. I'm just one guy. I need some fucking horsemen in these comments to correct all this bullshit. I need some horsemen in here, bro. Because me and other yo can't be the only ones. What's the current debate? The current debate is if having physical strength is enough to stop, overpower, or negate Reiatsu, spiritual pressure. Because Vanta says that Aizen implied that high enough physical strength could counter Soul Crush. Well, first off, that's not what he implied. You could say that's directly being assumed because Ichigo's not being Soul Crushed. You could say that, but that's not what he was implying. But yeah, that's the current debate, and it's not even a debate so much as people not understanding the nuances of Bleach's power mechanics or soul mechanics. Bro, you missed a lot of comments. You may need to go up. Did I missed a lot of comments? Why, were you getting in it with someone, Ig? Ig, you also have to understand you did come in late, bro. Oh, you know what? Someone replied to another video too. Not that one. Where's it at? Oh, did I respond to this guy? Hold up. All right, Content Farmstead. We got to find Content Farmstead. You know, we'll just order these in newest. Okay, I don't think I read this one. Oh, he replied to. I didn't see this one. Okay. All right. Content Farm says, Soul Crush is dog shit with fuck all AP feats that get glazed by morons. Not to mention Bleach souls are literally ass compared to the rest of fiction. They aren't even non-physical. Naruto's soul scaled to the person in durability as seen with Nagato. Naruto fights Kurama's soul. Okay. That's hilarious. So Bleach souls are non-physical. What you mean is intangible. What you mean is intangible. And even that concept only implies the stronger souls. Tell me the chapter where that's stated to be Kurama's and Naruto's souls fighting. See, look at this guy. He says, no, souls in Bleach are physical. Look at this guy. This is what the fuck I'm talking. This is the type of people that I got to deal with. Souls in Bleach are physically. I'm just going to say physical because that's probably what he meant to say. Souls in Bleach are physical. They're made up of material with density and mass that creates molecular structures, nerve cells, can be touched by normal people. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. They're not physical. They're made of an immaterial substance called reishi. Reishi is non-physical. All spirits have density in Bleach. Pluses are low density, but they still composed of particles with mass. Yeah, that's not. See, let's do this too. Let's do this. Let's do this. No. By the time I'm done with the fucking Naruto community, I'm going to lose fucking hairs. Physical, having material existence, perceptible especially through the senses and subject to the laws of nature. What is material? What? Relating to, derived from, or consisting of matter, the material world. What is matter? The substance of which a physical object is composed. Material substance that occupies space has mass and is composed predominantly of atoms consisting of protons, neutrons, electrons that constitutes the observable universe and that is interconvertible with energy. So yes, physical, material, matter all speaks to the world of the living. All speaks to the world of the living. All speaks to the world of the living. Everything in the soul society is made of antimatter, basically. Antimatter, spiritual matter. So, this is already wrong on a basic level. Okay, Turtle Island, little bro. LOL. First page of the manga. Lily says Kurama's soul is in the seal. LOL. Is that what it says? Oh, we might have something. Hold up. Okay, I'll have to review that later. All right, we'll put that in the notes to be reviewed. Killer cam, killer cam, killer cat, killer cam. Okay. Hey, yo, Ig, you still here? Ig dropped a 3-hour video. Oh, this was 6 months ago. All right. So, Ig, is that video about the Chakra, is it Kaguya versus Ishiki? Or is it something else? Going by what you've posted so far, it's probably Kaguya versus Ishiki. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's Kaguya versus Ishiki. Okay, we're gonna watch Ig's video on Ishiki versus Kaguya real quickly. Hold up, why is the volume not playing? Where's our volume at? Okay. All right, cool. Where's the volume not working?
Why Kaguya
Okay, there we go.
slams Ishiki on his neck. And I know a lot of people will disagree on this hot take, but I think once you listen to what I have to say, you will come to that agreement, even if you don't like it. What? I will also be using the main source material, which is the manga, and I'll be using Kaguya, so the Kaguya before she gives birth to Hagoromo and Homura. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and clear your mind and enjoy the video. So before I get into why Kaguya slams, I will first get into why statements that say Kaguya is weaker than certain Otsutsuki are irrelevant, such as Sasuke saying Momoshiki and Kinshiki are a greater threat than Kaguya, and Momoshiki implying that he's superior to Kaguya, and so on, those types of statements. So the reason why it's irrelevant is because Sasuke and Naruto have only seen a drastically nerfed Kaguya since Hagoromo and his brother took a lot of Kaguya's chakra when birthed, and that's why they are powerful. And to give a quantification, if you absorbed all 9-tailed beasts, you should have power relative to Hagoromo, since Madara did absorb all tailed beasts besides the other half of Kurama, and Madara was considered near Hagoromo's level, and Homura is relative to Hagoromo, so he should have taken that same amount. Anyway, Hagoromo became the 10-tailed Shinjuku, which was actually Kaguya trying to reunify Chakra once again, but unfortunately the 10-tails was put in Hagoromo, which Hagoromo split 10-tails Chakra to the society of that era, and we know if you have
What?
once again, but unfortunately the 10-tails was put in Hagoromo, which Hagoromo split 10-tails Chakra to the society of that era, and we know if you have kids, those kids will take some of your chakra when birthed, depending on how much chakra you have, as I pointed out with Kaguya. That's why the current era of society are born with chakra.
All right. No. So this would have to presume that everyone is a blood relative to an Otsutsuki. Because if chakra didn't exist before Kaguya, Hagoromo, and all of them, that would mean literally the Otsutsuki, or I'm sorry, they went around breeding with humans. And so they're all relatives of Hagoromo and Kaguya. If that's what you're saying, as far as the chakra being passed down, and that's why people have chakra.
Chakra when birth.
Let me go back again, make sure I'm not making a mistake.
As I pointed out with Kaguya, kids will take some of your chakra. The Ten Tails was put in Hagoromo, which Hagoromo split Ten Tails chakra to the society of that era. And we know if you have kids, those kids will take some of your chakra when birth.
Okay. So that's a little weird too. Are you saying Hagoromo split Ten Tails chakra as in the Biju? Or are you saying he took chakra and like gave them chakra? Kind of hard to figure out which one to attack if I don't know.
Depending on how much chakra you have, as I pointed out with Kaguya, that's why the current era of society are born with chakra. Even someone like my guy and Rock Lee, who can't use ninjutsu but still use chakra for his technique. Anyway, after Hagoromo.
All right. Yeah, no, it looks like we're going to have to cover this on stream, actually. It looks like we're going to have to cover this on stream. And then my question is, like, are you completely disregarding all the Boruto stuff, Ig? Are you completely disregarding all the Boruto stuff? I feel like you'd have to be to come to this conclusion. Can I mic up for a second after this video so I can give you some context? No. They calling me, man. Hey, bro, I can't let anyone up today. We're going to go over this. Don't worry. We're going to go over this. Hold up. Yeah, no, not today, bro. Not today. Because I didn't let Anime Matrix up today. I can't have you up today either. It's just because, this is the first live back, and I kind of want to just keep the flow of things going. I don't want too many interruptions. But okay, cool. So I get where you're coming from, and I'll hear it again.
Hagoromo, so he should have taken that same amount. Anyway, Hagoromo became Ten Tails Jinchuriki, which was actually Kaguya trying to reunify chakra once again. But unfortunately, the Ten Tails was put in Hagoromo, which Hagoromo split.
So, all right, yeah. This whole idea of reunifying chakra. And this is why I have to ask, Ig. Are you ignoring Boruto scaling? Are you ignoring Boruto scaling? Because there is no such thing as a one chakra. That doesn't exist. There is no one chakra. I'm sorry, like that a planet has. All of chakra. There is no idea. There is no thing of all of chakra. There's chakra on a planet that the divine tree can take and then bear a chakra fruit. But this idea that no one had chakra, and so the idea was to give people chakra in order to take it away, it's not supported by the story. It's convoluted. And there's too much counter evidence against it. So I ask again, are you ignoring Boruto stuff? Are you ignoring the fact that people would have necessarily needed a chakra network? Where the fuck did they get that? Where would that have come from? How are they passing chakra along without a chakra network? Okay. How Gremmy said, I'll send you the scan that tells how Gremmy split some of the 10th chakra for the society at the time. Yes, that was him giving them the Biju, though. That's not him giving them Biju chakra, or else people would have Biju chakra without being Shinshuriki. They'd be like Jinkaku and Kinkaku, bro. There is a chakra fruit, though. Unifying all of that should make her stronger than Ishiki. Yeah, no. I'm talking about, like, I think they would be given. You understand a chakra network. All right, how would that work? They would be given a chakra network. How would that work exactly? All right, while we wrestle with that, let's go to LOL, no LOL. He actually gave them chakra before making the Biju. Okay. Where is... Let's finish that Yhwach video. Why is lore accurate Yhwach not in my things? All right.
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on delivery in as soon as 30 minutes. Even if you can't count on your guest list staying small.
Okay, so we're getting back to lore accurate Yhwach video. We'll go back about a minute or two. I have no idea where we're starting in this, but we're going to watch it.
His casual ability to imagine anything is depicted to be able to casually imagine things like planets, stars, even a galaxy. There is even a sketch from the author of this and a conversation between the staff of the new anime and the author. Throughout the entirety of the Bleach manga, Mr. Kubo has actually used these sketches to tell the story, convey messages, add symbolism. And considering what Squad Zero does, it's actually quite consistent given where Gremmy should narratively place in power. Gremmy was so strong that only Yhwach could keep him in line. That's a pretty wild statement. It's quite clear that the only reason he's not a part of the shoot staff or royal guard of Yhwach is because he's just so damn unhinged. When Gremmy actually tries to replicate Kenpachi's power, he views him as so strong that trying to replicate him blows his body apart. And it's kind of funny because it's either that Kenpachi is that strong or Kenpachi was so intimidating that that's what Gremmy passively accidentally imagined and then he ended up killing himself by doing so. Earlier in the story too, to add a bit of evidence towards how powerful Gremmy actually is and how this wouldn't really be far-fetched to give these feats to these kind of characters, well, earlier in the story, Baragan makes a comment that things like the sun and the stars are beneath him, just a mere side comment. That crazy. Something else we do know is that after the training Kenpachi goes through, although he's significantly stronger and is seen as something they need to replace their loss of Yamamoto, the reality is that he's still weaker than the Yhwach who fights Ichibei, regardless of the Almighty. Now, that's important to me, because this Kenpachi defeats Gremmy, who with his casual ability to imagine anything, is depicted to be able to casually imagine things like planets, stars, even a galaxy. There is even a sketch from the author of this and a conversation between the staff of the
Yo, yo, yo. All right. Nice. My fault. I'm stupid. I had the volume down all the way low to not interrupt the video. My fault. I'm dumb. It's not the audio this time. This was me. Human error.
anime and the author. Throughout the entirety of the Bleach manga, Mr. Kubo
Beautiful.
has
There we
actually
go.
used these sketches to tell the
Sorry about that,
story,
y'all.
convey messages, add symbolism, and considering what Squad Zero does, it's actually quite consistent given where Gremmy should narratively place in power. Gremmy was so strong that only Yhwach could keep him in line. That's a pretty wild statement. It's quite clear that the only reason he's not a part of the shoot staff or royal guard of Yhwach is because he's just so damn unhinged. When Gremmy actually tries to replicate Kenpachi's power, he views him as so strong that trying to replicate him blows his body apart. And it's kind of funny because it's either that Kenpachi is that strong, or Kenpachi was so intimidating that that's what Gremmy passively accidentally imagined, and then he ended up killing himself by doing so. Earlier in the story too, to add a bit of evidence towards how powerful Gremmy actually is and how this wouldn't really be far-fetched to give these feats to these kind of characters, well, earlier in the story, Baragan makes a comment that things like the sun and the stars are beneath him, just a mere side comment. This is a Baragan who would one-shot Ion in base, and Ion is seen as having quite a lot of power, let's just say that. In regards to his other opponent, Head Captain Yamamoto, this man is basically a walking sun, so strong that even while holding back, he started passively destroying the entire Soul Society, which is essentially the heaven of Bleach. Captain Class Shinigami are shown to be threats to the world by just walking around, with a later example showing Hollows dying from their mere presence in Karakura Town. Chad even worries that they're going to affect everything if they fight in Karakura Town. In one of Aizen's weakest iterations of his Hogyoku transformations, he is able to annihilate a being which governs time and space with just a glance of his eyes. The speech in these chapters is also kind of more nuanced and could imply far greater scaling, as he directly addresses how he transcends the idea of reason itself. In Bleach Rebirth of Souls, which is Bleach's first mainline console game in almost 15 years, well, it was actually assisted in production by the author, and some of the statements about Aizen say some insane stuff like this, and this. Aizen proclaims he can summon what many would call a pseudo-black hole with one of his Keto spells, and this is slapped away by Dongai Ichigo incredibly casually, something which Yhwach would definitely be able to do with no issue. When Ulquiorra talks about Los Noches passively being destroyed by Gran Rey Zero or the release of Espada 4 and above, this feat can be multiplied many times over with the addition of higher rank, transformations, and how much stronger Yhwach is than the Espada members just in base. If Grimmjow almost did this in base form, what happens when the base forms of higher ranked Espada do it? Then multiply their power tens of folds higher with transformations, Cero Oscuras, and more potent techniques. You get the idea. To put it simply, Yhwach could stand in front of all of the Espada and soul crush them. It wouldn't even take the use of an ability to deal with them. Let me state this very clearly too. All of those feats are nothing compared to what his next two forms can do.
I mean, we all do it. You see a line, have no idea what it's for, but your brain is like, should I join it? It's crazy, right?
Hey, let me call you back. I gotta stand in a line.
Even crazier is that folks stick with insurance that keeps them waiting around to file a claim, while Geico's claim support is available day or night. I mean, I'd have FOMO about that, if anything. Excuse me, what are you waiting for?
No one knows.
Okay.
You're cool. You can cut.
I'm alright, actually.
No, seriously.
Throughout the first wave of the 1,000-Year Blood War, Yhwach is fighting with almost all of his arsenal missing. It takes an entire 999 years for all of his powers to slowly return to him, similar to his birth. Within combat, during this time, Yhwach predominantly uses three main methods of attack: his sword, bows, and seals. His blade can be summoned as both a physical blade and a spiritual weapon. This weapon attacks on an astral level, clashing with swords that cut the very soul itself. It even clashes with Ichibei's brush, which has conceptual authority embedded within it. The arrows which he fires can erase the existence of those it kills, and can even stop himself from being propelled by an ability which, when it touches you, knocks you back a specific measurement of distance without fail. It's almost like his arrows are counter specific measurement of distance.
300 miles? I'm gonna need the raw translation for that. That should be way over 300 miles, but okay.
Without fail. It's almost like his arrows are counteracting this spatial manipulation. The character who performs this set attack has authority over concepts, such as naming something, the color black, and so on. Mid-fight, Ichibei Hiyosube rewrote Yhwach's name and power to be that of an ant. Then Yhwach just said, "I give myself my power back," and decided to win. After getting his throat crushed too, he also just returned his own voice. Why, you may ask? Because he can just do that. He is also shown to be beyond conceptual manipulation, just like how Aizen transcends these concepts and laws of the fundamentals which exist within the Bleach story. Yhwach, just like Ichibei, also has the ability to see and bestow power based on the value of a name. Ichibei himself is actually referred to as a multi-million-year-old primordial being who names and has authority and writes all phenomena in the...
Speaking of this, because he's going heavy on Ichibei, and I like this, right? One of the videos I have coming out is about Ichibei's conceptual manipulation as it relates to crossverse implications and stuff like that. Because the general idea is that Ichibei's ability only works in Bleach for some weird ass reason. And we're going to debunk that whole idea. Yeah, we're going to debunk that entire idea. I didn't know this existed. This is nice. The sword in the shape of a large calligraphy blush has the power to dominate all blackness in the world. And those struck by Ichimonji's paint lose their names and have their abilities and characteristics nullified. The release command for Ichimonji is blacken. I wish I had this. I'm going to send this to my editor. So wait, this is Ichibei's title card page, basically. Okay, cool.
Entirety of the Bleach universe, just think about how insane of a statement that is, and Yhwach is fighting him, who he then defeats. To sort of frame this in an interesting way, especially if you're a fan of Jujutsu Kaisen, you know how the Maharaga adapts to concepts or just powers in general throughout battle? Well, if Maharaga were to, say, adapt to one of Yhwach's arrows, making itself immune to the function of his arrow being able to hurt him, Yhwach would just ignore that and then eviscerate Maharaga with the second arrow that he fires. Though the seals are relatively unexplored, the fake Yhwach tries this as a means to combat angry Yamamoto, but it has arrows, making itself immune to insane of a statement that is, and Yhwach is fighting him, who he then defeats. To sort of frame this in an interesting way, especially
let me go back because I was yapping. Let me hear what you're saying.
Power based on the value of a name. Ichibei himself is actually referred to as a multi-million-year-old primordial being who names and has authority and writes all phenomena in the entirety of the Bleach universe. Just think about how insane of a statement that is.
Wait, he said in the Bleach universe? Hold up. He's the de facto head of this Zero Squad of the Royal Guard, which protects the Soul King. He is also known as Monoko Osho. Monku calls the real name. Since the creation of Soul Society, he has given names to all phenomena and events. Wait, what? Hold up. Since the creation... Very interesting.
Fighting him, who he then defeats. To sort of frame this in an interesting way, especially if you're a fan of Jujutsu Kaisen, you know how the Maharaga adapts to concepts or just powers in general throughout battle? Well, if Maharaga were to, say, adapt to one of Yhwach's arrows, making itself immune to the function of his arrow being able to hurt him, Yhwach would just ignore that and then eviscerate Maharaga with the second arrow that he fires. Though the seals are relatively unexplored, the fake Yhwach tries this as a means to combat angry Yamamoto, but it is to no avail. I would comfortably argue, however, that not only could the real Yhwach wield far stronger sealing, but the endgame Yhwach would actually have sealing strong enough to contain universal and beyond threats. He was able to stop Aizen, so it's pretty clear that he can. Aizen's in a form where he's far beyond any of his prior showings and was annihilating beings like the Cleaner with just a glance of his eyes. This thing governs the process of time and space, thus adding more to the higher dimensional scaling that's referenced in the Dangai Ichigo fight. Within this battle I just mentioned, Aizen makes the deduction that the only rationale he has for how strong the Mugetsu is that he might exist on a higher dimensional plane of power than he is currently at. We also have some really goofy stuff earlier in the series, like Donda Chakra having a stomach that connects to the fourth dimension. The author is clearly playing around with these ideas, so for it to just be fully disregarded, I don't think is an honest interpretation of the source material. Yhwach also truly does seem to be able to cast and do whatever he desires with his voice, being able to kill people from afar, have insanely good physical strength with his normal sort of attacks, defend himself with Blute Vein and barriers. He even displays this kind of force type attack when battling Ichigo and Aizen. However, where he truly becomes a menace is with what I'm about to explain next.
How we feeling, Clyde? How we feeling, Clyde?
In 10 days. New IMS Proactive 5 for healthy digestion.
The Almighty is truly one of the most disgusting and complicated powers any major villain in Shonen Jump magazine has shown off. This power allows Yhwach to not just see minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, arguably centuries in advance, but choose from infinite timelines as if he's Doctor Strange telling them...
Hold on, let me read this real quick. There's a chakra fruit. They're unifying all chakra. I think they would be giving chakra network. They already had the meridian system in them, and maybe it got retrofitted into a chakra pathway. Either way, they had chakra before Ishiki and Kaguya showed up. Yes. Because they never had chakra from the start. And Kurama has creation of all things technique, which is also how he made the Biju. Yes, but nothing about the creation of all things indicates that he gave anyone chakra. This is a mad beefy video, though. It is. What is this video? Oh, yeah. Kyoko Sui gets removed our hearing. That's hilarious, Gino. Is the sound thing on audio output capture being read mean anything? Hey, I appreciate the help, bro. I appreciate it. Nah, it was just that I had my mic's volume down low. Rev says, Ignil, the implication is, though, that Otsutsuki travel from planet to planet in search of planets of dense life and chakra to basically farm the planet for fruits. So necessarily chakra. Yes. So necessarily chakra predates Hakuromo. Exactly. Master Masculine strikes again. I explained how Kaguya's chakra fruit is a bit different. Also, the planet can have chakra, but not the people on the planet, which is why they used bows and arrows back in the day. No, they used the bows and arrows because they didn't know how to manipulate their chakra. In what sense would it make for the flipping planet to have chakra, but not the inhabitants of the planet? That doesn't even begin to... Okay. They love bringing up the feetless cleaner. Feetless cleaner is false. The lore of it alone says even Bankai Yama can't interact with it. True. Feetless cleaner is made of reason and exists on a higher existence. We don't need to see feats. High-end beings are scared. The cleaner is not feetless. That's just dumb. Wasn't it 400 kilometers? Yes. Yeah. I don't know where he got 300 miles, but it would have been over 400 or 4,000 kilometers, something like 2,000 miles in our thing. I don't know what translation he's using, though. These Bleach debunkers are so slow. People don't understand versicalization when comparing two animes. Yeah. My phone is bugging. Even without versicalization, Ichibei's ink would work regardless. Yes, it would. And we're going to prove that in the video I make. And a character's ability is bound to themselves and not the setting, then why can't it work outside the setting? It's a mechanic of the character, not the setting. Exactly. Yhwach removed his black ant debuff like it was nothing, meaning either as an ant, he still has hella power, or it just didn't work against him in the first place. Facts. That's actually a good way to view it. I didn't think about it like that. Ichibei kind of strong. I don't know. Yhwach activated the Almighty. That's why. Yes, but see, here's the thing. But like, really consider what that means, right? Ichibei turned him to a black ant as far as like power in namesakes. He turned him to a black ant. That would mean even as a black ant, his Almighty was strong enough to overwrite that from happening, or the buff from the Almighty just negated everything that Ichibei had did to him. It's still crazy to think about either way, though. Clyde is reaching hard, but he's entertaining. Which statement is he reaching? I would also like to know. Calling it reaching is pure cope. Clyde actually lowballs Bleach characters himself. People still use bows in the Narutoverse. Sasuke used one. Like, you can't say people use bows, therefore don't have chakra. No, what's more likely is they don't understand how to manipulate chakra. I don't even know which thing he's reaching. Clyde puts proof of his statements on screen. Ichibei is a Gother victim. Ichibei is a Gother victim. Maybe. New chatters have discovered Kuribo. Laugh myself. Y'all. Like shit. New chatters have discovered Kuribo is hilarious, bro. Hey, man, I hope you all plan on being a part of the Ab-Stract section chats, man, because Kuribo is hilarious. We saw him trying to slip in that Bargon star statement. Yeah, I don't agree with the Bargon star statement. Most Bleach scalers don't stop Oh, don't stoop that low. Okay, yeah.
Which universe they win in, then loading that future in like a game save. He states that this gives him the knowledge of everything, and abilities used against him can be negated completely. He doesn't just avoid the swing, he makes the swing irrelevant. Keep in mind that without the shackles of emotion or a written narrative, if he fights purely to win, he quite literally has an AI-assisted machine which will pick the most optimal future to be victorious in, with the most fallible consequences for his opponent. Funnily enough too, if we do take the in-character approach, this is still an approach that he would take against those who are not Ichigo, Uryu, Harshvolth, Yamamoto, or anyone that he has some form of admiration or interest for. The only way that the main cast of Bleach were even able to combat this technique was purely because during the period of Yhwach returning almost 1,000 years after the original war that he fought against the Soul Society in, he had to wait for all of his powers to return to him while he collected his new army of Sternritter. This is the reason Ichibei has any success whatsoever against Yhwach, even while having prior knowledge of their prior encounter. It's described that pre-almighty Yhwach casually made an infinite area for the Sternritter to exist within.
Whoa. That's why we called it the Wanderreich, the Invisible Empire. The plan was a success. Unlike the world of the living, the Soul Society is filled with Reishi, our source of power. The things we could do with it were infinite. Alright, I don't know if that's infinite space, that's infinite possibilities, but let me make sure he didn't say that.
Against Yhwach, even while having prior knowledge of their prior encounter. It's described that pre-almighty Yhwach casually made an infinite area for the Sternritter to exist within.
Okay. Alright, yeah, Clyde, he can't be doing that, bro. He can't be doing that. It was like nothing in this, excuse me.
Pre-almighty Yhwach casually made...
Nothing in this alludes to infinite area or infinite space. The possibilities are infinite as far as what they could do with where they are, but no.
Made an infinite area for the Sternritter to exist within. However, during this returning period, he made one fatal error. He visited Sasuke Aizen, who was actually jailed within the Mugen for multiple thousands of years. This was done with the intention of bringing him to his army. It's shown that by merely being in the presence of sealed Aizen, Aizen can cast Kyokusuigetsu onto anyone. A mere glance of his now one with his blade body, and you're under it. By Yhwach offering to free him and let him join his side, Aizen uses this very brief conversation to cast Kyokusuigetsu onto him. This is confirmed when Harshvolth speaks to Yhwach and during the final battle. Aizen never turned off the technique since their initial encounter. He also did the same with Shinji, confirming that he has never once turned it off, arguably since even turned back the pendulum. To put it bluntly, there is no reality where Yhwach loses to the good guys if this interaction with Aizen doesn't occur, nor does the Silver Arrow even have a singular speck of relevance to the defeat of him. The Almighty is so fucking cracked that he can self-revive from death instantly, along with returning infinitely, no matter the point in history, or how many times he's defeated. He's like an unkillable force of nature. Aizen luckily landed a checkmate move on him before he reattained his original powers, which one-shot Ichibei Hyosube, who was capable of some of the most hacks events within the entirety of Bleach, like inserting himself into Ichigo's inner world and blotting out Zangetsu's true name all the way back in chapter 63. Ichibei wouldn't be introduced until chapter 516.
Introducing new frosted sodas and floats.
Many have this idea that Bleach characters are pretty much just Super Saiyans with swords, when in actuality the nuance of their powers are far beyond mere teleportation and who can hit the hardest. They're almost philosophically powerful, flowing through the narrative with strokes of meaning that affect the very story itself. If you imagine this encounter like an onion, Aizen was lucky that he layered his powers under Yhwach's layer before his Almighty returned. One of the issues with Aizen facing Yhwach without their initial meeting is that if the Almighty is accessible to Yhwach, it would just warn him of futures where Aizen attempts to cast Kyokusuigetsu. But in this hypothetical, he would have the means to know where Aizen is at all times, along with a way to attack first. though in the real story, none of that mattered, because his brain was...
See, I'm not gonna lie. Even if Aizen didn't cast Kyoka Suigetsu when he didn't have the Almighty, the problem is this. There was nothing to give Yhwach any heads up that Kyoka Suigetsu was being activated. So even in a hypothetical future, if he's fighting Aizen, the minute he lays eyes on him, he would still fall into the trap. Now, if we're arguing that Yhwach would like do what he did before and be able to negate Kyoka Suigetsu via knowing it's happening. So, oh shit, I'm in an illusion. Where the fuck is that? Let me snap it. Boom. That's something. But as far as what we've seen, bro, as far as what I know at least, Yhwach would still be within Kyoka Suigetsu in a fight with the Almighty. Like, having the Almighty active or not active wouldn't really matter, because simply looking at Aizen, viewing him, perceiving him, you will fall under its spell.
It was Kyoka Suigetsu in a weaker state, and he had no real way to tell other than knowing that his sense of time had been messed with. Even then, they didn't even know 100% if it was Kyoka Suigetsu. Every future he saw was one altered by Aizen. It was a game of chess, and Aizen won in his opening move. Checkmate. I guess if you imagine it like this, because I have been thinking about this quite a lot during the production of this video, as there is a lot of confusion as to why Kyoka Suigetsu even works on Yhwach. So, although he has access to infinite futures, if you imagine each time one of the spears shoots out trying to reach a different future, there is this ever-existing blanket that is going over those spears. So it doesn't matter how many times he tries, because the foundational perception of a future is always altered by the fact that they're all poisoned by Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. Again, if they were to have never met before he got the Almighty, then this would just not happen, as Aizen would think, oh, I've casted Kyoka Suigetsu on him, but Yhwach would be like, no you didn't, because I've just reversed that reality, along with also avoiding every single time you've tried to attack me. So instead of being blind against the ability like, say, Shinji and Yamamoto were, he wouldn't need to worry about that, because in each infinite future in front of him, he would just pick the optimal ones where Aizen moves to the right, then he moves to the right while also pivoting, moving under his blade.
See, but that's all like presumed that Kyoka Suigetsu wouldn't affect that Aizen. I'm sorry, Kyoka Suigetsu wouldn't affect the Yhwach that can see all the possible futures, bro. That, like, in my head, that's still like dependent upon that. I don't know if just having your ability, the Almighty, up and active is going to stop Kyoka Suigetsu from doing its job. Yes, it was nice that Aizen did it beforehand, but even right there, he's not doing this anymore. Shatter, Kyoka, he's not doing that anymore. The minute you look at bro, you might as well think it's up. It might as well be up for you. Because why not? It was the first thing he did when he met Yhwach, so why wouldn't he do it to you? Right? So that's an interesting theory. Very interesting theory. But as far as his explanation of the arrowheads being the future and all those futures being blanketed or tainted with poison, that's exactly right. That's how I would explain it. It doesn't matter if Yhwach can see the future. The fact that in every reality Aizen uses Kyoka Suigetsu, that's not going to change. You can't fix that. You can't fix that.
And then beheading him or doing something brutal like that. So, yeah. Now, of course, you know, immortality in the fight makes it a little bit difficult regardless of the Almighty, but you get the bigger picture here. He was at a major disadvantage because every single time he would try to glance into the future, it was just corrupted. Yhwach without the Almighty can battle full-powered Bankai Yamamoto. Yhwach with the Almighty one-shots Ichibei, who many consider stronger than him. Yhwach with the Almighty and the Soul King absorbed becomes a multi-universal future manipulating god, beaten solely via his own decision making and subordinates turning on him.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and ad-free videos on the YouTube Kids app, so kids can bounce the Kids Bop without missing a beat. YouTube Premium, it's...
One major thing that the new anime of Bleach has established quite well is the great addition of extra content and lore directly from the assistance of series author Mr. Kubo. Unlike the original anime, which I'll always defend as being amazing, especially tonally speaking, and even with its various problems, Mr. Kubo is far more hands-on with this adaptation compared to the previous one. He has in the past said a lot of very positive things about the old anime, but he was way too busy during the production of the manga to ever really have enough time to be as hands-on with that adaptation as he is with this one. As for the current anime adaptation, this has provided us with new dialogue, scenes that weren't in the manga, and even entirely brand new fights. The craziest addition has definitely been the reimagined display of the Zero Division. These are 5 unique Shinigami designated to guard the Soul King. The Soul King's mere existence holds together the multiple universes of Bleach. Without him, everything would collapse. Now, unlike their swift defeat in the manga, and I guess you could even say disappointing defeat in the manga, the anime allows them to live up to their aforementioned hype, which was introduced at the start of that arc. All of them together are stronger than the Gotei 13, you've heard it all before. With 3 of them committing seppuku, and then Shutara Senjima releasing her Bankai, this transformation is so powerful, she shakes the 3 primary realms of Bleach. It is also described that she can wield infinite reishi, as if it's as simple as her just lifting a cup of tea to her mouth. Though this topic is debated a lot, the dialogue is extremely direct. Even the slightest use of our powers would cause the heaven and earth of the 3 worlds to tremble. Worlds, Sakai or Sangai, has 3 meanings in Japanese, so it's also more complicated when factoring that in. However, she uses the phrase Sangai, which more so indicates the higher interpretation. Not only was this not in the original manga, but the anime then depicts what was going to happen, and this is while she is proactively holding herself back. There are 2 stipulations here. If she doesn't hold back, she would cause damage to those areas. If all of Squad Zero were to release their Bankai, those areas would be annihilated. It's pretty cut and dry because, well, the scene just visually showcases the evidence after the verbatim statement. To argue against this wouldn't even be dishonesty, it would just in fact be pure stupidity. She is holding back. They're so powerful as a group that they have an agreed upon ritual where just one of them can release at a time. Like, how wild is that? The whole purpose of the scene is to accentuate and showcase how strong they want Squad Zero to be in the reimagined version of them. I don't know why we have to play this infinite game of skepticism. It just blows my mind because the anime just showed it to us. It's like some Patrick level stuff from SpongeBob. Genuinely, it's that crazy. The reason this is important is because this level of power is applicable to pre-almighty Yhwach, who battles Ichibei, the strongest member of their squad. If Yhwach wanted to, he could mimic this feat of the Zero Division. Feats can still be achieved without them being shown. I don't need to see Yhwach destroy a car to believe that he can do so. This is just a simple scaling chain, nothing too complicated, really. Yhwach is objectively stronger than Uryu, also along with his shoot starful members who, fight Squad Zero, and yet Uryu deals with Bankai Senjumaru, so here's something else I don't see spoken about enough. The original feat is performed in a disconnected realm from the Soul Society and spreads so fast that it reaches the world of the living, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and more within seconds. It's traveling a distance that far exceeds something small like a planet comparatively. Not only is the power spreading it massively faster than light speeds, but to affect such a large distance so quickly is putting them in a category that dwarfs the Cell Saga in Dragon Ball Z. In the past, I'd never say something like that, but comparatively again, it's actually reality. Like, they've gotten really damn strong in this series. Anywho, depending on how you interpret Bleach's worlds gives you different outcomes of power. It could just simply be, 3 worlds, 3 planets, or it could be the 3 entire realms themselves, which contain universes inside them. Both the old anime and the new anime also physically depict each realm as being their own universe. The Soul Society has day and night cycles along with stars, which the world of the living also has. Just to be clear, they don't share the same universe, which is very, very clearly shown to us because they have to travel through wormholes to reach that area, and last time I checked in Bleach, you can't exactly just get onto a NASA rocket and fly to the Soul Society, but, certain people still don't really get that basic information from the series somehow. I just don't get it. Yhwach not only becomes so powerful that his mere presence keeps these realms stable, but it's shown that with a simple wave of his hand, he can affect all three of these areas and bend them to his will. Going beyond that, Yhwach doesn't just have the capability to do that, he can affect the Garganta, which is a space that expands beyond every realm in Bleach, a far larger area. Some might even argue that because the Garganta surrounds these universes and exists as a container of all time and space, that in order for something like this to be physically possible, you would need a higher dimensional plane to house all of that space that exists in the world. The fact that Yhwach has authority and power to then affect that said container could place him at a higher dimensional tier than illustrated earlier in the series, or what we are aware of. If we take Aizen's dialogue as very face value, hyper literal, no bullshit involved, and with the added evidence of a 4D space existing casually within Donda Chakra, this may imply, due to Mugetsu being seen as 5D by him, that Yhwach would also be of similar dimensional tier, if not greater, with the absorption of the Soul King. Ironically, here's something to consider. If you claim Aizen's statements are merely hyperbolic, this would require a higher burden of proof because it inherently takes an extra layer of interpretation that needs a form of justification. Otherwise, any and all statements in Bleach, or any manga for that matter, could potentially be hyperbolic, and you've now lost any form of dictation, which appeals beyond a dialectical comprehension. Basically, you're potentially being skeptical to a degree where you're in a position that you might end up doubting absolutely anything that the author writes into the dialogue of the story. It's pretty much define the at this stage. Thus, you're reduced to a position of absurdity. Context is required for a justification that your claim of hyperbole or flowery language is indeed justified. If you perform this prior skepticism universally across all fiction you read, watch, or consume somehow, does it not just reach a stage that you're automatically assuming all authors have the capability to either be wrong, liars, or exaggerating their
This
own
editing
material
is
that
so
they're
fucking
making?
nice.
If the sky is described as blue, you likely accept that as being understood. We assume that these writers are appealing to our perspective of reality when they describe things like these, so unless stated otherwise, when Rukia states she enjoys sweet-tasting orange juice, I don't assume that she's drinking something spicy. Earlier in the story, it's described that a finite amount of hollows could be a worldly threat, and Yhwach is far beyond that. He also far exceeds the statements of White shaking the infinite sands of Hueco Mundo, the Sokyoku, and Yamamoto's held back destructive power. And regardless of the dialogue with Senjumaru, one thing that is happening is that she is affecting an area that spreads from universe to universe. Even if it's just a singular planet being threatened, it still has to travel a universal distance to affect each one by one. The earlier statements from Rukia and Urahara about the tipping of the balance of the universe is also definitely just some stuff that was worded kind of weirdly for early Bleach, as Kubo was inventing the whole world as he was progressing through the story, so of course there's going to be some anomalies here and there, but the use of Sakai, it does complicate the translation. Regardless of that, he's still making it clear that the universe which the world of the living is set within it will collapse, and the proof that this is consistent is the fact that later on that is just what Yhwach does anyway, but he does it as a singular hands-on approach rather than having all these hollows get killed and then everything just gets passively fucked up. Like, it's clear that Yhwach is at that level of power where he just does it himself, just like how Squad Zero can now. There is also a feature within Bleach where when a character reaches transcendent status, they can erase people from existence who get too close to them. This is the process of surpassing the inherent limitations of Hollow and Shinigami individually. It also ties into this idea that for Aizen to fight these primordial, conceptual, manipulating entities, that he needs to go beyond the pre-existing laws of Bleach, defy nature, reason, and the barrier of Hollow and Shinigami. I think what would have happened is that when Aizen faces someone like Ichibei, that the whole purpose of transcending the barrier was so that even if they had some form of authority and BFR capability over his powers when it comes to his Shinigami abilities, well, he reached a level where he not only defied reason, but he went beyond the logic of the normal Bleach verse, which means that if he's fighting Ichibei in this butterfly form or the alien form, he would literally just one-tap him with his powers. He would just conceptually remove him from the battle rather than just fight him on this Shinigami versus Shinigami power type back and forth, hence why again there was so much emphasis on I need to attain this different level of power, something that doesn't exist within the normal world of Bleach and so on. Aizen uses terminology which
So far, I agree with everything he said, aside from maybe one tapping Ichibei. I think, like how Yhwach and Ichibei more so had a conceptual manipulation fight, I think it would go like that. With Aizen's Hokyoku probably being the thing that's going to be negating a lot of Ichibei's things, but also probably giving him powers to actually affect Ichibei in some higher way than just physical. But yeah.
describes Dangai Ichigo, and more specifically Final Getsuga Tensho Ichigo, to exist on a different dimension to himself. This is the same Aizen with the power listed as beyond limitation. Some would throw this away as mere exaggerated language, but interestingly, this statement is coming directly from the mouth of a multi-century-old genius who is actually describing this stuff to himself in his head. This is a monologue where he's not lying to someone, he's not trying to mislead a character, he's just describing what he sees at face value. And to once again apply this layer of skepticism becomes redundant due to Occam's razor. There's just more evidence and more hard work of trying to debunk the claims based on a that doesn't mean what it means, I'm just going to apply my own headcanon. So you either take the literal scientific approach or take the approach that he's just using that terminology to infer that's how powerful he views it. Both are still impressive because it's like Aizen saying, wow, Ichigo is strong, but instead he's like, Ichigo is so strong, this dude's on a different dimension to me. So even if it's not hyper-literally scientifically provable, the fact of the matter is he's still verbally describing him to be that beyond him. It's still really good given what Aizen did beforehand. Also, keep in mind that the author is writing this for us to absorb mentally. It's there to illustrate something to be comprehended in a particular way. This again would emphasize my earlier point about the orange juice analogy. When analyzing comics, people would usually accept these things without a second thought. They would look at them as, wow, that's really impressive and cool. I like the part where Superman busted a nut so hard that it killed some dude 100 years ago. Like, they wouldn't even question it, right? But with Bleach or any other anime, really, regardless of the preponderance of evidence, there is this knee-jerk reaction to everything. It needs to be viewed from a more critical lens for basically no reason. This is also incredibly applicable to how Naruto, Boruto...
It's funny as hell because he's talking about me. That's me to a T, yeah. Critical everything. Question everything. Yeah, that's me.
Toriko, Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball, and One Piece fans receive criticism, which I'd say does reach a level of complete and utter stupidity. If you want to disregard this stuff as not consistent, I mean, knock yourself out, but the series is conveying these higher tier beings to perform things that are abnormal, inherently more impressive, and in a whole different tier to the rest of the cast. No normal character scales to them, and their purpose is to be impressive. There's even specific symbolism showcased to place Ichigo in front of the Getsuga Jujisho when looking down on Yhwach. So not only is the scientific and over-the-top feats really clearly being pushed on us by Mr. Kubo, but he's even having anime alterations to showcase more of that religious symbolism in the series. Yhwach essentially becomes the replacement, plus has his own powers even after absorbing the strongest being in the series. It's really, like, not that controversial for him to be in this wildly over-the-top echelon of power. Here's a quote about how strong the Soul King is, and now imagine mixing Yhwach with that being in a kind of Batara-earing Dragon Ball Z fusion. I want to add this too, there's a very high chance we get even more insane feats added to the anime, future content in general, potential movies, video games. So if this video ever becomes outdated in a year or two, keep that in mind. Yhwach, Aizen, and Ichigo will naturally far surpass anything that the Zero Division actually showed off, and in fact they already did in the original manga. We've got Yhwach chilling in his chair, snoring like an old man, going and he's just ripping apart like every universe in Bleach without even intending to do so. So it's very clear that he's going to be absolutely cracked. As mentioned before, Yhwach performs miracles and can bestow those who drink his blood with shrifts, which are used to activate their transformations. Most of these abilities are intrinsic to them as Quincy, and thanks to him, he draws them out. What's interesting about Yhwach is that he can absorb any type of being and steal their powers. Hollows are normally considered poison to Quincy, but he just doesn't care and rips Ichigo's out of him and absorbs it. The abilities he helps draw out of his Stone Ritter are so unique that some of these individual characters would be a major threat if thrown into, say, Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, etc. Now,
say Naruto.
The contentious part of this is the theory that Yhwach can...
Hey, don't be humble, Clyde. Say Naruto. You can name drop him. Say One Piece. You can name drop him. Say it. God damn it, I'll say it for you. Naruto, One Piece, 7 Deadly Sins.
Wield these specific powers. However, we'll get to that in a moment. Yhwach does have access to the power of the Soul King, which he forcefully absorbed into himself, and Yamamoto's Bankai, which he stole earlier. For the sake of this video, we'll ignore Ichibei's ink for a moment and allow him to access it in this hypothetical scenario. Yhwach claims he is the only one who could wield Yamamoto's Bankai, and added to it, he reaches an even higher state of power, so I'd argue he could wield the Bankai even more potently than before, even more than Yamamoto can in his prime or fully healed, etc. It has to, at the very least, linear work with his spiritual pressure, or it just wouldn't make any sense. All powers in Bleach work this way. An example of this would be Aizen explaining that his Kidos were now amplified compared to his prior self. Yamamoto states his powers passively evolved over time. Ichigo himself physically evolved during the Dangai training, etc, etc. This is a pretty common aspect of Bleach. That being said, to return to the aforementioned point, if Yhwach can actually use the powers that he gave to his Stern Ritter, he has the capability to be a multi-universal, insanely hacked being that not only continues to get stronger, but has abilities which, if wielded consecutively, place him into that comic book tier of absolute overpoweredness. Keep in mind, within all Quincy he resides, so all powers come from both him and the Soul King. The Hogyoku, which is just made up from simple nails of the Soul King, granted Aizen perfect immortality that goes beyond conceptual manipulation, and can will the deepest desires of anyone around it into existence. Just a slight piece of the Soul King replicated Yhwach's ability to bestow those with power, and now he is fused with that being. Anyway, let's run through every unique ability that Composite Yhwach could potentially wield, with each individual member.
See, he's gonna go over video stuff that I want to do myself, man. Let me go back. I'm gonna think if I want to listen to this. I gotta pee real quick. Let's go! Welcome to Mario Kart. Alright.
Yhwach's Stern Ritter, a letter from the English alphabet is assigned to them. With each letter comes a unique ability. Letter A, the antithesis. This is the reversal of an event, and you know, it's one of the major reasons that the arrow even lands on Yhwach and gives Uryu the ability to reverse even an ability which also reverses an event, being the balance. So it's sort of like this conceptual tipping the balance of something happening, and the antithesis can fight against that. So it's very complicated what's going on, but being able to apply that in battle with the level of power that Yhwach has would be insane. And then what do you know? Letter B, the balance. Misfortune redirection. If you're losing, the balance can be tipped to then make you have an advantage. It can even apply to a situation like making your cup of water contain more. If your opponent originally had a cup where their cup was actually filled with more than yours, it would just automatically swap them and, again, adjust the balance.
Hell, it could break the cup so that your opponent no longer has a cup of water. It could, say for instance, I don't know about filling up more water in your cup, but definitely like making your cup break or making your water like evaporate faster. Yeah, all up for fair play.
Between you two. Letter C, the compulsory. Evolution governance and nerve manipulation. Not necessarily the most crazy ability, but also something that, you know, is commonly seen in a lot of other series.
So I don't think he should be mentioning the Royal Guard. I don't think he should be mentioning Per Nida and Gerard specifically because they had their powers before him, but then again, Gerard does get hit with Ausfallen, so maybe he's justified in doing so.
If it was wielded by Yhwach, it'd be pretty annoying to deal with, but you get the idea. Letter D, the death dealing. A lethal dose of poison that adapts to its opponent, even if they're trying to become immune to it. Very annoying to deal with, especially because characters that were far stronger than Asuka and Naklivar were getting one-tapped by it. Grimmjow and Ichigo hit the deck like a bag of shit when they were hit by that ability, so it's insane. If it was used by Yhwach, he could apply this to someone that is relative or stronger than him, and then the poison would just continue to adapt over and over and over and just nullify them in combat and one-shot them. Letter E for the explode. This can turn people into a bomb, quite similar to Yoshikage Kira from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, or maybe Rize from Chainsaw Man. F for the fear. Inducing the deepest and most psychologically ruining fears possible for the opponent's inner psyche. It's like Kyoka Soigetsu, but it specifically uses fear to ruin your mind. If this was applied on an opponent by Yhwach with his level of power and spiritual pressure, he could do some very devious things with it. Letter G for the glutton. This is the ability to eat your opponent and take their abilities. In Can't Fear Your Own World,
I didn't know that. Hold up. Hold up. I ain't know that. Hold up. Slow down, my guy. Hold up. Looks like I managed to digest it. Guess my stomach acid was just stronger. Lil nonchalantly muttered as she watched the enemy arm melt away. The glutton didn't just eat her opponents. Her secondary power allowed her to instinctively know how to use the characteristic abilities of whatever she had digested until it was fully digested. Wow! Although she had once eaten a man named Pepe, his powers hadn't seemed likely to work on Yhwach. So she likely hadn't used his specialties when she faced the king in battle. Then again, as she told Gigi, like I would ever use that super disgusting guy's power. So she could have just eaten Pepe in order to get revenge and replenish her Reishi. Okay, wow. So that's new information. So this is what I like. This is what I like about watching other content creators. Because here's the thing. I don't use data books for the most part, and I don't use novels for the most part. But when it comes to like ability stuff like this, oh yeah, this is good to know. So, because I always thought her ability was just like kind of plain. Like, okay, so she gets a mouth and she can eat things. Cool. What happens next? But the fact that she can eat people, digest them, and then gain their abilities and characteristics of those abilities, and then eating also replenishes her reishi. That's fucking dope. That's fire. Shout out to Clyde.
A shrift and could use all powers of those she ate, so this would be more evidence as to why I think that Yhwach could potentially, and it just wasn't shown, like it wasn't shown that he could, you know, wield Yamamoto's Bankai, because it just didn't happen. But I'm sure if this is able to happen with her power, then Yhwach could most definitely wield all of these letters and the abilities he's already granted to his Stone Ritter. H for the heat. Pretty much just Johnny Storm type powers, but weaker than the powers he stole from Yamamoto. However, if wielded by Yhwach, these would linearly become stronger than before, so it really doesn't matter. It's just going to be, okay, Bazby can shoot this flame, and then Yhwach can shoot one bigger. The Iron. Okay, this is an ability which allows oneself to turn into iron as a shield, though Yhwach's normal spiritual pressure is already stronger than that, along with his blood veins. So just imagine that whatever he could normally do with defense, the iron would improve that even more. It'd just be a linear buff where the iron would merely be just wording with no actual true meaning here. So again, it would sort of ironically lose its name value because it would be far beyond iron, and even the version of the iron that's used is already already stronger because the characters that fight him in battle have been shown to do way more output than would be needed to destroy something like iron. It's a little bit similar to the Kenpachi and Gremmy interaction where he's like, damn, if you said that you were going to make yourself as strong as steel, I would have just cut you with the intention to cut through the steel. So even that's not like an anti-feat because Kenpachi doesn't state it's a problem. He just states that, oh, if I knew that, I would merely just swing harder to then break said steel. Again, some of this wordplay on abilities is really goofy at this point in the series, but you guys get the idea. J, the jail. This allows you to summon a jail, which only Quincy can escape from. If wielded by Yhwach, this would just be like having an extra sealing technique, as listed earlier. I don't think it's anything too complicated, but if he can wield it, it's going to be way more of a problem. So this would add more validity to the idea that he could seal these like universal and beyond tier threats. BG9. This is the assistance of spiritual yet modern day looking weapons. We aren't even 100% sure if this dude is a Quincy, but I'm going to grant it for the sake of the video anyway. At the end of the day, he's fighting under the banner of the Stern Ritter. He's firing blue looking Reishi blasts that look exactly like Quincy arrows, and he's just this really overpowered spiritual robot man, Iron Man, War Machine looking dude, I guess. L for the love. Induced infatuation of your enemy could make Ned Flanders fall in love with him. So the love is going to be another one of these mind hack style abilities, which is going to be a gigantic pain in the ass, just like the fear. So just imagine that, as impressive as it was in the normal series, Yhwach can just wield it at a far more potent level. M for the miracle. This is the manifestation of miracles which automatically in combat, along with infinite evolutionary capability, give you some really annoying things you can do in battle. You basically drop this motherfucker into My Hero Academia and they're cooked, because not only does he seem to be basically unkillable, especially if you're not anywhere near the level of a baseline threat to him in terms of being able to cut him, but this literally just is passive miracles in combat. Like, that's how crazy of a technique it is. And if Yhwach can wield this, not only would the Almighty be giving him automatic...
So guys, I've heard about the whole passive miracle thing. We'll see about that, because a lot of it is kind of hard to tell if Gerard is just playing on his ability's namesake, or if these things are actually manifesting in the form of passive miracles. So we'll see about that. I'm excited.
Updates and the most primary optimal ways to win encounters. But even if he was to magically lose that said encounter, like let's say the Almighty's like, yeah, swing with your right hand, this will cut the dude's head off, but the guy adapts to that move and somehow blitzes him, the miracle will just prevent any damage from taking place in that moment. In fact, the miracle could probably just assist that prior interaction so the swing never even misses to begin with. It's actually insane how fucking overpowered the miracle really is if he wasn't actually just taken out of combat by Yhwach in the mainline story. Letter N. Robert. Another gun user, a tad bit vague. The anime only scenes for him show him using Gremanial. This gives him the Walk of God or God Step, which severely enhances his speed. There's not a lot to say about him, but I would just pretty much say that whatever speed that Yhwach normally has, it can be majorly amplified by the God Step, and then he could wield some really OP guns. There's actually a few gun users in the Stern Ritter, so again, this is just like, it's sort of a non-factor, but yeah, it probably just increases his speed significantly. O for the overkill. Every time Yhwach kills someone, he becomes significantly stronger. Both this and the miracle give him a Hulk-esque increase in power. The overkill specifically resets when one sleeps or loses consciousness, so as long as Yhwach is still battling, he'll be fine, but he can get significantly stronger if he started killing people within a verse that he invaded. So, you know, drop him in JJK, let's say he just like annihilates like 10 sorcerers, now he's significantly stronger all over than he was before. P for the power. Superhuman strength, which Yhwach already has, though imagine abilities like this and the Superstar's amplified punch would just amplify Yhwach's strength and punches. Picture these as kind of like a Yu-Gi-Oh card being activated. Q for the question. This is existence objection. R, the raw. Sonic screams, just imagine a Black Bolt type ability. If Yhwach wields this power, he can already affect all the universes anyway, so imagine instead of just doing it with his hands or raging, he's like, okay, I'm just going to yell and then just BFR an entire universe. That's literally a thing he could do with that ability. S for the Superstar. Upon summoning a small minion named James, if James cheers for Yhwach, he will become infinitely stronger, and this individual cannot be killed. He can even be revived by...
Well, I'm surprised Clyde doesn't know this. James is the Stern Ritter. Mask is the imagination. So Yhwach, depending on how like the ability works for himself, right? Yhwach would actually make a figure fight for him. He would not be the one fighting. Yhwach would create a figure in his likeness or whatever he imagined up. And as long as he gave that figure praise or cheers or recognition, it would get more powerful. And you wouldn't be able to destroy it completely unless you beat Yhwach, and vice versa. You wouldn't be able to destroy Yhwach completely unless you destroyed it. So that's fucking hilarious.
James and Yhwach can do that anyway. Fun fact too, James is actually the Stern Ritter with
he got it.
letter S. Mask is just a reflection of the person he truly wants to be. Yhwach could theoretically summon an even stronger version of himself.
Okay.
This is where... Can you imagine dealing with this in battle? Seriously, it would be insane if he could use the superstar. T for the Thunderbolt. Control over electricity. Basically, you know those gigantic storms that you see in those really high definition
This is Skyrim music.
Well, that's the kind of thing that he could wield in battle very casually, because once again, if he was wielding this letter over his Stern Ritter who wields it, well, he would use it at a far more potent level, and he is affecting such large areas like universes. U for the Underbelly. Reiatsu weakness detection. This might allow him to break down energies from different verses, but I don't think the ability is super important. It would just reveal subtle ways to attack certain opponents by, you know, showing their weaknesses or showing holes in their overall energy. V, the Visionary. The complete control of the power of imagination, which can affect reality itself. This is only capped by the capability of the user. If someone like Aizen had control of Gremmy's body, he would not have died the way that he did. It's also stated Yhwach actually keeps Gremmy in check once again, so he by default scales far above this power being a problem to him. Something extremely overpowered about Gremmy's ability is that he can multiply himself and then use that to then multiply his power over and over and over. If Yhwach does this, it would be beyond comprehension. He would basically summon multiple versions of himself, which all wield the same powers that he had just before, and also they all individually have the power of imagination. Gremmy also creates two Stern Ritters with his mind, and their powers are insane. Shaz Domino can heal any injury with Reishi, and even had a side plot to try to get the Hogyoku, but he pretty much said that the prospect of stealing it from Aizen would be impossible. If you think about it, Gremmy created a whole being with a secret subplot to the story, and he also created Guanyao Li, which is a Stern Ritter with an ability which is so cracked that it's like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand. It can not only remove itself from reality, but remove itself from your memory. So you'll be punched in the face like Mike Tyson's hitting you, then you won't even remember that the event took place or the presence of it. Only a wound will remain on your face. So just
Well, I don't know about that one. You'll know you'll understand that you were hit. You'll have no idea what hit you though.
like imagine you're chilling there at your PC and then all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck? Where did this black eye come from? And you've got no memory of what just happened. That's pretty much what can be applied in battle with that really OP ability. W for the Wind. This would give Yhwach a space-bending barrier, kind of, not exactly the same, but kind of similar to Gojo's barrier, where any incoming attack is automatically redirected away from himself. Really OP as a very passive ability to have always on. Letter X for the X-axis. Now, trying to describe this is pretty difficult because there are so many abilities that come along with this letter, but this is basically the messenger of God, and he is a very egotistical character where he wields a gun which can ignore durability, shoot in 0 time. It can hit you basically anywhere across any distance. He's able to be completely one and intangible with light itself. Also, the miracle, which I didn't mention earlier, can infinitely evolve. So can the X-axis. This character can also, in combat, make events kind of irrelevant by opening his eye. So, like, you'll hit him with a fatal attack, he opens his eye, the event just gets Izanagi'd, and then it's reversed. He is able to teleport.
See, I don't know about that, because, like, here's my thing. We have to understand that I'm gonna call him Lille. I like Lille better. Lille's X-axis isn't actually tied to opening his eye, right? it's tied to him using it and that being the pressure signifier. And we know that because when Shunsui finally gets Lille through the back, his eye is closed and then he opens it. So that means he could activate the technique whenever he wanted to. He just signifies it by the opening of the eye, but he doesn't have to open his eye to activate the technique. That just shows I need something to mark when I'm in danger enough to actually use the ability, right? So yeah, what he was saying as far as like Izanagiing the ability, I don't believe that.
Events kind of irrelevant by opening his eye. So like you'll hit him with a fatal attack, he opens his eye, the event.
Yeah, see, and like the anime kind of does it better. Shunsui hits him, he says, "Oh no, that's the third time." But the attack never actually hit him.
Gets Izanagi'd and then it's reversed. He is able to teleport. He's fully intangible even to energy-based attacks and is only defeated by a weapon which is literally crafted to destroy gods. So that is a really, really, really powerful ability.
Yeah, you'd need some high-level ceiling to defeat Lille outside of Bleach. You'd need some high-level ceiling or some high-level conceptual manipulation, reality warping. You'd need some high-level that shit to beat Lille outside of his verse.
To have, but yeah. Letter Y, the yourself. This is the ability to mimic someone's appearance and power. Letter Y, the yourself too. This is the ability to mimic someone's personality and memories. Z, the zombie. This ability is able to convert bodies into zombies which can fight for you and wield their prior techniques. Because of Yamamoto's ability to summon what some consider, depending on the translation, trillions of skeletons and prior souls he's killed, this gives him 2 revival techniques for decoys in battle. It's like, imagine the most exaggerated version of the Kagebon Shin no Jutsu, like the massive, you know, Shadow Clone Jutsu technique from Naruto, but imagine it on a level where it's just trillions and trillions and trillions or even more of just non-stop decoys running and attacking you. Like, that sounds like a major pain in the ass to deal with. If Yhwach can wield all of these powers stacked on top of each other, which he himself blessed his Stern Ritter with, who are all weaker than him, he would be a menace in combat. There are so many debatable scenarios you could craft for his win conditions against characters from different series that we could sit here for 5 hours talking about it, you know what I mean? It would be insane to try to fully comprehend just what he could do. And the fact of the matter is too, right? With all of these really hacks abilities individually and what they can do, whether it's the, you know, the visionary, it's the miracle, it's Lelebaro's powers where his abilities are insane. Like, Lelebaro's powers would allow him to be able to become intangible, hit things instantaneously with no delay, and also they can't be blocked either. So he's got like this durability negging sniper rifle which shoots with 0 time, intangibility, control over light, teleportation, all these really annoying powers like that he could wield. Long story short, Yhwach could do a lot of crazy things. Like, it's really not just the case of imagine him wielding all these individual powers. It's that he can wield these individual powers, but then also stack them on top of each other. So, you know, the superstar would just have the cheering fan and he would get stronger. He also has a punch where it gets 10 times stronger on impact. And imagine Yhwach doing that while linearly getting stronger from 10 times stronger.
Okay. Mask gets a 10 times stronger punch when he has the star crest. Okay.
On impact, and imagine Yhwach doing that while linearly getting stronger from the overkill, from the miracles ability to all of these crazy powers. He just has so much more potential in the long run where he will start out as an incredibly unkillable, ridiculously powerful character, and then just throughout the battle and opponents that he kills get stronger and stronger and stronger.
With Lucid, IT teams don't have to start from square one. Need a work order process? Describe what you need,
Now, I'd say most people accept Bleach as having faster than light capability. There's too many feats within the series which contradict them being slower than that as a baseline bare minimum, especially for the higher tiers. Though with Yhwach, not only is he faster and stronger than all prior characters, but his precognition is just so good that speed is kind of irrelevant to a large extent when it comes to him battling people, because he just knows what's going to happen in the future and in any future with a large window of time to avoid any issues whatsoever. In fact, he becomes so curious about battling Ichigo that he just decides to switch off the Almighty. But when he turns it on, he has Ichigo going from this to this. I could give you some arbitrary mathematical equations of the typical Ichigo to Grimmjow to Ulquiorra to Aizen, then multiply everything with transformations and so on, but again, he's just objectively above all of those characters and wields an ability that gives him an actual advantage against most speedsters in a potential battle in other series. The only reason Yhwach's precognition even falters within Bleach is because...
Yeah, one thing I also have said is that speed is pretty irrelevant to Yhwach. As long as the Almighty is active, it shouldn't matter. Because we're talking setting up traps in the future, we're talking attacking in the future, we're talking manipulating everything that's going on with you and around you. But yeah.
Because, well, Aizen places false visions into his brain, and Hushvolt is also implied to be doing something similar. Without these two factors, he would be so much more dangerous. Is he faster than light? Yes. Is he massively faster than light? Yes. Does he really even need to battle like that? Not really, especially if he can wield all of the letters of the Sternritter and in general just have the most exaggerated version of the Almighty, or even access to some of the Soul King's powers, which is debatable, but, you know, for the sake of composite Yhwach, he is going to be a menace. Some hypothetical interactions. Chainsaw Man's entire verse just gets perception blitzed in one shot. Ironically too, Yhwach defeated an individual in one single blow who essentially does the same thing as the Darkness Devil. As impressive as Boris is from One Punch Man, he would dash at Yhwach and then vanish from getting too close to his body. The first punch would load up, he would swing, and then he would just disintegrate on any form of impact. The One Piece world, though, is filled with thousands of wildly powerful threats. They are not only limited to Haki and Devil Fruits, but I don't even believe a hypothetical Toon Force Luffy could stop Bleach's Gold D Roger. My Hero Academia and Sakamoto Days pretty much just go boop, and then they're just gone. If anyone from My Hero Academia ends up surviving, Yhwach will just orbital strike them with the Oshvalen Light, which can be cast from the sky, basically anywhere, even in a different dimension at massively FTL speeds. You know that cannon you can use in GTA 5 Online? He'd just be doing that to them all day, just bang dead, bang dead, bang dead. The cinematic universes of Marvel...
Now, I will say Oshvalen should only be able to be used on people who have taken his blood, or maybe even just Quincy's, but specifically people who have taken his blood. No, it should just be people who's taken his blood, because when he was first born as a child and he gave his power out, all those powers came back to him when he died. So yeah, there should just be people who have like interacted with him, kind of actually.
And DC get absolutely dog-walked. Yhwach picks a reality where Thanos trips over a rock and he attains the gauntlet, then snaps him away. Spider-Man almost got it off of his arm, so it's not actually that crazy to even say that. Darkseid gets existence erased by a casual arrow from him. I'm not saying Yhwach can't be defeated, there's hundreds of other characters who could do it. Fate, various comics of Superman, possibly current Saitama, current Goku, Popeye, Bugs Bunny, etc, etc. I might not even say Saitama. I do think Yhwach is kind of pretty fucking insane right now when it comes to all of his composite abilities and the true interpretation of his higher scaling, but he is really nasty. I just wanted to do this Quincy King justice and clarify a lot of confusing aspects about him. The biggest thing about his character is just the sheer amount of misinformation that gets spread about him. It's kind of the same with Aizen, but with Yhwach, it's just so much more hard for people to comprehend. Once more, he wins in Bleach if Aizen doesn't checkmate him. Even when fatally wounded or removed from reality, he just revives himself itself at a later date automatically, even surpassing what many believe to be Ichigo's manipulation of fate itself and conceptual existence erasure from his opponents. If he wields Gremmy's power, he could just hypothetically summon a box of kryptonite all over Man of Steel's Superman. He would make a box around him, just leave him in there, and he would die. Comparatively to Madara's goal of planetary hypnosis, Yhwach was going to take it a step further and just change every universe to his desire without argument, removing the cycle of life and death entirely. Yhwach could pick a reality where he removes the existence of Duff Beer, which would send Homer insane, like in Treehouse of Horror episode 5. Now, most characters like Homer, Cartman, Peter Griffin, etc. are all very powerful as gag characters and could definitely have ways to beat Yhwach, but Yhwach's also got actual ways to deal with them too. If Yhwach has access to infinite potential futures too, there are even futures where he could just implement something like domain expansions being all irrelevant to him, then apply that reality to Sukuna and he would lose. There's no technique from the Heian era which is going to save him, he's just cooked. Imagine that ending sequence from Deadpool 2 where he goes and kills all prior Ryan Reynolds, but it's Yhwach just murdering different verses he enters. Of course, like I said, there are countless verses he would lose in, but I truly do believe he is a lot stronger than most realize. The statements made about the Almighty and even him being defeated, yet still returning, he's a monster. Such a monster that even while asleep, he almost destroyed everything. It is pretty much next to impossible for me to get everything that I want into videos this long, and usually when I'm re-watching them during the editing process, as this is happening right now actually, I end up making better arguments or thinking of extra stuff I should have said, so kind of get used to this for future videos where every time I make a video this long, it's going to have a section like this because there is so much more to say. In a condensed kind of manner, consider that Yhwach, when he restores the Almighty and beats Ichibei, becomes so intimidating that the conceptual manipulating primordial entity Ichibei, who can steal events from the future, and by the way, here's a better translation to that scan I showed earlier in the video. This dude is cracked as fuck, and he's shitting his pants at the concept of Yhwach being defeated at all. He's like, nah, we have no chance. Like, literally just that idea is like, nope, they lose. He genuinely thought that no matter how outnumbered Yhwach was, no matter how strong Ichigo had become with all of the special training, real abilities, connection to the Soul King, they just had no chance of defeating him. Showing further subtlety to me that he may have actually been baiting the good guys to unite as one to defeat him, having sort of this, Quincy Shinigami, everybody banding together to defeat him as the big bad. This is not an uncommon story type trope in these kind of stories, but it's quite possible because this would explain why he's consistently just verbally provoking the main cast to come after him. He even leaves portals open for them to follow him. Like, just think about it for a second. Why not just complete your plan? Literally no character can beat him in combat. The way he deals with Renji just shows you that he's in a completely different category of power in the series. And I know Renji's not like crazy powerful, that's not the point, but that's what he's doing to someone like Renji after Soul Palace training. He's just a non-factor to him, and he's like, yep, out of the way. Why even entertain Aizen? Why help get the chair off him or the seals and all that? Like, why do any of that, right? This just makes things feel way more complex and deep at the end of the story, because one may actually assume that he might have actually known the outcome anyway, and semi hints at it in certain dialogue throughout the arc. Both Yhwach and Aizen end up reaching a level of power that the very gates of hell were scared of their presence. They remained closed forever until they were gone. Yhwach is pretty much a being that has minions getting hit by infinite punching power, scaling to a level that some, I don't argue this, but some put him in like 7, 8, 9D levels of power, hyperversal, all these kind of complicated lingo that, I'm gonna be honest, I have like quite a lack of comprehension on how to articulate it in a video. He just gets to a stage where he utilizes the power of his father, who can apply concepts like stillness into battle, literally just reshapes all the universes to his desire whenever he wants, everything at his will, along with even removing the very concept of death in the Bleach verse. Just death itself, just gone, which is a really consistent theme in the series. he already goes beyond that anyway because he can just self-revive over and over and over. But he wants to straight up remove it from the world of Bleach entirely so that no one has to go through suffering or death itself. Like, that's sort of the main big narrative that looms over the series, is this concept of courage and having heart and going against this kind of like pre-written fate. It's also why, and this probably makes a lot of sense as to why Mayuri's main theme is the concept of perfection and how reaching it just means that there's no means to advance further if you clearly do reach perfection, which just again goes back to that, well, if death doesn't exist, then no one's going to be scared, therefore no one will try to achieve anything, they won't have courage, they won't have heart. The Soul King is also named after God in Hebrew. They show his real name in the anime, and it was shown earlier in the video, but I need to sort of articulate that this is said in a more direct sense, referring to the Father. Now, Christianity does view God as existing at 3 places all at once, being the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. They all exist all at once with the same consciousness and power. Like, I know it's kind of a hard thing to imagine, but if you think that something is beyond your imagination, why would it not be possible by God? The name itself is heavy on emphasizing the Father, making that clear distinction between Yhwach and Adonai or Adonais. I'm actually not exactly sure how to say it, to be honest. Something really intense about the production of this video was the realization that I'm very likely going to have to create a sequel in some regard because there's just so much to say theologically. Yhwach might also just straight up defy the process of miracles, because while some Sternritter did avoid the Oshvalen line and normally the miracle would save Gerard, he got literally yoinked out of the battle because he was, in my opinion, too strong. Many argue that Gremmy and Gerard are more Soul King-esque kind of characters and not Sternritter, but Yhwach just becomes the Soul King anyway, and it's described that he can absorb even Shinigami earlier, so I'd argue that he can wield—
Wait, what? Did they say that? Pieces of his majesty's soul were already scattered throughout the city during the last battle. This battle is a battle for his majesty. All of us Sternritter and the Soul Reapers that have come in contact with his majesty's soul will have to offer their souls to his majesty upon death. Ah! Oh shit! Hold up. Hold up. Let me get this right. Cause see, I thought this. Okay. Pieces of His Majesty's soul were already scattered throughout the Sedite during the last battle. This battle is a battle for His Majesty. All of us Sternritter and the Soul Reapers that have come in contact with His Majesty's soul. So anyone that has fought a Sternritter, and the Sternritter have Yhwach's blood, which also means they somehow have part of his soul. Well, no, I'm guessing because they have a shrift, they have part of his soul. Anyone who's come in contact with them, i.e. taken damage or whatever, had their Reiatsu imparted onto them, now owes Yhwach a blood debt, basically. That's crazy. No matter who dies in this battle, His Majesty will only get stronger, will only live longer. Fighting is His Majesty's means of living. Unless he continues absorbing souls, His Majesty will eventually return back to when he couldn't see, hear, or move. His Majesty will never end the battle. Oh shit.
Their powers regardless. Just consider this. Yhwach gives them the ability to erase hollows from existence, gives them shrifts that can steal Shinigami powers and then wield them. Now that he's fused with the Soul King, the idea that, oh, no, he wouldn't be able to use them because they're the Soul King, like, that's different. It's like, it doesn't matter. He would literally just have authority over those powers anyway, just like all the other stuff. So, again, he fuses with the being that defines all the concepts in the verse and all the abilities and all of the inventions. He just becomes that, right? So I don't actually think it's this, like, logically impossible capability he could wield them. This is my headcanon here, but I think Kubo, during the production of the weekly manga, was probably thinking to himself, like, how do I kill the miracle? Let's be real, this dude's really damn strong, and then he has Yhwach snap him out of the battle. Of course, you know, this could just be representative of the fact that Yhwach starts to become corrupted and way too excited about battling and just all these things. You know, you do see the character devolve mentally as he gains more power and becomes more flowing with power, as he puts it. In regards to the World War II symbolism, although it's not as heavy as the clear Christian influence and other religions, some would argue Yamamoto may have actually been named after the mastermind of the Pearl Harbor attack,
I heard of that
Admiral
guy.
Isoroku Yamamoto. Throughout the entire series, Old Man Zangetsu, acting as the essence of Yhwach, not only helps Ichigo storm the Soul Society, but may have actually showcased the ability to literally stop time. He speaks to Ichigo, revives him from death instantly. And you need to consider this, right? So, from Kenpachi's perspective, he kills Ichigo, quote unquote, turns around, walks off, but then within the span of literally a second, Zangetsu has a full-blown conversation with Ichigo, heals his wound, revives him, and then it all just gets reversed. So when Kenpachi turns around, he's like, what the fuck has just happened? Mr. Kubo illustrates that time is one of the most major aspects of Bleach's storytelling. Tsukishima affects the past, Aizen affects the present, and Yhwach affects the future. Ichigo, he transcends time, creating his own fate. Though I've always argued Mugetsu is a Shinigami technique because it just objectively is, as Ishin implies he's used it before or...
This is tough because at this point, Ichigo does not have a Zanpakuto, bro. Ichigo's Zanpakuto is technically a Quincy weapon. If we're being real, it's technically a Quincy weapon made from his Reiruku. And so, Old Man Zangetsu that fought, and I heard this from someone, Yhwach that fought Yamamoto 1,000 years ago would have seen, we'll get into it, but yeah.
Knows how to learn the technique. Consider that Ichigo's version of this sacrificial technique makes his appearance manifest as Yhwach. This could also be a kind of symbolic assistance from Yhwach directly, basically God stopping Lucifer from winning. Although I put emphasis on Yhwach's blade earlier in the video, I'd like to also convey that his sword might do more than just attack on an astral plane and clash with the wind.
Ichigo does have a Zanpakuto? What does he mean by true interpretation of Yhwach's higher power? I have no idea. That's a massive misconception. Okay, cool. Antonio, misconceived me then. Unmisconception me. How could he have a Zanpakuto if he doesn't have an Asauchi? Would it not be more so an artificial Zanpakuto?
Of concepts, Jiraiya's body automatically becomes larger with the influence of fear from his opponents, and then his sword, Hofnung, is a sword imbued with hope. When Kenpachi chips it, damage is then reversed onto him in the form of despair. Toshiro states, his power seems to go against reason, which, drumroll, is the same correlation I highlighted earlier with Aizen transcending reason and natural law. I could also be wrong with this, but it does seem to be the case that the author of Jujutsu Kaisen may have been affected.
His hollow acted as an Asauchi, I think, when Rukia stabbed him. But if it was hollow white, then why wouldn't white be the basis of his spirit energy at that time and not Zangetsu? Yes, Joshua. Hey, thank you. Oh my gosh. I got some new smart fans. Yes. So yes, Joshua, I'm exactly talking about what you just said. You mean the theory that Old Man Zangetsu used his memories of Yamamoto's Bankai 1,000 years ago to manifest Ichigo's Bankai? Yes, I do. I like that theory. I like that theory because it makes sense. Here's why it makes sense. Yhwach was there 1,000 years ago, fought with Yamamoto, seen a it might not have been Yamamoto's black Bankai, but he's seen a single sword. He's seen Yamamoto go Bankai. Maybe the sword did turn black and then also have fire with it. Maybe it did. But he definitely seen a single sword, not no crazy thing, right? Yhwach's defeated. Quincy go on living. Misaki, all Quincy exists within Yhwach. Yhwach exists within all Quincy. Misaki gets bitten by white. They have Ichigo as a child. Yhwach Yuha's essence in Masaki gets transferred to Ichigo. Ichigo's Soul Reaper powers mixed with his Quincy powers. And when he does get stabbed by Rukia and awakens his powers, and he does come into his Bankai, it wouldn't really be a Bankai. It would, and see, this is why the final Getsuga Sensho is more of a let still ability, where he's trading all of his power for absolute power, right? But yeah, no, that is exactly the theory that I'm talking about. Yeah, that's exactly the theory that I'm talking about. But the world of the living is stated to be equal to real life in all universe size itself. Affecting a single universe as a whole requires MFLTL speeds. This is confirmed in Club Outside, meaning the world of the living's universe is 93 billion light years in size. Multiply that by 3 and the distance in between doesn't matter.
Fan of Asuka Naklivar, considering that his ability to adapt to other abilities is bar for bar very similar to Maharaga's passive nullifying of phenomena and powers. It took
the thing though is that Mahuraga's would be comparatively, it would be really slow compared to Asuka's. Maharaga has to go through a lot of it takes a lot of time, in my opinion. It takes some time for him to adapt. That shit is not instantaneous, and it's not as good, in my opinion. Because Asuka's going to get immune to your Reiatsu itself. It doesn't matter if you're using Cleave, Dismantle, Fluga. No, your Reiatsu, your power, whatever you're doing to me, I'm going to get immune to that. Cursed energy, I'm going to get immune to that.
Blind effort of Aizen affecting him in the past, Hushvolth planting false visions into his brain to misguide him, and keep in mind Hushvolth can wield the Almighty and some of Yuha's powers in general, so this is a very powerful individual in general. Uryu uses the antithesis and a specially crafted silver arrow to take out Yhwach, and then you have Ichigo with the final blow, wielding a sword to shatter fate itself. This guy wasn't battling power, he was battling endless layers of incomprehensible bullshit. That's what it took to take out Yhwach.
Yep, that's a good video. All right, give me a second, guys. Gotcha. Okay, I got my Google Chrome up. Give me a second, guys. I'm doing something for work. Yep. Okay. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. I do see the email from Shirley. Please read the welcome to IAS Communications. Yes. This is a live instruction for the course. Okay. All right. What should I click first? Let me see. Yeah. Yep. I see EDT 8:15. Yep, I see it. Okie doke. Interesting. The link took me out of Chrome. Very interesting. Yeah, I'll move it to Chrome. That shouldn't be a problem. Let me do it like this. Okay. Okay. Oh no, perfect idea. We'll try that. Let's do that. Copy, delete, new browser, and paste. 1 second, and paste and go. Okay, that did it for me. Yep. Continue the browser or yep. Okie doke. Okie doke. Gotcha. Teams.Microsoft.com wants to use available cameras, use available microphones. Okay. And we're going to allow while visiting the site. Yes. Okay. Select allow. Okay. All right. Microsoft Teams meeting type. You want me to go through the whole thing, type my name and everything? Okay. 7:45. Okay, cool. Perfect. Nice. My man. Okay, cool. Oh, also, I called you earlier today. I had a question about the boots. They were just supposed to be above our ankles, right? And steel toe? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Gotcha. That might have went to my junk because I was looking for it. Was it your email? Okay. Gotcha. Oh, I see it. I think I see it. At 2, wait, is this? Yeah, I see it. This should be it. Yep, this is it. Okay, cool. Yep, thank you. Got you. Mm-hmm. Oh, so real quick, I think I've spoken to my recruiter one time, but I don't think I saved her number. I'm not sure who my recruiter is. Like, we spoke one time, but yeah, it wasn't like Kara. Okay. Could you possibly send me their numbers? It's Kara? Okay. Do you have her number? Today or tomorrow? Okay, perfect. I just want to lock her information in. So, you know. Gotcha. Okay. Okie day. Perfect, my man. Appreciate you, Trevor. Yes, sir. You too. Okay, we are work ready tomorrow. Hold up. Okay. Where we at? All right, where we at? All right. Don't see what we're talking about. All good, though. No problem. All right. What is this, a 5-hour stream, 6-hour stream almost? We started at like 1-ish. Okay, guys. This was great. Had a lot of fun. Be on the lookout for the Genjutsu video and be on the lookout for the Ichibei video. Still got to read Boruto. Still have to read Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. Got to decide on a date for that. But other than that, man, it was first off, it was nice meeting a lot of you guys. Gino's been here. Antonio's been here for a while. Kino has been here. Joshua. Of course, Ig, Max. Yeah, it was nice meeting you guys. I hope you guys become a part of the chat community. This has been fun. But I'm about to get out of here. I have to have some dinner ready for the fiance when she gets home, and I have to get ready for my job tomorrow. So wish me luck for that. And I'll put on a community post when I next plan on streaming. It might not be till the end of the weekend, but hopefully it might be as early as Friday or something like that. So we will see. But all right,